ever stand up to a great deal of scrutiny. It had always involved a great deal of wine, women, and song, or whiskey, women, and song. But I put it the other way round. Why was nobody else blowing the whistle? Why did everybody else go along with it? And as I say, I think sadly, the most mundane thing is the truth. It's largely wishing to hold on to their own career and wishing to keep what they've got in society. I don't think there's anything more profound than that. And it's not that they personally swallowed the propaganda. Anyway, there are a few thoughts for you from my story, and what I think of most when I think back on it all these years later. Thank you.
I apologize. We're having a little bit of a problem in the other room with somebody not being able to speak. Thank you, Craig, for your contribution. And if I may, I'd now like to go to the audience for questions and comments. I hope Mats is still in the room. If you could please come back on, Mats. And would anybody like to ask any questions? Stephen Rhodey has a question. Stephen, would you like to unmute yourself and ask? I'm sorry, I think there is a problem. Could the moderators please unmute everybody so that people can ask questions?
I've just done it.
Thank you. And please would, Stephen Rhodey, if you're there and would like to ask your question, would you like to go next, please? Okay. Looks like Stephen's not connected to the earphones. Stephen, you'll need to click on the phone, which is in the center of your screen. Okay. While Stephen gets that fixed, could I just ask Catherine to ask her question, please? Catherine, would you like me to ask your question for you, or are you happy to unmute yourself? Okay, Catherine, please unmute yourself. You should have an icon that looks like a microphone. I'm sorry, this is a little bit new and different, but hopefully we'll get there.
It's no different than Zoom.
Yeah, it's not. It's great. Thank you. And actually, it's better than Zoom because at least our
Absolutely.
data is so we're just going to double check if anybody has any issues speaking. It looks like the settings are open for everybody. So sorry, was that you, Andy?
I have a question. This is
Okay,
Donald.
is that you, Andy Muller-Magoon? Donald, okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes. Craig, I do have a question. First, could you comments about you, Julian, and the memory stick. And why did the Department of Justice or the FBI want to speak to you? Hello, everybody's muted. Greg, did you hear me?
I did hear you, but Deepa was trying to say something, although she was
Oh,
muted. So I was
she was
waiting for her.
muted. Go ahead. Deepa, could you unmute yourself?
No, possibly she's talking to the other room. That's good. I don't really want to discuss that today, to be honest, because it's such a large subject. Why they didn't want to speak to me, I have no idea. One possibility is that I had huge difficulty getting a visa. Firstly, I was refused admittance to come to Washington on that visit for a conference. Secondly, after I'd been refused admission, I had to apply for an American visa, which British people don't normally need. I got that only after an intervention by Jeremy Corbyn with the US ambassador, and after thousands of US citizens signed a petition to the State Department. So they knew I was there, and they were definitely following me around while I was in Washington. And in fact, I was escorted by the FBI past the huge queue at immigration. So they very definitely knew I was there. So they knew exactly, I've got no doubt, they knew exactly where I was and what I was doing every moment of my time in Washington. And because I have a mischievous sense of humor, I took with me, or actually I didn't take with me, I bought while there, quite a large number of memory sticks, which I handed out as presents to random people in bars all week, just to give them loads of people to follow, because I thought that'd be very, very amusing. But I think the straightforward answer is that they don't want the truth to be known, but I think they know what the truth is. I don't think they needed to ask me because I think they were following me and listening to me the entire time. But I don't really want to say any more than that today.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Catherine, you're on.
Great. Okay. I think Deep has given me permission to speak in the chat. Just to put the question that I put a little while ago in the chat. I'm slightly confused about the concept of CIA black sites, because it seems that by definition they are not to be known about. And then all of a sudden, once that concept kind of hit us, and whether it's a term that they use or a term that was applied to them, suddenly it seems to have been very much acknowledged and very shamelessly acknowledged. So, okay, they're a thing. The CIA runs them. The CIA says that they run them. And then as we've, through, for various reasons, been given the impression that torture is very much trailed off, I think our assumption is meant to have been that the black sites themselves have kind of trailed off. And yet my gut assumption is that they remain and they flourish. But does anybody know any details on this?
Would anyone like to answer this? Andy, please go ahead.
Hi, yeah, Catherine. about the black sites is that although we can all suspect, and I think with good reason, that that in the many ways that the US is involved in operations around the world, there are dubious things taking place. And although I think we would all be right to wonder what happens when the United States now captures foreign people in other countries, say, say an Afghanistan found a Saudi wandering around, they wouldn't imprison him, they would send back to Saudi Arabia. There are questions about the legality of those kind of maneuvers. But I don't think that we should question that the Bush administration's black site program closed down, because I think it did. And I think the main reason that 14 people who were described as high-value detainees arrived at Guantanamo in September 2006 was because of that. And part of the reason for that was that in June 2006, the Supreme Court delivered a ruling in Hamdan v. Rumsfeld to the United States government, reminding them that everyone in their custody is entitled to the baseline Common Article 3 protections of the Geneva Conventions, which forbid torture or cruel or inhuman degrading treatment under any circumstances. That was the point really at which the game was up for the Bush administration in the way that they had been treating people in their custody. Now, the fact is that a couple of other Guantanamo prisoners arrived from forward operating bases after that time, where they had been treated badly. Also, Obama officially closed the black site program and the use of torture in the very first days of his presidency. And I don't think that we should really fundamentally doubt that that particular episode came to an end. What I think we need to be aware of is that in some ways the torture, the rendition and torture program was an aberration, if you like. If you look back through United States history, there is also a narrative there whereby people that the United States didn't like were terminated extrajudicially, usually through a form of assassination. And in the 1990s, the United States tied itself in knots about whether or not it should engage in these kinds of assassination programs. So in a way, the rendition and torture program was an answer to that. What I think happened in response to the torture program being received so badly, and clearly also being a failure in terms of gathering useful intelligence, was that they went back to assassination. So the drone program was stepped up massively under Barack Obama, which instead of apprehending people and then going through all the fuss and difficulty of finding offshore prisons and holding them and treating them badly, what the United States did instead was just murder people who they identified as a threat through drone raids. And and what we've seen with that, and particularly it was noticeable under Obama, I think, was that he was advised that they didn't make any mistakes with the intelligence, and that any drone raid that he approved was going to kill military-age males who were therefore a legitimate target. And I think what we've actually seen in all of this period is that the same chronic failures of intelligence that we've seen at Guantanamo in the black site program also apply to the drone program. So the United States is regularly extrajudicially murdering people who aren't even the people that they claim to be after in the first place.
Deepa, can you hear me, Stephen Rody? Yes? Would someone shake their head? All right. This is Stephen Rody. First of all, this panel is a profile in courage. Each one of you is doing.
Stephen, I'm really sorry. Could you get closer to your microphone? I can't hear you.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
A bit closer, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go for it, please.
Thank you. First, this panel is a set of profiles in courage. Every one of you has has done and is doing extraordinary work, and I'm so gratified. My question is focused on Craig. I gather it's a sensitive moment for you. Based on the public record, can you update us after the 18 disciplinary charges were brought against you? I gather further proceedings have been brought against you and even a conviction if you are awaiting sentencing. Can you update us on the public record, nothing confidential, nothing attorney-client, so that we understand how this system has been grinding you and what the status is?
Okay. Yes, I should say, to go back to the original 18 charges, 16 of them were dropped for there being no evidence. And that was literally no evidence. There was nothing whatsoever to substantiate the charges having been brought in the first place. On 2 of them, they managed to find evidence. And the evidence I was an alcoholic was that they had 3 people from our visa department who testified that one day I had come into the visa department and said, "Wow, I've got a dreadful hangover today." And these poor people had to actually give evidence to a hearing to say that I'd said, "Wow, I've got a hangover today," which was rather unnecessary because I had come into the visa section and said, "Wow, I've got a hangover today." And I give everybody who's ever said that were to be subject to disciplinary proceedings, then the world would be a strange place. So I was cleared of all those charges, but then I was made redundant on the grounds they discovered they had too many ambassadors. I then had managed. I mean, I was afterwards for years. I had threatening letters from Treasury solicitors, which was they've been renamed, but the government. Central Legal Department, Treasury solicitors, for years and years, sent me threats of prosecution under the Official Secrets Act for whistleblowing. And I lived for a long while for
Rock, DJ'd by Lori.
So it's the music causing problems. I can turn it off.
I think I've met Lori more times with the sound system than without.
The master race machines. I'm just listening to the end of Craig Murray's chat, so I'll be with you in a bit.
Hello. I have some questions for you. Military bases considered to be part of.
Whoa, it's loud.
Right?
Damn, put me in a cell. Oh.
They're having all kinds of little fun festival difficulties over there.
Oh, shit, no.
No, I mean, they just had people in the wrong room and stuff. They're getting, everybody's getting to where they need to be.
Oh, okay. Good. No,
Yeah.
they're autonomous with the thing now. We set the infrastructure there. We showed them how to use it. Now the joke is on them. Now I'm here for the party now.
Nice.
Oh, this is cute. They got a little van on fire. Aw.
Hey, it's awesome.
It's like cool.
I saw it for a quick minute, and then it kicked me out into the mobile thing, to the mobile Jitsi.
Oh. Good? Yeah. Sorry you didn't have your mask on.
Oh my god, that is sick. The skulls and the docks. I don't know if I should spoil it, but like the skulls and the docks over like the American flag. That's sick.
Yeah, that design is awesome.
That's sick.
Nice.
Evil laugh inside.
Yeah, I feast upon these comments about finding out about the shit.
I think everyone's just running around now.
Oh yeah, I'm just exploring the whole thing.
Right.
They're just amazed by the map.
It's so cute. It's like most games that have a political purpose are like really shit, but this one is good.
Well, to be fair, the most of the tile sets are borrowed from existing resources. Where the original design is very few things. It's the characters in the jail. It's the free Assange sign. The David Dornino statue at the entrance of the campfire, and very few bits like this. All the rest is copy paste from existing resources. But well, I'll take it anyways.
Yeah, we can still see the 100+ hours of work here. It's visible.
Yeah, no, like take the credit.
Right?
And
hey,
run.
I can't take a compliment for shit either.
Yeah,
you get a pass. You do.
Exactly. I wonder if the rooms are limited here. We will see how serious is this server.
I mean, we haven't maxed out a Jitsi call yet.
tried.
Here, well, we have massive amount of RAM and.
That's
No,
true.
we have 32 gigs on the Jitsi server, which I think is more than enough. The most I've seen on Jitsi was during the RC3 Congress. There was one.
Do you have your microphone activated too?
I'm sorry, I did.
Ah, it's okay. If we keep on this one. Yeah, no, it was massive. At the RC3 infrastructure was crazy. And here we should have some bandwidth and shit, but
Oh, that room is sick too.
Now all we need is just quests, and it'll be totally lit.
Well, at the wow, Jeremy customized his.
That's a good campfire. Yeah, you can just keep open too. But
At RC3, you had, but well, it was only working for a few hours at the end of it because they were hacking all alive. But during the last 22 hours of the event or so, they finally enabled badges. So you would put a layer at a certain place with a certain property, and then in the centralized interface of the RC3, you would collect your badge. So it would really add a gaming dimension that people would be really exploring the maps to their fullest extent because they really wanted to collect the badges. It made it really, really fun.
Conspiracy as governance.
You're familiar with that text, right?
Yeah. So awesome. Let me get a zip ladder. Vault 7!
Yeah, the Vault 7 thing was cool.
Yeah, this is great.
So did you see any of the stuff with FireEye and the Colonial Pipeline hack, Glory?
I heard about it, but I honestly haven't had time to look into it yet.
Okay, because Whitney was sending me like a ton of stuff on FireEye that I need to get over to Robbie.
All right.
Is that the new
We'll send
Spectre? No.
Send it in the NCSC chat so I can look into it too.
Okay, I will. I will tell you. Just a second. Let me pull up the article. So back in the Solar Winds hack that took place several months ago, this shady company with like shades of CrowdStrike called FireEye looked into it, and they're I'll pull up the. Can I share screen in here?
Mm-hmm. In theory.
Let's see. Let me give it a shot. So this is a little background on the Solar Winds hacks, but Russia immediately got blamed. There was a software company called Samanj, which has ties to like Israeli intelligence and the Robert Maxwell's family. Was involved in it. They've got ties to this FireEye, which is now looking into the hack of the Colonial Pipeline. The Colonial Pipeline is in some seriously hot water right now because they're responsible responsible for what likely the largest gasoline spill in American history.
Wow.
And right before they're supposed to announce whether or not they actually are responsible for the largest gas spill in American history, they get this hack. The pipeline is also 5,500 miles long and is responsible for a quarter or more of America's gasoline, like the entire East Coast. So for the last like 2 years, there have been these DHS memos coming out about how there's going to be this, like cyber 9/11 sort of thing, and this total grid hack and blah, blah, blah. And so now we're starting to see critical parts of U.S. infrastructure getting hacked. The Russians or mystery Chinese blamed for it, and then these shady companies with software that had backdoors built into them coming in to do the investigations to attribute blame. And it's just problem, reaction, solution over and over and over again.
Interesting. I'll look into it.
So I can't come back to my camera after screen share. Let me see if I can fuck with it.
I think so. Just unclick the screen share.
Yeah, no, it was. Maybe it's because I have two open. I don't know. Close.
Oh, Aaron Schwartz.
You out. Meh, I'll come back in.
Huh. Okay. Haha, already set himself in the warmest place. Wow, didn't realize that my character is actually transparent. Very cool. Oh yeah.
The founder of SubNet, a guy called Michael Albert. It's not.
Yes.
So people maybe miss the end.
Ah, shit. Maybe the end is broken. Let me go for a speed run and be back.
You can like walk back and see everything, but just the landing spot is by the exit and not at the beginning.
Oh shit. Okay. Wow. Yeah, because I changed something recently, so.
What's going on? Hello.
This part where it's like all black and just Oh, Jeremy's thing looks like a cat. That's cute.
And I saw someone earlier that had like a pet with him too.
Aw, someone has a little bowler hat.
I don't know if
Okay.
It's very little speaker this time. I think it's not very large at all.
Is it choppy as fuck for you?
Does it actually work, or does it just sound awful for everyone? That's the problem. But it'd be nice to take good. Yeah, okay. Good. Yeah, so that's something that needs to be worked on then. Yeah, it'd be really nice to actually have a collective bit of ambient noise that we can all listen to. That could be arranged somehow.
all that closed source stuff because Zoom's hardware-enabled noise cancellation for background noise is actually great. That sucks.
Yeah, so that is a real tough challenge, and we need to actually put a lot of energy into that to avoid the proprietary solutions stealing the march on us. Yes. And there's things that you can do with virtual microphones and holographic theories, but it's a long conversation.
Are people just going around collecting cats now? Is that the thing?
I might be getting chips at any moment, so. Yes, you're supposed to make noises when the chip's done. Reinforcements have arrived. What's wrong with the food? Put it on some plates. Which will be tonight?
Baba's supposed to be being heard right now or not, because I can't hear a word that's being said.
Yes. Okay. Yes. What else would I like? Saying, stop saying me.
This thing's just delightful.
I don't know about anyone else, but I love the giant Winnie the Pooh.
Right?
And I love that a giant Winnie the Pooh is now a political statement.
So I've just got to some fish and chips arrived, so I've just got to take you upstairs for the person I'm lodging with.
I'm not trying to get in the way of a man and his fish. Really not.
Fish and chips and a glass of wine. Find out. Let's go. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Everyone is doing something, Steve, and we're just still sitting here, still awake. After all this time.
What?
Okay, a lot of people jumping in now.
What's good, Lulu? Oh shit, I can't.
Let's
Yeah, there's
get
a
it.
gnarly, okay.
What?
Absolutely worth checking a sleep schedule for this.
Sorry, it was just figuring out what I had to give the dog to eat.
That was good today. I loved all the stuff you had to say earlier.
Cool.
I had a question I wanted to ask you, and it ended too soon.
Yeah.
Well, it was related to you talked about the borders and how they're somewhat to our mindset irrelevant in this case, right?
Yeah.
They're only relevant to the powers that be, and for us, we don't really care about them. I'm 100% there, but it made me think back to a moment during the Arab Spring where a reporter asked us about why we were helping people in Tunisia. And, this was like when we were already deep inside of Benali's network and had shut off his radio stations and all the other fun stuff, right? So the propaganda had stopped. And the question kind of confused me because I've been such in the deep mindset of these borders don't matter and those are just other humans. I just said that. And they quoted me having a lack of patriotism for not caring about the borders at all and just wanting to help other humans. And I was wondering, as hackers, start doing that type of stuff, what your thought on that type of use of these skill sets is?
So repeat the last part.
Well, I was wondering what your thoughts on that use of these skill sets is. Ignoring national borders and when you're asked for some help, helping.
Yeah, but I would say it's not just a thing that we can do, it's a thing that we must do as a network that traverses these existing historical legacy boundaries, borders, and other containments. We have to provide services across them and through them, because it would be pointless being a network if we didn't. There was this thing called geographic locality that caused a lot of problems for life for a long time, and we've sort of made a bit of it go away, and that there's no undoing that. So we must say now that people are connected, people are mutual, regardless of the states that they're in or the locales that they're in. They should be able to organise and have a political voice on the basis of interest or mutuality.
Yeah. The media didn't want to hear that version of it. None of it made any sense to them.
We've got a fuck to Hexer running around the campfire. I tried to do some ASCII art on the village postboard, but it did not work out too well because of the lack of a fixed width font. So I would suggest to the developers, if we're going to have a notice board, it's got to be a fixed width font, and standard ASCII and ANSI art should be easily doable. So get a photo.
I'm like terrified of talking because of the echo. Where is that just me?
It's a really good microphone picking up on the speakers.
Yeah, it's Laurie's microphone because I can see the bar light up.
Okay, I'll probably just need to use a headset, which I'll go get in a minute. It's just a chore.
Yeah, okay. I was testing to make sure. Yeah, it's not mine.
Yeah, no, it will be.
No, you can see on the individual Jitsi screen because it'll light up blue on the... Yeah, so you can tell who's echoing because theirs will light up too. It's constant. This is what we use for our show, so I'm used to the, software.
Right.
But it still throws you a curve every now and then. It's fantastic. I mean, it's so much nicer than having to worry about Zoom though, or Skype, or any of that bullshit.
I just have that problem with my show that, I mean, you can't hear it now because I've got some stuff turned off, but usually my servers are really pounding it, and they're just on the other side of the screen. Like, the rack is literally touching this screen here. So I need more noise reduction, and I know there's a bunch of code being worked on in the Jitsi base for that stuff, but and they have some of it in some of the commercial versions, but it just hasn't been ported down yet.
No, and when we run, it's off of Sleepy Josh's own. He's hosting it on his own servers, so we don't have the full like commercial program upgrades yet. But
yeah,
working on that and working on the workarounds for that too.
Indeed, indeed.
Dude, this is awesome.
Yeah, I'm loving this. I'm just glad
Yeah, it
Jordy
is
actually
pretty cool.
was able to come on.
Dude, the second he got on camera, I'm not kidding. Keith from Food Not Bombs was texting me. He's like, "Holy shit!"
It's actually him.
Yeah. I've been fortunate over the last little while to get to know him really well. We both live in Santa Cruz County, and he's down in Santa Cruz, so I'm there pretty regularly now, hanging out.
I love Food Not Bombs. They actually ran our kitchen and our food tents at almost all of the New England occupies were all run by Food Not Bombs, and it was amazing.
Yeah, they do the same in Occupy Oakland too.
Nice, good people.
Hell yeah. The list of like future subversives that have come out of there too. I'm not kidding. Like there must be something about feeding the homeless and interacting with people that have been so brutalized by the US system that just like encourages you to want to do more in the activism space.
The more bad you see, the more active you want to get, I would hope.
I mean, that's how it worked for me.
Right?
Right, same for me too.
I mean, mine was much more accidental, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah. We actually have a friend whose show is called The Accidental Activist.
Yeah.
It
I
happens
uploaded a
like
video
that.
one day, and then like 10,000 people showed up on IRC the next morning.
Yep.
Shit happens.
Well, you're why I have the mask up as my background right now. I'm sure I'll change it throughout, but
I have I have sitting here, I have my actual original mask from this is the night that the five of us that made that first video, and we were fighting over making the image for what we would do at the very first protest. When we finally finished arguing after about 18 hours over whether it was going to be this Batman mask or these stupid masquerade masks, or whether we were just going to go with the Guy Fawkes mask, I actually went out to a local store and bought this one and brought it back, and we all got on Skype and showed this, and I was like, this is what we're going to look like outside. And I still have that mask. So, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That's that's way cool.
It's damaged as
Right.
hell, though. Like, you can see the hole through it right here, and it's beat up. But, I mean, it's 13 years old, and these things were not made out of that much quality.
That's amazing that you still have it too.
Dude, I've had a couple house parties in my last house where people tried to steal the damn thing, and I don't, like, what the fuck, guys?
Damn.
Okay, so whoever replicated fuck Hector is my hero right now.
Right?
Oh, well done.
Fuck to Hector.
We had a guy make us some custom Fox masks right before the last Clovers for Assange event in DC that we threw, and he didn't know us that well, and like one of the images for our show is just a cartoon me with a lit cigarette for back when I was smoking cigarettes. So he puts that on the mask.
Nice.
And it's like, I mean, that's cool, but it's an anonymous mask.
Right.
With a cartoon rendition of my face on it.
Right, it's a little off. Yeah, I had this one made, which is I don't know if you can see it, but it's much more like
Yeah.
specced out. I like it. Who made your mask? Was it the Anani mask guy online, or was someone local?
No, it was one of the most dangerous people on the planet. This guy named Magnus, who winds up on the cover of like every article about open carry protesters because he's one of the Boogaloo boys.
Right.
So yeah, like he's that dude, but he also was with us for those events and got to know a couple of the people behind the scenes at Action for Assange, and so made the masks as an overture. It was very sweet. It was, and I wouldn't ever like try to say that guy speaks for the entirety of his decentralized movement.
Right.
And I'm sure that there are plenty of shitbirds that put on a Hawaiian shirt and a flak jacket and strap an AR on to go to a protest. I'm sure there are. Haven't met them yet, but I'm sure there are. So it was a very very kind gesture and not at all representative of a kill crazy racist organization.
Right. I mean, we have a lot of crossover in that space. I mean, if you look at Tor Eklund, Jeremy's lawyer and a bunch of other people's lawyers. Now he's Clearview AI's lawyer and helps support a network of Nazis through the Daily Stormer. He's just, we had a lot of people on what I would have considered our side at one point who have definitely gone away from us and gone somewhere else.
Well, and I mean, I don't know. I have a really difficult time understanding the journey from this space over to that space, but that's not ultimately for me to understand, I guess.
Yeah, it's just to recognize and call out as soon as you see it. I'm never going to get it.
Okay, we're getting in the Jitsi chat that Tor did not represent Jeremy from Squidget there.
He was oh wow, there's okay. I didn't even know how to bring this up. Maybe there we go. Oh, okay. Well, how to put this since I really hate Tor Eklund at this point.
Uh-oh.
I'm glad that I misremembered that a little, but he had all of the files from the case, all discovery from both sides, and shared them with everyone on the planet who wanted them, all the journalists who got them. So that made me think he was in some way representing. Horrible human being.
Yeah, but that's actually not legal if you represent someone, right? I mean, it's confidential.
I don't think it's legal whether you do or not. Like.
Yeah, no, it's confidential. I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah, good times.
Man, Clearview.
Yeah. That's what you get when a bunch of Weeb's rich friends start a company.
Yeah.
And then hire Tor as their damn lawyer. Huh.
Wild.
Yeah, orange juice in milk, like the milkman comes and brings orange juice here. Like this doesn't even make sense to me, and I'm living here.
I missed that.
There we go.
have to ask: is the Winnie the Pooh bear a gift, or did you get that yourself?
That's a toy of Temujin. Have you not seen the Hellhound yet? Temujin. He's currently occupied by examining something in the Hellhound. Yes. Yes, yeah, William Pooh belongs to him. It's, you know, it's something, it's a shape that he can practice his instinctive neck-breaking talent on, to be accurate. And, he really wants my chips. He's not getting any of my chips. Oh. I wonder, see the look in his eye, like, what's going on? Can you see it? What's happening? You know, these chips here, are they for me? Are they for me? Probably they must be for me, maybe. No. Has it ever happened before? No, but maybe they're for me. I'll give them a bit of sausage.
Good times.
Am I muted? I don't know. I don't think so.
You're not muted?
I'm not muted.
Stop it. You've got to, you just scoffed on with them, don't you? How was your things? What? There's no way that you can give me. This is giving you a bit of sausage. You have to wait for an hour. I don't think chips are even good for you. Are chips good for dogs? I think chips are good for dogs. You seem like a staple of their diet, having fried chips. Sausage, but like chips are not.
You weren't here when I brought this up. Gerard, you dropped out. I gotta ask people though, like, I want to find this out. Is there a link between feeding the homeless and acceleration in your activism?
Is there? I mean,
well, I kind of think there is, but I would like
how
to.
would you describe it? Steve.
How would I describe what?
Like the link between feeding the homeless and an acceleration in activism, because I mean, I kind of agree.
When you're there as a volunteer at Food Not Bombs, then you're interacting with people that have been just bodied by the fucking system. I think it makes you want to do more than you thought you might be capable of in order to push back against that system. It at least makes you, it at least solidifies the reality that you as this individual are not going to recognize that system. Or
Yeah, well, and I mean, as well, it's also like, I don't know, almost like giving you an extra incentive to survive in that you're helping other people do the same thing. I don't know exactly how to explain it. But yes, I do agree with you, Steve.
Well, and it's just, we've got, you know, unfortunately, rap sheets to look at. accelerated activism after exposure to working with the homeless.
There is something to be said for the feeling that you get when you meet basic needs through a effectively socialist combination of resources and organisation and distribution. When that happens, when that manifests itself, when people pull together and everyone gets fed and everyone gets what they need, that does give you a pretty big like Maslow hierarchy kind of boost in your actualization, because you've kind of put these things together yourself and you've seen how they've been put together, and it works, and there's something to be said for that. So you can go a long way in terms of organisation just from getting food for people that need food. Think about the Black Panthers free school meals program. In a way, it was more radical than some of the gun-related stuff, because it was filling the need, and by filling the need, it was creating the community.
Do you guys have any thoughts, or is there work that's currently going on like encrypted methods of communication for mutual aid networks, like secure comms for that? Because if that's not happening, it's probably something we need to think about.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know if encryption is the main problem with mutual aid. I think the problem with mutual aid is the organisation itself and the matchmaking between people that have needs and people that have things to provide. So it's more that infrastructure needs to be created, all the toolkit provided so that people can bootstrap an infrastructure very easily, a mutual aid support network. For example, if there were some kind of app or something, that you can very easily list what resources you have, what you're able to contribute, how you're feeling today in terms of time, energy, social energy, ability to deal with an administrative task, a social falling out, or some physical labour, or subdividing those things and being able to say, here's what I've got to give, and everybody being able to put that together, and here's what we need, and making that reconciliation. That's not photography. That's a more generic engineering problem. But yes, it needs to happen. So I mean, the thing if I do sort of fantasize on it a bit, I kind of imagine we now have these mobile, portable computation devices. We should be able to facilitate quite a rapid self-organisation of people to be able to meet each other's mutual needs, whether it's because they're in a crisis, because they're on the margins of society, or because there's some situation on the ground, such as when there's revolution movements in places like Burma at the moment, Colombia, or even just within the humdrum, ordinary day-to-day life. Why not, as an example of dual power, start building these networks where we provide for one another on a mutualistic, horizontal basis, without there being some concept of gain, some concept of exploitation or enrichment baked into it. And why don't we just sort of begin to demonstrate that that's possible? I think, yeah, no, blockchain help. My blockchain uncle will add some things, but it's, you know, there's more magical uncles required than that. But maybe it's just information. It's just reconciling, finding a way of making it the user interface experience to be easy to say, here's what I have to give today, and here's what I feel that I need today. And then the rest is just a kind of ledgering, you know, and an accounting process, logistics.
I don't know if anyone can hear in the background the printer that's been going the entire time I've been doing this work. It's printing out flyers for our local mutual aid group that basically runs. Our city finally has some of its shit together, and all of the vaccine appointments and all that stuff is all set in a way where people could get their vaccines all right now. But they also aren't good at telling everyone. So the mutual aid network is making flyers, going around to everyone in the city, putting them up everywhere. And so that's what my printer is currently printing out right now.
Nice.
So mutual aid is definitely the way we get through all of this, supporting each other.
Yeah. And it's one of these make lemonade from lemon things, you know, we are in a situation that is unprecedented, yada yada yada. From that has from some authoritarian novelty, the ability to lock people down, etc. But there's a flip side to that, and there is now the greatest opportunity to actually manifest these mutual aid networks than we've ever had before. So like we can actually make hay from this crisis, or this constellation of crises that we find ourselves in.
A lot more people that wouldn't have been open to the idea of the mutual aid networks, simply due to how comfortable they were, are open to it now and are involved and are helping. You know, like just
Laurie,
here in
is
our
that a
town,
sort of a big cage
we
behind you?
with a martial arts studio that obviously, for every reason you can imagine, for the last year couldn't run. So they use the mutual aid network, their space to stage out of and do all their food deliveries, all their collection of goods for everyone, money drop-offs, everything, because
is that for people?
space. And I don't think that would have happened without, you know, the current environment.
Yeah, the cage is the region's den for if there's electricians or working people here, and he needs to not bother them, then he sits in there. Wozonski. Trying to see what this cool image is. Oh, nice. Okay. How do I change the view back to?
Oh, the background?
Yeah.
It's Alex Gray's Tree of Life. Alex Gray, the guy who does DC-inspired art and does all the album art for Tool.
Yeah, no, I know him. Okay, why do I know him? There's a funny story. I found him via I look up words a lot, and the word that I looked up was hyparxis, I think, which is like vaguely like really left field scientific term, but he'd used it in a bit of artwork, and I came across it, and then I've come across sort of visionary filming art for other ways, but yeah, that was the initial link that brought me to him. But yeah, I love his stuff.
I
don't know how I get a gallery back from the single person meetup. No.
I swear to God, if I kill this bee and mechanics come out of it,
I would just like to say, while we were talking with Jeremy, there was like a cascade of fuck Hectors that kept popping up, and it was the funniest thing ever.
My run jihad nuclear explosion ASCII art that I tried to put on the notice board, that has a fuck to Hector. Like all of the ASCII arts that we do have a PS fuck to Hector at the bottom, because it's good to remember that.
Just a thing of beauty. It's how you know you're in the right room.
The hunters are coming in again.
There's little cats and kittens.
I wonder if they're being injected.
I think it's in good faith.
It feels like it's out of love.
Hector buff is deployed.
What are you saying, Alex? Alex, what did you say?
The Foxy Hector bot has been deployed.
It has been deployed, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, now that we're at it, actually, how easy is this script? Maybe we can do some, like, create some artwork by adding people, do some dynamic people shapes. Don't know, I think I'm a bit past doing JavaScript programming today.
Oh, my fucking laptop's running so slow right now.
Right, I'll be back very presently.
If it's my browser being so slow or if it's the server reaching its limits. I bet it's my browser.
So if it's okay, I have a quick question to ask that I've been wondering.
Yeah.
Is like the Signal app that supposedly is supposed to be good for like encrypted communications, is that still a viable option, or is that just not good at all?
It's a terrible idea. You should never give anybody your phone number. When you give somebody your phone number, you're letting them track your location around the world, and you're giving them the first thing that they need towards stealing your identity with regards to your bank account, etc. Don't use any messenger that requires a phone number, is my advice as some person on the internet.
Right.
So it's like strictly
I would
IRC.
second that.
Well, I would add to that they were subpoenaed a couple weeks ago, and they publicly said the only information they had to give was your phone number, the last time you connected, and the date you signed up. And
So that's just-
honestly, that's enough. That's enough.
That's a damn lie, though. I mean, it sounds like that's not much data, and you're right. That's a lot of data, actually. But
Yeah.
they actually have a lot more data than that, because their metadata protection story is what I call a pinky swear oriented architecture, where they just promise to not keep track of who's talking to who. And they have this sealed sender thing, so they say they're using cryptography, so they don't know, but they know, because you connect from the same IP address to check your messages as to send your messages, and they promise to not correlate that, but they outsource the keeping of the promise to Amazon. And Amazon, when they get a warrant or a national security letter or something like that for a company, what they do is they dump that company's entire AWS account and hand it over to the requesting agency. So Signal's, like the RAM from their server, is just dumped on a regular basis from all their EC2 instances and so on. And the Signal employees don't know that that's happening. I mean, it's like, it doesn't involve them because it's between the cops and Amazon.
So then IRC would probably just always be best.
No, IRC is not private at all. There's, I mean, IRC is better than Signal in some ways in that you can easily use it over Tor or VPN, or, I mean, you can do that with Signal too, but with Signal it's still associated with your phone number. So yeah, it's easier to like make a new NIM on IRC, but IRC is not great for privacy, really. But yeah, I mean, for chatting with friends on the internet. IRC is a better bet, and really, you should use different identities for different purposes. And IRC makes that a little easier, but it's still a lot of work to maintain all that.
Right.
Yeah, well, and people
IRC,
can
you
set
can
up their
also run
own.
your own server.
People can set up their own IRC service, right? I mean, and then you use a Tor with it, and it's some way to be a little decentralized, I guess, in that sense. But
I wonder if this Hector we saw falling looked like they were really coming every 2 tiles or something. And somebody we bumped into earlier said they were trying to make some WebSocket requests. So maybe somebody just found a way to project some characters on the map or something like this.
okay.
Would be a clever and cute attack.
You can actually see it.
They were really coming like boop, 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 boop. Sometimes vertically, sometimes horizontally, but like very regularly.
Like different characters?
Oh yeah, the same. Very cool. Ah, you're right, it must be a CSS thing. But when I unzoom, there's a time. There's a moment it goes from 2 columns to 4. Look, that's the way it should be, right? Maybe that's an interface thing. Well, we start with Jitsi right now, but yeah, it's an on-grid layout, can be adjusted. Julian. So where can we listen to your stuff or look at your stuff? Looks like some of you are versed into the publication of media. I heard this name earlier. It was kind of familiar. I don't remember. I'm bad with names. Of a show. What was it again?
Oh,
Anonymous Bites Back?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
That's them?
This one.
Lubers, me, Glory, a handful of people that aren't here have all been. The Lubers has been doing ABB for a long while, but And then Glory and I have another show called Slow News Day.
Of course. Yeah.
Right on. And we get to talk to our good friend Vanessa Beeley again tomorrow morning. I'm very happy about that.
Good pitch there, Steve.
Cool.
Huh?
I said, good pitch there, Steve.
Thanks, man.
Nice.
Thanks.
We have amazing guests.
Dude, I'm so fucking lucky or blessed or both or whatever, man. It fucking...
We're Whitney Webb's favorite show.
Yeah. It's pretty cool being Whitney Webb's favorite show.
Do we know if we still have a Jeremy Hammond, or is he to go somewhere?
He was running around earlier.
Oh, he's running around the game. Oh, okay. He might be enjoying the game.
No, he just muted himself.
It's the audio or the call got dropped. Or at least out of here, he might be in another empty room. God, that audio is killing me. Hurts my soul.
Yeah.
Gives me the
Since
crimes.
you asked,
And your old ears.
Since you asked, I have a Twitch. It's a live show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Monday we have an interesting guest. If you've ever seen any of the live streams from Minneapolis during all of the George Floyd protests, the Derek Chauvin protests, there's basically one person who's on the microphone at the front of the marches leading the chants, dancing, sometimes dressed as Spider-Man to entertain the crowd. His name's DJ. He's coming on the show on Monday to talk about what they're working on locally, the work they're doing not only on just keeping the protesters going and energized, but also the local organizing in terms of getting legislation passed and their defunding efforts and all that fun stuff. So that'll be Monday's show.
That's
awesome.
actually funny that you bring up Spider-Man because a couple weeks ago I was in Hollywood at a vigil that turned into a protest, and we saw Spider-Man there too.
You know, I see Spider-Man at a lot of protests. I don't know what it is. I don't get that one necessarily, but unless it's a old 4chan meme joke. But yeah, no, DJ's great, so that'll be fun.
We didn't get it off the ground, but when they were having cutouts and sporting events instead of actual human beings, I wanted to get a bunch of cardboard Julians to just fill the stands with. And if it comes to it again, like, I'm absolutely going to organize that because our friend Misty raised $4,200 for billboards in like 2 weeks. And we're going to have, I believe, 2 digital billboards running for a month. Yeah.
That's what I tried to do at the last NBA game I went to. Whenever one of the home team at least would shoot free throws, it would quiet down a bit, and it'd be like, "Fight, Julian Assange!" And Steve knows I'm really loud, so it carried.
I honestly thought I was following Slow News Day, and I am not. There we go.
Well, we're hidden. Terribly.
Yeah, it was not easy to get your Twitter to come up. There we go, though. All right.
Right on.
Yeah, so you can DM and all that if you actually want to do like a thing, because I'm totally up for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how stuff gets organized.
Right?
By the campfire.
Good times, I love it.
It's okay.
We just need some s'mores.
Right? I am kind of hungry now.
Right?
Every time someone says shit like that, it's like, oh, it's food time.
Yeah, sorry for having my chips in front of you, but just sort of like, I wasn't going to not have the chips, and I wasn't going to not talk to you guys, so it seemed like I couldn't really avoid the combination of the two things happening at once.
It's something I had to get really used to, because my Twitch show is actually during my dinner time usually, and so I had to finally get used to my cat actually saying, no, we don't care if you eat on stream, it's cool. At first it's really awkward.
I don't like eating on camera.
Yeah, it feels weird, right?
I will sleep on camera though.
But
That's what makes
not
those
like
voice chats dangerous.
not like on camera. On camera.
No, I
On
won't.
mic.
Not on the mic and everything, but like, I mean, I could like sit up straight and close my eyes and zone out for a couple minutes. The voice chats where it gets dangerous.
Yeah, we need to all chip in and get Lori a better mic.
Right. I got 5 on it.
Right?
Amazon's pretty good too.
I tell you, you don't have to have like a new one. This right here, this is my mic right here, and this Blue Snowball is 15 years old. It was fine, and it still works fine. And you can find it cheap.
I have a USB mic, but it works and works well. It's not omnidirectional, so it doesn't pick up everything around me, which is fantastic because I have loud as fuck neighbors and they have dogs and.
Yep. This one is still USB-A. It's still got the big boxy back. I mean, this is metal, and that's what you guys are hearing right now. It still sounds great.
All right.
Yeah.
Just the built-in mics are about as good as we're hearing right there.
Oh man, we had Jared Beck on.
Oh my god!
If you're not familiar with him, he's the attorney who filed the DNC fraud lawsuit and lost a couple of witnesses in the process. And we had him on. I think we were talking about the moon. I think it was a moon landing show.
Moon landing episode.
And he got excited, and he had the exact same mic that Laurie is using, and it hurt.
Right?
It did. It
was
did.
like
When the
a
chair
really
scrapes
bad
across the floor.
Do you
It was
have,
like
are
a
you
really
using
bad
OBS
combination of funny, but it hurt.
Are you using OBS or anything that you can filter with, so you can like play with the audio and compress it a little before it goes out?
You were asking?
Good times.
Who was that question to?
Steve, actually.
Right, okay.
Oh, am I? Yeah, this is ran through OBS.
Yeah, because like you know that you can go into the audio, you can filter a lot of that noise and that stuff out. It's got like a built-in compressor and all the other stuff. So
yeah,
I've had to do that for a few people, and then they just sound strangely muffled.
When we're streaming too, it's also going through a mixer, and I have the most wonderful tech ninja on the planet.
Please God, Tech Ninja.
He is responsible for a disproportionate amount of my life, and it's pretty embarrassing, but I love him.
He should be here actually. He would love this talk, I think.
I'm sure he's asleep, but I'll see if I can't rattle his cage. Bart, get in the van.
I haven't seen him in the elements.
I know. I mean, I can like call him. I don't know.
You guys like coding like 10 hours a day at least.
Yeah.
I mean, he probably recognized that this was his off day in terms of slow news day, so he's taking advantage of it.
I mean, hopefully he's actually taking advantage of it, and Mona's up there,
Ooh.
right? I mean, you know, this is cool and all, but promise you, I would take a break.
Well, I wouldn't.
And that is incredible dedication. I admire it, and
I mean,
you are,
I'd take a day, but not this day. Not like
Right.
Whistleblow Fest, what I can be in these fucking chat rooms. All these lovely gentlemen.
People are avidly discussing how to do more elaborate factor hector bombing in the 8-bit zone. It turns out you can make yourself invisible by specifying an invalid character layer string.
Sorry, could you say that again?
You can make yourself invisible, apparently, according to Ants, on the 8-bit screen by specifying an invalid character layer string. I don't know how to pass that, really. Character layer string. I guess something in your name, display name maybe, invalid character might render you invisible, or I'm not sure. I'll ask Ants to come in and explain it here.
Very cool.
There is a bit of a downside that you can't be moving around while engaged in one of these conferences.
Actually, you can.
Okay.
You can right-click on the Jitsi and open this in a new tab. So this frame open in a new tab.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
And then you're free to go. Except that it makes my laptop crash. But
yeah, I'm gonna try it. Let's see. But doesn't that mean you'd be able to bilocate then, like be in multiple places at once?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
you can even be in several GTs at once. And during RC3 it was pretty wild because you could in several maps keep several chats in tabs and literally be at several places at the time, like at different parties at the same time.
RC3, I found out how many GTs I can run on each of my laptops. The newest laptop, it's like 5 or 6. So. An old ThinkPad, not so much.
I'm running an old ThinkPad right now. I'll try again actually.
I'm on an X1 Carbon with 8GB RAM, so it's probably not hugely powerful.
Oh well, that's probably enough to have one GT in the background. I'm gonna cut my camera and my microphone here and try this.
Yeah, it does work. Okay, I've convinced myself that I'm free to move and be in the same place. Okay, cool.
Summer, come. Yeah.
Yay. Uh-oh. It's working, or is it? Yeah, okay,
No.
cool.
You were continue audio.
Hey.
I've just
I just walked into the WikiLeaks logo thing, Hourglass, and it's trying to load a peer tube, but it doesn't seem to want to load. It might be that one of my extensions is blocking it.
You had that before too, earlier.
I do run quite a few blocking extensions, so it could be that. What would be nice is if the browser had a way to like very efficiently cycle through turning off like one or more of your extensions just to see what it is that's causing the like deficit in functionality, and then you can identify it, because sometimes it's it can be a little bit difficult when you're making a lot of the bad web go away.
Yeah.
My browser wouldn't let me in because it needed to load all these security codes and stuff. Then I just went for another browser, and it worked.
Nice.
I just got a thing up on Facebook. I don't know if you guys are interested. It was like, it's called...
Oh, look at all the fuck hectors. Sorry.
Oh, there are lots of them now. Hold on, I've lost the village. Where's the village? Oh, yes, yeah, take it over. Yeah, carry on. What were you saying, sorry?
No, I just saw a new thing. It came up as an ad on my Facebook. It's like Utopia ecosystem, peer-to-peer, censorship-free and secure decentralized ecosystem with built-in tools. Seems to run itself without any telephone number or name needed. And I think it runs on the low-level cryptocurrency mining, basically fuels the whole system. Have you heard of it?
No, it's new to me.
Utopia ecosystem. I don't know if anybody's able to have a look and see how secure it actually is, but it looks like it gives you kind of like a key to log in, a unique key.
Yeah. So apparently it launched in December 2019, so it should have had at least a year and a half of, or a year and a good bit of going. Very snazzy website. Oh yeah, I'm surprised I haven't heard of this actually. Statistically speaking, if they're doing their own, blockchain, they probably have got something wrong, and there will be problems down the line just because there is a finite amount of talented people that can maintain blockchains, and they are sort of usually doing things on other ones, but that doesn't mean that something fantastic can't happen spontaneously, but it's just that rule of averages.
1 week into the COVID thing starting, I was like trying to yell and scream locally, like try and get someone to do a blockchain about what's really going on, because otherwise the money's going to take over on the research. And if you could make a blockchain for data submission and analysis and scientists to actually chat peripherally with some kind of credentials, but not too much, you could actually have a kind of collective world decision of what to do about it and what was actually happening. And you could ask criteria for data analysis. Well, nobody picked up it, but then I heard about 2 other people that did actually push the same idea forward more, whose lives were threatened. So,
okay, yeah. So you're using the word blockchain here to mean a sort of decentralized, distributed decision-making system, consensus-forming system.
Right. Well, discussion platform and data amalgamation. What do you call it? Getting data getting.
Yeah, because once you move away from I spend some money and it goes from one address to another address, and it's a mutually agreed transaction, that's you enter into a new arena of complexity for the difficulty of having a distributed consensus. But it's not that it's not possible, but
the consensus would come almost like when you're sitting in a circle of people, and in the end everything makes sense to everybody because everybody's listening to everybody else. More than that, the idea there being not money behind one particular segment, influencing anything, I mean, you don't know how much it'd take, about 20,000 to get it off the ground and running, with the invites to the organizations and stuff. But nobody wanted to do it. I talked to the World Health Organization, local people as well. They just didn't want to go.
Yeah, sometimes you have to not
ask for permission and just build it and have it demonstrate value alongside.
I like that approach, really. Yeah.
I mean, it really is easier to ask forgiveness, right?
What if you've pissed off the World Pharmaceutical Organizations by finding out what the truth is? Then just say sorry. We just thought we were doing a good thing. Like, you'll come bankrupt now.
Go wander around a little bit.
Somebody suggested me to ask for Courage Foundation. Does anybody know if they're around? Has anybody heard of them?
Yeah, they were around earlier today during all the talks. I'm not sure if they're still up now, but...
Okay. Do you know who represents them or what their name would be on this thing?
I'm not sure who's on here representing them, but I do know they're like on Twitter and these platforms.
They're on Twitter? That's okay. All right. Are they involved in digital stuff, or are they like a media platform, or are they an online platform? Or?
They defend arrested activists. You can go to Courage Found on Twitter.
Okay.
If you type in Courage Foundation on Twitter at the explore thing, you'll find them.
Couragefound.org also.
Right. Okay. I don't know if you heard me online earlier. What I'm looking for is some kind of, encourage, like some way for Epstein whistleblowers to get their story out without it being identified to them. And then hopefully more and more stories being in. I mean, the ultimate aim would be to have something like a WikiLeaks for Epstein whistleblowers that had a public noise that people knew it was there, so they'd look at it and it was protected by its kind of visibility. But because there's a lot of death threats or danger for these people who sometimes reach out to us, I don't want to take information and not know that I'm not good enough on the tech side to know that everything is completely clean and secure and they're safe to speak. And somebody did actually talk to me, and 3 days later they got people arrive at their door and said, shut up. And so I'm looking for solutions to this situation, because I see now we've got until November with Maxwell's case. It should have been the beginning of last year that this was really already, but we have got more time. But I think that if there's more noise comes out, especially if we can find out that, like Maria says, that some of the victims didn't actually survive, if we can find out that any of that is related to Maxwell, then there's a bigger public outcry than there is right now about the whole case. But I don't know if anyone has any ideas of who would have time or want to get something to get their teeth into. Because I don't have any money. I mean, I can make a small server for just connecting 2 or 3 of the survivors so they can talk, freely between each other. But I don't really have a full time, and I don't have also the resources. But I know how it goes, and I know what's going on with the whole story and who the people are and things like this, and can get in contact with them, and they all trust me.
Okay.
Anybody would have any ideas, if there's anyone who wants to get their teeth in something that could actually make a difference, because the case has got implications so big. At some point you're always going to hit a wall with a case like that, but at least to see if we can push it as far as it can while there's a chance. As soon as Maxwell goes down and they've given her a sentence or whatever, it goes silent. I'm sure that's what the media would like to do.
Yeah, what I saw with the Epstein case, at some point all the media jumps on it, and then a few weeks later everything stops again.
Well, they redact it. They're not going to talk about intelligence. They're not going to talk about the who is the behind the scenes actors behind Maxwell and their controllers and stuff like this. They're not going to really take the implications of it to the Iraq war, or to even going until the same people behind the formation of Israel, 9/11, many things like that. There are connections all the way through that grid, and I mean they'll only take it so far. Wexner is a possible target because he's been up already in Bloomberg News. They started to really call him out. that's the closest visible target, or someone like Dershowitz, who everybody's sick and tired of. But I mean, Wexner's the key to a lot of stuff peripherally to that, you know. But there's other aspects of the case. You see, it's not just Epstein. Epstein's like one room in a house, you know.
Yeah, there's a whole network. Yeah. Well, you should perhaps set up like an element chat for the people you trust first, right?
Element.
You go from there. Yeah, something encrypted. Element is a good tool.
Can I do it from a phone, or is the Android hacking too much, too insecure? The actual Google hacking. If I did my Google settings right on a like an unlocked SIM card, a new SIM card, would that be enough?
Well, I would use a computer myself, but yeah. The thing is, you need a good, secure, encrypted tool. For Element, I have good experiences with. So
End-to-end encryption is on.
Right, Element. Okay. And what about the survivors that are having problems with their phones overheating and stuff? Like, if I tell them to go to like Ron Braxman or something and buy an
Steve, it sounds like you're in a war zone.
Steve. Crackling.
There's something going on there, Steve. Like, yeah.
Somebody gave Steve some mushrooms or something.
That sounded much worse than that.
I really love and hate what Jitsy's done with end-to-end encryption. That's hilarious. That's actually what it does when you turn on encryption.
End-to-end encryption is on.
Oh no, someone else has turned it on. I'm pretty sure end-to-end encryption in Jitsi only works in Chrome right now. I'm in Firefox. I don't know about everybody else, but that was a barrage of noise for me.
Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna get going and go get some lunch.
Alright, take care.
It was nice talking to you guys, though.
Nice to see you, bro. Mark's still here?
I'm here.
Yeah, hi, Mark. So yeah, I mean, one of the first things is like if we got those guys to replace their phones with like say something easy, because one of the problems is none of those people know tech at all. Obviously, I mean, I've been in embassies that don't even know that they can be hacked. You know, but people don't know tech. But if I got them to order, for example, from Ron Braxman a de-Googled phone, would it help? I mean, like, and give them instructions of like, don't load Twitter app, or don't put your own details in, and like log in, make new apps from a cafe or something. That would be safer for them, right?
Yeah, maybe. I personally don't trust anything that has to do with phones, to be honest. So
yeah, same.
I might not be the right person to ask for that. I don't use a phone for anything. So.
I got you. Okay. I know.
End-to-end encryption is on. End-to-end encryption is on.
Here we go.
Jesus Christ. Is there a room moderator that can mute, like, no?
Yeah, I think Jay can do it, but he's like talking himself, like he can see
Jeremy, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Jeremy.
He's talking somewhere else, I think.
Okay.
Not here, and somebody's turned on end-to-end encryption, which is totally fucked the channel.
But this is some really glitches.
Wait, I'm going to message Steve.
Enjoying the visual glitch.
Attends, Victor, rejoins-nous dans le campfire, parce que j'y suis encore aussi. Tu vas au coin du feu, là.
End-to-end
Là, il y a Laurie, il y a Jérémy. Voilà. Ah, c'est la folie, là. La folie. C'est la folie.
Yeah, I messaged Steve already. I said like this sounds like zombies are killing him.
Je sais pas comment faire. Oh là là. Un peu le bordel. Do you want to restart the GC? Alors c'est parce qu'en fait il y a un problème de quand il a activé le chiffrement et ça a tout foiré la discussion. Ah, c'est fascinant. C'est un plantage merveilleux.
End encryption is on.
End-to-end encryption is on. This is ground control. How can you?
Jeremy, can you mute him?
But Steve is still garbage. Wow. I think we should leave and come back. Can you hear me? Can you hear?
I can hear. Yeah. There's a lot of interference coming from whoever's giving the glitch signal. Oh, it's gone now. That's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
The way that I disabled end-to-end encryption was by launching Google Chrome and turning it off in there. It doesn't work in Firefox, but so it doesn't let you turn it on or off in Firefox. But if somebody else turns it on, then the whole thing.
Whoa.
It's a neat way to tell who's using Firefox.
So it's the issue that I'm using Firefox, or?
I'm also using Firefox.
Okay.
Steve is not.
Yeah. Well, that was a very glitchy few minutes there.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm trying to run this in the background.
I didn't.
It's really.
I'm not hearing you, Jeremy. No. No, we're at bandwidth limits. I think people need to turn off their videos, really, I guess.
I can hear you perfectly.
What's going on is that Jay's computer also is doing too much and stopped being able to transmit audio smoothly.
I think if we, do you know what there should be? There should be an option to downgrade video to like really coarse quality, so that it doesn't affect, but you still have something visual.
Oh no, end-to-end encryption is on. Somebody just came back with the encryption. This is a major Jitsi bug.
Yeah.
I'm going back in Chrome to turn off the encryption.
Should we disable the encryption?
I might have to disable the encryption permanently.
End-to-end encryption is on.
And now it's clear. I've got an echo.
Yeah. I think it's off now.
End-to-end encryption is on.
Oh no.
Here we go again.
Yeah, I have a two where I just logged in. Everyone needs everyone. It's very democratic like that. Wow.
What's amazing?
Oh, he's invisible now on his cam.
What's going on?
You can see through him now. He's like a ghost.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm wondering how he's managed to achieve this. Quite impressive.
Oh, there's a green screen thing behind him, I guess. Yeah, look, he's a green screen thing.
It's probably using the Microsoft body pics segmentation model. Or I'm at Google body pics rather.
Okay. I mean, you can make this a lot easier for the computers by just putting a few stickers on your body, you know, that have accelerometers and know where they are relative to one another, and then that would massively reduce the amount of problem solving that's needed by the optical things if they actually have the accompanying topological information. There's ways and means, like.
Okay, Steve is trying it with Chrome now. He should be back soon. Let's see if that makes it better for him.
Well, tell him to please not enable encryption.
Yeah.
I don't know who was enabling it, but you could see encryption excludes Firefox users.
Yes. Someone's asking very quietly if they can be heard, I think. Oh, that might have been another tab. No, that's not.
Encryption is on.
Okay.
End-to-end encryption is on. End-to-end encryption is on.
Oh, here we go again. It has the encryption thing again. You have to put the encryption on off entirely.
Okay, I'm going to go to the shop while this adventure is ongoing, and I'll see you guys in a little bit, 10 minutes maybe.
End-to-end encryption is on.
Everything is silent.
I'm looking for how to disable end-to-end encryption on the server.
Okay. I'm still impressed by this whole game thing, by the way. It's like, it's a great project. Allowing us to do this.
Yeah, it's fun stuff. I'm really disappointed
End-to-end
that
encryption
this
is on.
game thing is not actually as free software as I thought it was at first. It looked like it was AGPL, but it actually has some wacky non-commercial license.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I think Jeremy explained that there are also like some parts taken from like other games in it, so maybe that has to be like that then.
End-to-end encryption is on. End-to-end encryption is on. End-to-end encryption is on. End-to-end encryption is on. End-to-end encryption is on.
Yeah, I hear a lot about encryption now and no Warzone sounds. Something changed.
End-to-end encryption is on.
for their lives and for their human rights, but it was useless. They had no chance against the power of those males. But don't you fool yourself, they only wanna hide what they're doing.
End-to-end encryption is on. 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 End-to-end encryption is on.
Hey, can anybody hear me here? If anybody's in touch with Steve and could ask him to not turn on end-to-end encryption, it seems to get re-enabled whenever Steve joins.
Yeah, I'm in touch with him, but he says he has no way of turning it on or off on his end.
End-to-end encryption is on. End-to-end encryption is on. End-to-end encryption is on.
I am... Huh, there's hardly anybody here now. Well, a couple people still here, if you can hear me. The Jitsi server is about to restart, and we'll be back in a couple seconds with end-to-end encryption disabled on the server.
Okay, that helps. I'll let Steve know too. We'll jump in his Jitsi real fast to talk a bit about the day, and then we'll return in like maybe 10-15 minutes.
Cool. Should be back in just a couple seconds, I think.
Okay.
Going down now.
Hey. Hey, so yeah, so they're rebooting that thing and rebooting it with without encryption. So in 10 minutes or something, everything should work.
Okay.
Yeah, seems that you're not the only one with problems. Seems that more people have it. So.
Dude, I can't fucking understand. It's like somebody turned it on. You know, I mean, it didn't just turn itself on.
Yeah, you know who did it, but like, can't like mention his name. I guess he's been working so hard all day.
I mean, we can hear.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I do like this whole game he built, though. I mean,
that thing's dope as fuck, dude. It
Yeah.
really is.
Yeah. And Laurie was going to the store and would be back in like 10 minutes, he said. It's already 15, but... Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's okay, though, because his audio is fucking hit.
Yeah.
Love the guy.
Yeah, he's a nice guy ever.
I haven't met him in person yet, but I have a lot of love for him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, me too. He's just, he's nice and he's not too lazy to explain things. And like, just starts talking and it's very easy to listen to. Like, very knowledgeable about things and gentle character. We need more people like that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a really... I mean, it's way more emotional than I can get, but he's got that delivery down, and it fucking sinks into people.
Yeah.
But you know he means it. Like, that's what's so fucking good about. Like, he's ridiculously sincere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah. Okay, so Jeremy Hammond also showed up a bit. Not sure. I think he's still walking around in the game, by the way. So if they go to one-on-ones, people, which is fine. So not like jump in on that. What did you think of this whole day, actually? Like with all these different guests, it was a little bit chaotic, I think, but yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty chaotic. But I mean, some really cool shit got put out there. It's some stuff that like I think people had never heard before got put out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fantastic.
Yeah. So I was happy we at least have the whole McBride thing, broadcasting, alright, and we had the whole talk with Laurie and Jeremy, broadcasted alright. It was very important. When all this is done, we should probably try to like separately rebroadcast the other talks again. I mean, it is I just try to make it like an easy to watch experience during this whole stream, and then afterwards we can like make sure that every single thing gets put out.
Yeah, because I've had some individual people hit me up to ask if we were going to have the individual panels.
Yeah, I know, and for people listening, like I think there's still some people listening. Yeah, we cut off on some parts. Like they had overlapping talks, sometimes like 15 minutes, 30 minutes overlapping each other, and we had to like switch from room to room. and so there's a lot of those parts missing. And then we also had some issues with the stream, and the stream collapsed like 3 times.
Oh. Hey, hang on real quick. I'm trying to get back into the lobby.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so the stream crashed 3 times, and I had to like take it over from the browser stream, which is always, yeah, it always takes a few minutes away from the whole talk, and so but afterwards we promised that every single talk will be broadcasted entirely. This stream was more like just like, yeah, so you can just enjoy watching it, right? Try to broadcast as much as possible. And we broadcasted the campfire chat with Jeremy and Laurie and Greg Huish was there, and some others were there. The other Jeremy who coded that game, I guess, and there's from a French whistleblower group. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Jay-Z, right?
Yeah, Jay-Z.
Yeah. So fucking hilarious, dude. Deep in cracks.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we should give a shout out to her because she worked really hard on this, and I could see she didn't even sleep and things. So.
Pardon?
Yeah, I mean, like, we should give a shout out to Deepa because she worked really hard on this, and I could see she didn't even sleep. At some point, she was really tired.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's really probably one of the hardest workers ever.
Oh, she's incredible and tireless and fucking just bold as shit to be able to pull that off. There should still be a couple of panels yet, right?
Yeah.
They haven't done the Q&A with Ellsberg, and they haven't done the thing with Blumenthal and Jimmy Dore, Joe Loria, Jeffrey Sterling, Stephen Rhodes, and stuff like that.
Is that supposed to still happen now? Or?
I don't know.
Did you check out like the chats or something? I'm looking at the schedule. So on the.
Let me see.
Oh, he did actually. Okay, but that is tonight actually. Still at 00:45. So that's in about an hour and 15 minutes. There will be the interview with Daniel Ellsberg. And at right now, right now we have the Max Blumenthal, Jimmy Dore, John Kiriakou, Joe Loria, and Gavin.
I'm trying to find out.
Okay, you want me to switch to that channel?
I see Jeffrey Sterling in the Gavin McFadden room, but I do not see anyone else, and I didn't log in as a moderator. So let me remember to do that.
Okay, so I do know Martin Garbus apparently was unavailable tonight, so that will probably be done later. We have okay, so and we will rebroadcast the one with. Okay, let me see. 1 second. We will have to. I also want to rebroadcast the one with Galloway. It has like 30 minutes missing, like because we have to like switch it from room to room.
Somebody will have the full panel, and we can grab it though.
Yeah. And okay, so the Daniel Ellsberg thing, it will be in like about an hour and 15 minutes. If you guys are still awake, we will just broadcast that whole thing. And after that, 15 minutes after that, there will be a Q&A with Nancy Hollander. Yeah, okay. And so right now we have John Kiriak and Joe Laurie apparently, but. And earlier we had, well, we were in the whole campfire thing. There was Niels Meltzer, Stefania Maurizi. Okay, so there is about 4 talks we still have to rebroadcast, at least. So if you guys are listening, there will be 4 more talks entirely we have to rebroadcast. It'll be another 8 hours, I guess.
Right. Philip.
Yeah. Are you in the campfire thing or in the...
All right, I just muted the tab there, but they're all in there right now with Jeffrey Sterling and whoever Chimera is. Courage Foundation's up in there. John Kiriaku's talking. Jimmy Dore, Joe Lauria. Who's that?
Should I switch to that one? Like we missed like 20
Might
minutes.
as well. I think that's Blumenthal. Michael Albert. A bunch of motherfuckers in there.
Okay.
Yeah, pull that up. That'll at least be entertaining.
And going back to these major global
And then
events,
Jeremy Hammond said he's going to jump in.
No, they
Okay,
just
okay.
they
I'm
just
going
kept
to switch
getting
to
it
that
wrong.
now.
I'll give you one anecdote, Jimmy. I worked for a guy who made his bones during the Vietnam War in analysis. And he told me this story that he was
I'm going to turn the
he was an
volume back
imagery
on.
analyst. So he's looking at overhead photography and he's watching the North Vietnamese build this road. And he reported it. There's this new road, it's cutting through the jungle, and every week or 2 weeks he would write an update for the president's
Are you
daily
back
brief.
over in the village?
And then he got called in to Johnson's Oval Office to give a
I'll go
briefing
there.
on this.
I have
on this
the
road
stream on now.
And how it's going through the jungle, and they're not sure where it's going, but maybe it's going to China. And what
I'm
does
gonna
it
go
mean?
check
And
that
this
out.
went on for
See if they
years.
fixed it.
I'll jump
And
out of
then
this one, okay?
He got promoted and promoted and promoted
Yeah.
and finally moved on. Well, then, we open relations with the Vietnamese. The war is long over. He goes to Vietnam for an intelligence exchange, and he's meeting with some 80-year-old former North Vietnamese general, and he said, I have to ask you about this road. We followed the development of this road for years. And he said, the general said, oh, yeah, the road? Yeah, we needed a road. There were no roads in the area, so we built the road. It had no intelligence import. There was no intelligence value. It was just a road, for God's sake. Like every country in the world builds at one time or another. But billions of dollars were spent moving satellites so that they're sitting on top of the road, and we can get these images within 24 hours of the passing of the satellite, and teams of analysts all with their light tables looking at the construction and trying to identify the construction vehicles on the side of the road. I mean, this is what people do at the CIA every day.
Any other comments from the panelists, please?
What about when they spied on the Senate? Was that successful?
Yeah. Talk about an overt criminal act. Listen, I'm on record as saying that John Brennan should spend the rest of his life in prison anyway. But to order your hackers to hack into the Senate Intelligence Committee's computer system is just beyond the pale. And the fact that when then Chairwoman Feinstein reported it as a crime, she made a criminal referral to the Justice Department. The response from the CIA was to refer Feinstein to the Justice Department as part of a criminal referral. And then to have the Attorney General say, okay, everybody, let's just take it easy. Nobody's going to be investigated. Nobody's going to prison. And then, the Washington Post and the New York Times say, okay, well, that worked out fine for everybody. Shame on all of them.
Yeah, I'll add something to that. You at the same of anything that comes up with CIA would be ready to pounce to do something, especially on the with the intelligence committees. Well, what has happened is that the intelligence community, and particularly the CIA, they've been stuffing these committees with former intelligence officials, former intelligence employees. When I went to the Senate Intelligence Committee, the staffers I was able to have contact with were both had a former career, or were still with CIA. So they're using the Senate Intelligence Committee as their eyes and ears for anyone who's going to be doing anything against them. So they don't have to do any covert intelligence right now, or there's no need to do that. They're doing it in the open because they're staffing these committees with individuals who will be who serve as a direct line right back to the CIA. And that's exactly what happened with my situation. So you'd think that based on history that members of these committees would be quite eager to go after the CIA, yet they don't. There's still that fear, I think, of being viewed as un-American, or fear of CIA in general.
Any more questions or points from the panelists themselves about the first two speakers? Fascinating discussion. Thanks. Any further points? Okay, thanks very much, John and Jeffrey. Absolutely brilliant presentations. For the next part of the this workshop, I want to bring in a range of journalists, lawyers, and political activists to talk about their own views on how they support whistleblowers, how they support dissent and democracy and freedom. If it's okay, should we go in alphabetical order? So that would be either Michael Albert, if you're here, or Max Blumenthal.
Michael Albert's here. If you want, I can sort out the... Michael, you'll need to unmute yourself. Michael, you'll need to unmute. Is there any chance somebody's locked Michael? So hopefully that should work now. Michael, is that you, Michael Albert? Okay. Could we go with Max Blumenthal, Ian? I'm hoping that if Michael works out how he can unmute himself, then we can go with him.
Sure. Max, are you around?
Can you?
Brilliant.
Yeah. Can you all hear me? Okay. I don't have any video because I'm actually at a family event, sort of in the woods. So I hope this comes through at least, and I might have to step away after this. But it's been fascinating so far, and thank you so much to Deepa Driver for organizing this incredible Woodstock Burning Man of really courageous whistleblowers and truth tellers, and I'm really humbled to be among all of you. I guess the question, I don't really have a presentation prepared, but the question is, how do I support whistleblowers? I guess I'll make a few points based on the discussion and talk about really briefly, as briefly as I can, given how much I love the sound of my own voice, some of the work we've been doing at the Gray Zone. And I really think Aaron Mate should have been here because of the work he's doing defending whistleblowers at the OPCW, which I'll talk about briefly. But right now, the people of Colombia, or a substantial portion of the people in Colombia, are in the streets, taking bodies, protesting the neoliberal austerity regime of a right-wing US-backed government that is really controlled by this kind of narco-dictatorship that was imposed under Plan Colombia by which Joseph Biden, the president, has taken personal credit for ushering through the Senate. And really, it was a counterinsurgency program that consolidated the militarization of Colombian society in order to essentially exterminate the FARC and the leftist insurgency. And what Colombia has turned into, we see in the streets where police, hyper-militarized police, are gunning down protesters. I think 25 have been killed, maybe 30. And one of the U.S. government's favorite dissidents, who is a right-wing coup plotter named Leopoldo Lopez from next door in Venezuela, who is now living in a luxury mansion in Spain under the protection of NATO, the U.S. government, and presumably the CIA, stepped out of his mansion. He's basically the boss of Juan Guaido, the fake president of Venezuela, who the U.S. is backing. He stepped out and he spoke up yesterday to condemn the protesters of Colombia and to tell them that they should be grateful for the wonderful democracy that has been gifted to them, and that they should be grateful for Ivan Duque, who is this right-wing tyrannical leader who presides over basically a military and a bunch of narco gangs. And Leopoldo Lopez has been designated by Amnesty International as a prisoner of conscience. You know who has not been designated as a prisoner of conscience? Julian Assange. Amnesty International has declared explicitly that Julian Assange is not a prisoner of conscience. Same with Chelsea Manning, not a prisoner of conscience. And so we've seen this betrayal of Julian Assange again and again by the human rights industrial complex, which increasingly acts as a force multiplier for U.S. empire and the State Department. And it's, of a part with the Committee to Protect Journalists, which has improved its position on Assange, declaring in 2019 that he was not a journalist. And I've spoken out against these groups. There's a betrayal, of course, within the media. And so what we've done at the Gray Zone, first and foremost, is supporting Julian Assange, but also showing how he has been targeted as a journalist, specifically and for what he published, and using those publications and what some of the most dangerous publications, I think, for his safety were not merely collateral murder and the more well-known revelations that appeared on WikiLeaks, but the State Department cables from Cablegate, which really show how the sausage is made with U.S. empire. They show how the embassies across the globe, but particularly in countries where the U.S. is running effectively regime change operations, are recruiting assets. They are using the embassies as cover for CIA operations, and they are destabilizing governments or setting the stage, as we saw with the cables on Syria, for a dirty war. Jimmy just alluded to it with Operation Timber Sycamore, which was the delivery of some $2 billion of weapons to Salafi jihadi gangs. It amounted to $1 out of every $13 out of the CIA budget. That was so disruptive to U.S. imperial interests that Assange had to make an example of them. And I was able to provide a look into how the CIA targeted Assange through an investigation I conducted at the Gray Zone, the site that I edit, by working with documents that were leaked out of the trial of UC Global's CEO. That was the executive of a Spanish mercenary firm, which got a CIA contract to basically infiltrate the Ecuadorian embassy where Assange was seeking asylum and being taking sanctuary. And they basically, what UC Global did was invade Julian Assange's privacy, violate his legal privilege, spy on meetings he held with lawyers, spy on meetings he even had with Ecuadorian officials, spy on meetings he had with journalists. And every single journalist, including journalists from the Washington Post, NPR, major publications across the world, when they entered the embassy, thought they were handing their devices to an embassy security guard, but these were people who had actually been recruited by the CIA. So this trial in Madrid that's been taking place of UC Global is actually the CIA on trial. The CEO of UC Global was arrested by Spanish police as part of an investigation into the crimes he committed against Assange. And the trial demonstrates why extraditing Assange to the US, which the Biden administration is still seeking, is simply a major violation of international law, violation of torture conventions, and he will be prevented from having any legal defense because his meetings with his legal team have already been spied on by the CIA. So that investigation really gave me a chance to defend Assange as a fellow journalist and show solidarity with him, not just as a whistleblower, but as a fellow journalist and publisher. I'm a publisher as well. And I will just relate one recent event, which I thought was really disturbing or unsettling and also kind of funny, which was that at the Gray Zone, we look to WikiLeaks as an example of what journalists are supposed to do. Julian Assange said that if wars can be started with lies, they can be stopped with the truth. So we need radical transparency. And that means that if documents come to us, which are hacked or obtained through hacking, and they're in the public interest, we will write about them, we will cover them, we will publish them. Just like the New York Times and Washington Post did with documents that WikiLeaks produced. And I recently did that with documents that were published first by what called itself a hacktivist collective, anonymous, could have been anything. Hey, for all I know, it could have been Russian hackers. But I saw these documents as in the public interest. I understood what they were about. They were documents from the British Foreign Office, which showed how Reuters and the BBC were acting basically as in tandem with British intelligence to, in their own words, in appeals they made for Foreign Office contracts, weaken Russia. And what they were doing was recruiting Russian journalists, taking them to train them as British intelligence assets and send them back to Russia and create networks. They were setting up fake independent media networks, including in the Donbass, and they were doing this under cover of BBC, Media Action, and the Thomson Reuters Foundation. I also found documents in there showing Bellingcat, the supposed open source journalist collective, doing very much the same thing, going into elections across Europe where the UK Foreign Office and State Department had an interest in seeing a pro-NATO outcome and training the pro-NATO side's media complex, their media network. And they were it looked like their tickets and their whole trips were being paid for by the British Foreign Office. This is all being done covertly. So I published that story at the Gray Zone. It generated an impact. It got a good audience reception. I woke up the next day and I saw that Twitter had put a special label on that article so that anytime anyone tweeted that article out, a warning label, a soft censorship label appeared that said these materials this article contains materials that may have been obtained through hacking. Anytime anyone tweeted the link out, that label would come up. If you wanted to like the article or retweet the article, you had to go through a second verification where Twitter asked you, are you sure that you want to retweet this? Are you sure you want to like this article? Many people who liked the article saw that their browser would immediately crash. Twitter was doing whatever it could
We've got a bit of irony there. I think.
To protect what in closing, I found one of the most remarkable events or experiences in my 20 years in journalism took place, where basically young people who are not even politically engaged realized that if they tweeted that link with a funny GIF or a funny image that the label would come up. These materials may have been obtained through hacking. So they would tweet like Alvin and the Chipmunks having an orgy or something completely bizarre. The gamers got into it. And all of a sudden, this article went viral in a way that no article we have ever published has. And it started to reach audiences we've never reached before. Then the next day, I saw that Bellingcat CIA was trending. And people were starting to realize, yes, Bellingcat was funded by the National Endowment for Democracy, the regime change arm of the US government, which was spun out of William Casey's CIA in the Reagan administration. According to one of its founding directors, it was founded to do what the CIA did covertly in the open. And so the public was reacting with so much enthusiasm to see that the media they knew was manipulating them was actually, in fact, working with the intelligence, so-called intelligence community. That Operation Mockingbird was no longer about just paying a few journalists. It was the very essence, the heart of these major mainstream media organizations, Reuters being the largest media organization in the world, the most employees. So the public supports this kind of journalism. The public supports whistleblowers, and it cuts across partisan lines. It really does give me hope about Julian Assange. Those who don't support them are the media elites who participate in this kind of intelligence community quid pro quo for access, who actually believe in the mission of the CIA and the State Department. And they are the ones who are not only showing solidarity, but who help demonize Julian Assange. They truly are, in my view, an enemy of the people, an enemy of democracy. And so what we also do to support whistleblowers is we expose those who are depriving them of the justice they deserve. And I guess I'll just end it there.
Thanks very much, Max.
Thanks for having me.
Really insightful and a very important point, common to many of the panelists present, the role of the alternative media and independent activists in supporting whistleblowers when they're being demonized by mainstream media.
And I would say Jimmy's been such a source of support for us, and he's been hosting. I would encourage everyone to watch his recent interview with my colleague Aaron Mate about the OPCW whistleblowers and the Duma deception. And Jimmy is bringing these stories to such a massive audience, so I really owe him a lot of credit.
Thanks, Max. Okay, so should we move on to the next speaker? Michael Albert, are you able to speak now, or shall we move on to Jimmy Dore? If not.
Okay. Oh, can you hear me? Everything good? Okay. Well, I don't know what all the whining is about today about the whistleblowing, because people whistleblow and they don't nothing bad. When David Petraeus, General Petraeus, leaked high sensitive information to his lover, who was a journalist, he got offered a spot at the Kennedy School of Government. I mean, I don't see what the problem is. Of course, I'm kidding. Yeah. So if you're aiding the establishment's imperialism, then when you commit actual crimes of illegally sharing top secret information, there's no punishment for someone like David Petraeus. He's now at this Kennedy School of Government. He's at another college in England. He was given $200,000 contract by the City College of New York. I mean, so again, there's never a price to pay if you lie at the behest of the establishment and imperialism. And the thing is that, with people like Julian Assange, it's the journalism has let journalism down. Journalists won't even stick up for their own profession, which is hilarious to me, which is why someone like me, a nightclub comedian, can do better reporting about things like Syria, Yemen, Libya, Venezuela, high from my garage than they do with billion-dollar backings, like at The Intercept, right? Like I just covered this the other day. The Intercept just re-released, or the guy who wrote, James Harkin, wrote his story about Syria, and it was nothing but CIA talking points and misinformation. And I retweeted and I said, Jack, why is this allowed to be on Twitter? This is a conspiracy theory that has been debunked already by the OPCW. But of course, that'll never happen. No, because Bellingcat lies at the behest of the establishment and imperialism in the CIA, right? And the Intercept lies at the behest of, and that's the irony of the Intercept being founded by Glenn Greenwald and to expose centers of power. And now what the Intercept has turned into is one of those places that does not challenge the centers of power, but their new initiative is to go through a data dump from Gab, a right-wing social media outlet, and that now Intercept wants you to donate to their billionaire-funded organization so they can now spy on regular powerless people and try to expose them for bad things they're saying on a social media app. So that's the kind of garbage that we have. And the Intercept is considered lefty media still. I have no idea how that is. They take, if you're a good reporter and you go to work at the Intercept, you immediately become garbage. Jeremy Scahill can't even remember how to do a follow-up question. That they don't teach that anymore at the Intercept. Nor does he understand that John Kerry, his latest investigation stops at Syria. So we don't have any idea what's going on. So the people who are calling, I can give voice to someone like Julian Assange or John Kiriakou or Aramates or the OPCW whistleblowers, or I can I bring Tulsi Gabbard on when she's telling the truth about our dirty wars in Syria, or Timber Sycamore. But then what happens is the Washington Post, CNN, the Intercept, or the Young Turks will then smear me and call me a conspiracy theorist, which they've done. In fact, if you go to my Wikipedia, which is also in bed with the intelligence community, which is another problem, people think Wikipedia is neutral, which they're not. They're in bed with the intelligence communities. And so what they do is then they have CNN says Jimmy Dore is spreading false conspiracies about the Syrian gas attacks, calling them hoaxes, and that goes. They were hoaxes. That we've been proven that they were. But then that goes in my Wikipedia page because a guy, a right-wing hack hired by Jeff Bezos, who's in bed with the CIA, writes that article, sticks my name in it, and then so now I'm tarnished for the rest of my career. And that's another thing the Washington Post doesn't do is they're supposed to disclose that they have a $600 million deal with the CIA, which is worth like 3 times what the paper's worth. Their deal with the CIA. They're supposed to disclose that when they write about stuff that has to do with the CIA. They don't do that. And that's unethical, and no one cares. So this idea that we have journalism in the United States is a joke, right? Which is why I can do better journalism than The Intercept, which is funded by a guy who's got $23 billion in his bank account. And they go write an article on Syria, and it's all garbage. Because they're not there to tell you the truth. There is no left in America. There is no journalism left in America. We just saw Russiagate was a 5-year-long conspiracy theory that was evidence-free, and now those same people that touted that are trying to say somehow people who are doing QAnon are crazier than they are, which there are equal amounts of crazy. The difference is not everybody on the right believes QAnon, but everybody on the left believes Russiagate. That's amazing. So we're living in crazy times when we have to rely on people like me who are going to be squashed. Right now, the CEO of YouTube admitted that they're throttling us. They want to rely on authoritative news. You mean the authoritative news that sold us the Iraq War, that said they had weapons of mass destruction? The authoritative news that printed talking points out of Dick Cheney's mouth on the front page of the New York Times? You mean that authoritative news? Or the authoritative news that says that Assad is gassing his own people, even though he's not, and journalists on the ground are debunking it in real time? So that's the weird thing. Like, why doesn't The Intercept, the New York Times, the Washington Post, James Harkin at The Intercept, why don't they know about the reporting that I know about? Why don't they ever? Well, because it would hurt their career if they actually did it, if they actually told the truth about this stuff. So there's only 6 companies that run all the media in the United States. My program airs on YouTube, which is owned by Google, so which is in bed with the intelligence community. Which I just did a story, which they're enabling the CIA. They're actually doing the spying for the CIA on social media now. So I don't really see a way out of this, and because what the people in America think is hurting journalism is what Trump was doing to Jim Acosta. That wasn't hurting journalism. Jim Acosta is a clown. right? It's what Trump and now Joe Biden is doing to Julian Assange. When Barack Obama tortured Chelsea Manning, nobody ever talks about that they tortured him. Why didn't Barack Obama ever prosecute any of the torturers from the from the George Bush administration? Because they were complicit in torture. Nancy Pelosi is complicit in torture. She knew about the torture program and didn't do anything about it. So how is she going to have a hearing to prosecute people for torture, which she would have to prosecute herself? That's why that never happens. And then they have to impeach Donald Trump. And it took them so long to find a crime that they were against. That's the whole thing. He's committing crimes all over the place. Do you see how long it took for them to find a crime that they actually could be against? And anyway, so I just I salute people like John Kiriakou and Max and Aaron Mate and the whistleblowers at the OPCW, and all I'm doing is getting my reputation dragged through the mud. But I don't care. I never had any credibility. I don't need it. I'm a comedian. So they don't know what to do to me. They can't hurt me. I don't have a boss. I'm not looking for a job. I don't have a manager. They have called Noam Chomsky, but I don't work for him. So I don't have to listen to him either. So I just salute. But what people don't realize is that, they used to have to infiltrate. The CIA used to have to infiltrate newsrooms. Now MSNBC and CNN hire them on air as analysts. You're supposed to bring somebody in to debunk the CIA's bullshit. You're not supposed to bring the CIA in to tell you what's going on. So that's how, we're living in completely corrupted times, which is why someone like me can do a show like mine that gets popular, because just like Max said, there's a thirst for this out there and people aren't getting it. And they're never going to get it. It's going to only get worse. And that's why I keep saluting people who continue to blow whistles. If I had something to lose, I don't know if I would, because there is just Bill. I'm not as smart as Bill Binney. He outsmarted the FBI when they tried to frame him. I'm not that smart. So if they want to frame me, I'm sure I'll be in jail. So, but I'll be here doing whatever I can. And the Julian Assange thing happening right in broad daylight, and no one on the left holding Joe Biden accountable for that, just goes to show you there is no left in America. There nothing, and we live in a corporate oligarchy, a rapacious oligarchy, and your democracy has been stolen from you a long time ago. So I just salute the whistleblowers, and I'll keep trying to publicize them. I'll end it there.
Thanks very much, Jimmy. That was that was great. Can I move to a slightly different perspective now, that of a human rights activist? Chimera, would you mind just telling us a bit about your work and support for whistleblowers and so on? Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to say a big thank you again for having me today, and really nice to be on this panel with everyone. The topics that are being discussed today are a big passion area for me personally, and incredibly complex, and something I'm trying to bring further to the human rights space. And to Max's delight, I'm actually working at Amnesty International in the philanthropy team, and also an active campaigner on Assange. So probably my primary focus being, how do we get more traction for Assange? So it's probably a bit of insight I can provide there. And outside of that as well, I'm building a online community called Thinkers, sort of brainstorming the intersection between movement building, awareness, and tech, and trying to achieve long-term generational outcomes on the issues that we're talking about today. And our thesis was that critical thinking was the binding conduit, between challenging, understanding how all the issues that we're talking about today when it comes to online misinformation, how the narrative can be shaped through media, how conversation can get labeled and shut down, as Jimmy mentioned as well, with certain words, and allowing people the ability to see through that. We think critical thinking really is the long-term way, and meeting people where they are online. So to kind of, bring it all in, I suppose, accountability is the cornerstone of democracy. Freedom of speech and ideas is really the playing field to progress as a society, to allow people to really get to the nuance and the grey, and even with Max, the grey zone. I think finding that grey and being comfortable in it instead of having labels on very black and white labels, it kind of fragments people into different echo chambers and polarizes them even further than they already are, right? And the algorithms that are being, used online on social and news, they literally are there just to hold your attention, to drive more traffic, to drive more fear, and they just continue that polarization into these different fragmented groups so that you don't see what the other side's saying, you don't consider the nuance, you just kind of are in an echo chamber of everyone agrees with what I'm saying and that's it. So finding a way forward with that is a big part, but I think movement building is the key, because one reason why I joined Amnesty from the beginning was the notion of people power. And regardless of, the different perspectives people may have on Amnesty, even myself, there's no doubt that works. And it is probably the strongest way to challenge and hold governments accountable and large institutions accountable. So there are many examples in recent times I could even draw upon when it comes to refugee issues in Australia, even journalism in Australia, where, ABC, which is like the public broadcaster, a lady called Annika Smethurst was, her home was raided by the government just to see if there are any documentation there that would be compromising. And it kind of kicked off that wave of, a tough hand on journalism, both in Australia and around the world. But we did see that, with awareness, online actions, lobbying in private with governments and perhaps legal teams, which is exactly what happened with the Assange situation as well. A combination of speaking to the legal team in private so not to jeopardize anything, talking to government officials to see if they're, we can continue to lobby them and get them to reach out to the US. So a lot of the strategy has actually been driven from Australia and our team to really highlight this issue and figure out and brainstorm how do we get the public to unravel, all the perception that's been put forward in mainstream media. As we all know here, that was a targeted sort of campaign, right? Online and in mainstream media. So that was an education piece, an awareness piece, and bridging everything we're saying today and making sure that it's not just preaching to people that already agree with us, but how do we get that to the vast majority, and especially the younger generation, who, if they are aware of these topics earlier, have a much bigger chance of doing something and joining groups long term, right? And banding together and holding governments to account. So yeah, it's been a tough piece and a long term build. Personally, I'm actually quite optimistic and hopeful when I've seen the sentiment change in the last 2 years when it comes to Assange. When we, when things kind of ramped up during that time period, it was still very much a set group of people that were asking for more action to be done or speaking to us. And then over time, in coalition with many other groups, obviously, we noticed people from perhaps the right or people that you would not expect to be favorable towards Julia and start to, even online, as if they had to avail themselves of their sins or the words they've said years ago. They actually said, you know what, I want to apologize for my thoughts and my opinion of Assange. I want to say, actually, I think that, we do need to stand up for him and he shouldn't be extradited. So I've seen a public sentiment shift, and that's what I'm most fascinated about, is getting that dial moving with the public. And there is a bit more of a shift now, actually significant shift compared to before, where it's now even a bit of a given that you would support Assange's plight and the knock-on effect towards freedom. Again, there is a lot of people that say, look, the way this issue is being communicated, it seems very exclusive or complicated, or I don't know how to touch this. So I think, again, that communication piece on bringing that to the wider audiences is really important. And we were speaking about this on Clubhouse the other day with Christian from WikiLeaks as well, and how do you really funnel this information so that it's not touchy, we understand the issue and I want to help. How do I help? And that, I think, is probably the strongest way to kind of have that, governmental change. So yeah, I would say that, so important what's going on today and these topics. And I do sense that the younger generation in particular is more open to them and wants to get more involved. Movement building is more accessible, but I do think that being very aware of how we're targeted online and how more and more people are spending their times online, which even creates the reality they see in real life, right? It's kind of being formed in online groups and communities and then translating, as opposed to how it's been, where people meet in person and then do it online now. So that's something just to be aware of. And I think we have to treat all of this with optimism and keep pushing on.
Thanks very much, Amira. Could I just want to have one quick follow-up question, because quite a few people have commented on it in the chat function. And
Sure.
that would be, given that Amnesty, for example, came quite late to support Assange, he'd been in trouble for quite a long time, and other human rights organizations such as the UN had got interested. Is there something particular about whistleblowers, do you think, that make it that you might support a journalist or a political activist, but more reluctant to support a whistleblower? Would that be true or not?
I could also just to mention that there has actually been consistent support from Amnesty year on year, multiple points throughout the year, from about 2009 onwards. He was actually awarded an Amnesty Award for journalism. But yeah, I mean, I can agree that certainly it's ramped up in the last 2 years really, and that was a bit of an active campaign. When it comes to whistleblowers in particular, there's been a lot of support for Bernard Colleroy here in Australia, David McBride, and certainly raising awareness for these issues. I mean, yeah, again, there's so many that come up on a day-to-day basis around the world that need to be addressed. And in terms of whether there's a set lens that they're looked at, to be honest, I'm not aware of that. Like, I generally have no idea. We kind of just focus on how we can campaign and raise as much awareness and get it over the line. But yeah, there seems to be a level of support. I guess how we're different to Human Rights Watch is that we have the 10 million supporters that go out on the ground, sign petitions, take part in that next step. I think Human Rights Watch is very research focused. So I guess the different organizations, have their own sort of approaches. But to be honest, yeah, I can't really comment on that. I'm not too sure.
Thanks very much. That was a great presentation, very insightful. Thanks a lot. Jo Lauria, do you feel able and ready to speak on the subject of independent journalism, whistleblowing, and dissent, please? Free. I think still muted, I think.
Yeah, Joe? I'll try calling Joe on the phone. Ian, perhaps you want to move to the next
one? In that case, Stephen Rhodes, is it Rhodey?
Yes.
Would you be willing to talk next?
I will, and I'm eager to be sure we have time to go back to Joe and the other speakers. It's a privilege to be in this festival. A friend of mine, when they logged in, said, Whistleblower Festival, is this something to celebrate? And it is. I'm especially proud to be on this panel. This panel and others that I've observed are the next chapters in Profiles in Courage. And I'm particularly proud to be on this program with John Kiriakou. John is a friend. John and I were able to work together to review a book called Enhanced Interrogation, written by the torturer, James Mitchell. And I hope anyone who wants to go to Los Angeles Review of Books to see what John and I put together to expose James Mitchell, who created the torture program and implemented it. I've done a lot of work on freedom of speech here in America for the last 45 years, representing protesters and advocates and marginalized groups and individuals who are struggling to express themselves against all odds in this country. I see in this panel and in this program that democracy really has been inverted. Why are people like Jeffrey Starling and John Kiriakou going to jail? People like Chelsea Manning and Edward Snowden are in exile, and Julian Assange, reality winner who needs to be mentioned in this context, and people like George Bush and Dick Cheney, and a man I particularly despise, John Yoo, who was the lawyer who wrote the torture memo that led to waterboarding and the rationalization of torture. I once was on a program and got to call John Yoo a war criminal to his face, but he gets a distinguished scholar attention. He is extolled in the mainstream academic and legal community. So that's the kind of personal inversion, that the wrong people are in jail and the right people should be in jail. But more broadly, the United States is not a democracy in which personal privacy enjoys broad protection, and the government largely functions in the open as it was and should be conceived of. Quite the opposite. Increasingly, private individuals and organizations are subject to unprecedented surveillance and invasions of privacy in their lives and political activities and protests, while the government is able to operate largely behind a heavy cloak of secrecy, protected by a thicket of laws and regulations, court rulings, policies, and norms that undermine and, in fact, criminalize efforts to expose official wrongdoing, illegality, mendacity, and corruption. And that's what we are examining in this conference. The world deserves to know what its governments are doing so that people can fulfill the ideals of self-government. And this is all the more true in a period when we put out of office a man who lied to the world 30,000 times and continues to expose the big lie. The problem, it seems to me, is that we have hyper secrecy in the United States, in the examination I'm giving it, particularly in the national security area, where there is an epidemic of over-classification of vital information. And with unwarranted government secrecy, it sets the stage for leaks and whistleblowing, which in recent years has resulted in an unprecedented number of criminal prosecutions that I mentioned at the beginning. Now, mainstream media this year is celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Pentagon Papers case. And there's no doubt that in ruling 6-3, the Supreme Court said that the Nixon administration had failed to meet its burden to engage in a prior restraint, imposing an injunction on the New York Times and the Washington Post, preventing them from publishing the Pentagon Papers. But a lot of people miss the fact that that case left open serious threats to freedom of the press. A prior restraint is still on the books. It could still be upheld if the government presents to 5 out of the 9 justices on the Supreme Court, which has 6 conservatives anyway, to deem it appropriate to overcome the presumption against prior restraints. That would have a devastating effect. The Pentagon Papers case offered no protection for whistleblowing and leaks, and we know that because Daniel Ellsberg was actually criminally prosecuted for the Pentagon Papers case, and his case was only thrown out because of prosecutorial misconduct at the time. And finally, the court has yet to decide whether the press possesses a right to elicit classified information from the government. And that brings us to the question of Julian Assange, because there is no general constitutional right of the public to have access to information in the hands of the government. We have the Freedom of Information Act, which is riddled with exceptions and is hugely difficult to prosecute. The overclassification has been noted at congressional hearings. People have said that between 50 and 90% of classified information has been mislabeled. And what we have, and it was alluded to by an earlier speaker, is a wonderful selective process of leaks. The government's only too happy to leak information freely to the New York Times and elsewhere to get front page stories, which are really press releases for the government. And Judith Miller was guilty of that. She went to jail for the wrong reason when she was protecting her confidential sources. I'm not putting any journalist in jail for anything, but what I mean by that is that uncritically she delivered White House press releases on the front page of the New York Times when leaks are favorable to the government, and we jail people when they are not. Edward Snowden needs to be lifted up in the context of a program of this kind, because since his leaks, people have credited him with bringing the National Security Agency and FBI tapping of phones and extracting audio and video chats and emails and documents to the American public. The problem is that when the New York Times and the Washington Post publish that material, and this alludes to Assange, of course, they get Pulitzer Prizes for doing that, while Snowden sits in exile and Julian Assange is struggling away in prison. Chelsea Manning spent time in prison. And in all of this, we are using the Espionage Act of 1917, an outmoded, blunt instrument that needed to have been amended or repealed far earlier, because it has led to 18 cases of journalist sources, two of whom proudly sit on this panel today. In my work, I found a quote by Hannah Arendt, which I think is relevant as I bring my remarks to a close. In 1974, she warned us that if everyone always lies to you, the consequence is not that you believe the lies, but rather that nobody believes anything anymore. And a people that no longer can believe anything cannot make up its mind. It's deprived not only of its capacity to act, but also of its capacity to think and to judge. And with such a people, you can then do what you please with them. As we are gathering people in this conference with such important speakers and such important issues, we have U.S. Congress people traveling America, feeding the big lie, so that 70% of Republicans do not believe that Joe Biden was elected president of the United States. That is what we have come to. I do believe there is a left left in America. I know it because in the civil liberties circles that I travel in the interfaith circles that I travel in, which is an entire constituency we should not ignore in a program of this kind, prophetic, religious, progressive leaders who have seen through what Bush was doing 20 years ago. That's the kind of work we're doing. And I want to end by encouraging people, if they will end these events after Q&A, by asking themselves, what are we going to do about it? You could do nothing less than go to the Assange Defense Committee at assangedefense.org. I'm on the steering committee of the Los Angeles chapter of that group. We have chapters in New York City and Chicago and Milwaukee and Denver and Washington, D.C. and Boston. That's the National American Group, co-chaired by Daniel Ellsberg, Noam Chomsky, and Alice Walker. It is intolerable that the Biden administration and Department of Justice have sustained the Trump indictment of Julian Assange. The extradition judge gave an opening by ruling that Julian Assange's mental and physical condition did not equip him to stand trial. So technically, she denied the extradition petition, but she embedded in her 180-page ruling some of the most terrible findings against journalists, against freedom of the press. The US government should withdraw its appeal of that ruling as far as trying to overturn the ruling against extradition. Anyone in America that's listening to my voice should be contacting their US senators, their US congresspersons. We must demand that the Biden administration demonstrate its purported faith in freedom of speech and freedom of the press by withdrawing the appeal. And it's not enough just to not extradite Julian Assange. He should be released from prison and he should be compensated for the human rights violations and the torture he has been exposed to, so that he can return to his wife and children, try to rebuild his life, and then, for the sake of all of us, return to the job at WikiLeaks and elsewhere of exposing government corruption and government wrongdoing. That's the task that lays ahead of us. None of us should despair. This is a movement. The very fact that we can gather internationally for a program of this kind is a demonstration that we need to speak truth to power. And with the kind of know-how and intellect and encouragement of panels like this and this entire program, I'm convinced that we can shift this dynamic. We can shift back to a model in which the people's rights of speech and privacy are protected and the government is exposed. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Stephen. Thanks for those insights into the double standards by which leakers are handled and prosecuted, and also those very stirring comments in support of Julian Assange. Joe Lauria, we're really looking forward to your discussion of your vast knowledge of working in journalism, independent journalism, the mainstream media, but also your views on Dissent, the Espionage Act, and anything else you'd like to tell us. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Ian, and thank you, Deepa, for organizing and having me. I won't be as Steve, certainly not as funny as Jim. But, yes, I have a background in mainstream media. For almost 30 years, I worked for the Sunday Times, London Sunday Times, in their investigative unit, and at the UN headquarters in New York. I covered international affairs for 25 years for the Daily Mail, for the Daily Telegraph, for the Boston Globe, for Southern News, a Canadian chain that published the Montreal Gazette, Ottawa Citizen, Vancouver Sun, a bunch of other papers. Some of them fired me the very day of the invasion of Iraq in 2003 because I had refused a directive that was a call from their foreign editor that I had to support the war. And I was reporting what was going on at the Security Council, which was an extremely important place leading up to the war. And then I worked for the Wall Street Journal for 6 years covering the UN. And as they started suppressing several of my stories critical of U.S. foreign policy, I began slipping them to Bob Perry, who, of course, started Consortium News in 1995. Bob was an investigative reporter at AP Newsweek, who broke many of the Iran-Contra stories. His stories were being spiked by AP and Newsweek. That's why he started Consortium News. So I gave him a few articles, and Bob passed away 3 years ago. And shortly after that, I became the editor of Consortium News. It's the first online alternative news magazine. What I talked about today, the origin of what I want to talk about, based on an article I published last month, was an interview, a conversation I had with Dan Ellsberg in his house in California, overlooking San Francisco Bay. And Dan mentioned that the U.S. did not have an Official Secrets Act. We later had Dan on our webcast CN Live, and he went further and said because the U.S. doesn't have an Official Secrets Act, and because the U.S. has the First Amendment, Julian Assange, as a journalist and publisher, could not be indicted. And then Julian Assange was indicted. And I began thinking about whether the U.S. in fact has an Official Secrets Act. How different is the Espionage Act from the Official Secrets Act? Well, I worked on this piece for about a year, and I did a history of the Espionage Act and the Official Secrets Act, comparing the evolution of both acts and the language in both of them. And I find that because Assange, a journalist, was in fact indicted by the Espionage Act, that there's not that much difference between the Official Secrets Act in Britain and the U.S. Espionage Act. The language of both of these acts, while that might not have been the original intention, always allowed the indictment of a journalist for publishing defense information or state secrets. Of course, the Espionage Act at the beginning did indict a bunch of journalists, but only for opposing the draft, never for possession and dissemination of defense information. I think the aim of both are the same in allowing this to be the case. And Britain, of course, has, way before Julian Assange, there have been a couple of cases where the British government did indict journalists under their Official Secrets. One was in 1971. Reporters at the Sunday Telegraph were prosecuted under the 1911 Official Secrets Act for publishing Foreign Office documents about British policy in the Civil War in Nigeria. The government lost that case trial as the material was shown to have been merely embarrassing to the government. And then 7 years later, 1978, two British journalists were indicted under the same 1911 Official Secrets Act in the so-called ABC trial. They published an article in the magazine Time Out about wiretapping by the GCHQ, the Signals Intelligence Agency of Britain. The Section 1 charges of that act were dropped by the judge for being oppressive in the circumstances. Two of the journalists, John Barry and Duncan Campbell, were convicted in Old Bailey, same room, courthouse where Assange had his extradition hearing, but they received minimal sentences. In the U.S., I'll go a little bit into the history now. Three presidents came close to indicting journalists and publishers for possession and dissemination of classified material. That's FDR, Nixon, and Obama. I will go into the details in a moment of those three cases. Of course, Donald Trump actually did it. He crossed that red line. And that is what, in my view, makes the Espionage Act and the Official Secrets Act very similar. The potential was always there, and while it had happened in Britain, never in the U.S., it has happened to a journalist who did not work in the U.S., and I'll get into that too. But the potential was always to the Espionage Act to indict a journalist for publishing classified information, and it really happened. the fact that that the U.S. does have a First Amendment, which Dan Ellsberg had pointed out was the reason why he didn't think Assange could be indicted, was indeed ignored in Assange's case. And that's what makes these two acts very similar. The threats to press freedom, of course, have been an integral part of the U.S. history, despite the First Amendment. There's been a long line of government repression of free speech in the U.S. It goes all the way back to British colonial American colonies in Britain. In the United States, the U.S. government then based their Espionage Act on the Official Secret. We go look at the essence of both of those acts. It deals with four main parts: the intent, whether a motive is relevant to the prosecution, whether a public interest defense is possible, the person who's liable for prosecution, whether only government officials, normally the source of leaked secrets, or anyone, including journalists, who publish them, the issue of retention, whether mere unauthorized possession. The last is communication, as the laws they have regarded unauthorized communication and defense information as being illegal. Julian Assange plays a huge role in the history of this matter of repression of free speech by governments. And again, it began in colonial America, in the colony of New York. Bill Cosby, was the governor of New York, the British governor of New York. And Zenger, John Peter Zenger, of course, published an article accusing him of corruption. And in those days, under British rule in New York in 1735, truth was not a defense for libel. So it didn't matter if you published the truth. If you said something critical of a government official, that would be enough. But the jury in that case returned, even though the judge instructed them to find Zenger guilty, they found him innocent. It's a case of jury nullification. In other words, he broke the law, the existing law, but the jury found the law to be unjust, so they acquitted him. And that has been cited by signers of the Declaration of Independence as being the genesis of the First Amendment. Now, if Assange is ever extradited to the U.S., to the Eastern District of Virginia, and all of us here on this panel hope he isn't, then that Espionage Act conflict with the First Amendment could be challenged. After the Revolution, the Sedition Act passed by John Adams, it made it illegal to write, print, or publish any false, scandalous, malicious writing against the government. Thomas Jefferson annulled that law and freed people who had been jailed and turned back their fines. The First Amendment during the Civil War and during subsequent wars, the issue of prior restraint, which is really censorship, has always been ignored, even though there's no legal justification, even during wartime, to censor the press. Abraham Lincoln was faced with a dilemma. He saw that many newspapers were shut down and editors thrown in jail in the North for opposing the draft or opposing the war. He said, must a government of necessity be too strong for liberties of its own people or too weak to maintain its own existence? He actually reversed an order by a general to suspend the Chicago Times, and he criticized another general for arresting the editors of the Missouri Democrat. Now we come to 1889 when the Official Secrets Act was first enacted, the very first one. Now before that, there had been no espionage laws under the U.S. or Britain. The only crime that anyone could be accused of in leaking a state secret was theft of government property. And then came along, in that context, the case of Charles Marvin, a very interesting story. He was a Foreign Office official, but he also freelanced articles on the side to make extra money. He memorized a secret treaty between Russia and Britain, and he went to the newspaper that he was writing for and produced this thing from memory. They tried to prosecute him, but they couldn't because he hadn't actually removed the document from the Foreign Office. He hadn't stolen government. So some people believe it inspired the very first espionage law that went after a journalist, which in 1889, the Official Secrets Act, actually there's a clause in there that refers to, even if you memorize, these aren't exact words, but it does say that if you memorize a treaty to publish it, that's also legal. It was the catalyst for the to stop a journalist from obtaining publishing state secrets. This was the first law, the first espionage law, and it became the basis for all of the
Just mute
espionage,
yourself.
all the Official Secrets Acts in Britain and the Espionage Act and its various iterations and amendments in the United States. The 1889 Act, interestingly enough, the first one, had explicitly mentioned a public interest defense. Those words actually appear in the language of the 18, but it was only for government employees. So in other words, as Jimmy was referring, when Petraeus leaked something, he wasn't punished. But so this 1889 Official Act actually gave a public interest defense to a government official only who would leak a state secret if it was in the public's interest, which I find quite interesting. The 1911 Official Secrets Act, that was removed. Public interest, the language was removed, although lawyers could still make that argument. The burden of proof shifted to defendants from prosecutors in that 1911 Official Secrets Act. They no longer had to prove the 1889 requirement that a defendant's motive was prejudicial to the state. In fact, that 1911 Act said you didn't have to prove that actually an offense was committed, but that the character of the person was in question. It's an extraordinary broad language of the 1911 Official Secrets Act. The U.S. Defense Secrets Act came just 6 months before that and was the very first U.S. espionage law that's very much based on the Official Secrets Act. Of course, it wasn't enough for Woodrow Wilson. In his 1915 State of the Union address, he called for what became the Espionage Act. And Wilson wanted formal censorship to be in the Espionage Act. He thought the government should have that power. Now, it was passed, of course, and right as the U.S. was entering the war against Germany in the First World War, but he didn't get his censorship amendment. It failed by one single vote in the Senate. And most of the press then there was a big outcry against it in the United States against formal censorship. But it allowed, again, the Espionage Act to be used to jail journalists and others for writing and speaking against the draft. While Wilson didn't get his Censorship Act, he did push through the 1918 Sedition Act, which is not an act on its own. It became part of the Espionage Act, even though it's referred to as an act. And this, it demanded loyalty to the flag and state worship. It really distills the essence of the kind of enforced loyalty of the population, of the symbols and the military power of the state. And it really, in my view, demolishes the idea that the U.S. is exceptional. It shows the U.S. Is enforcing the same state worship as most nations in history. When we moved to the Second World War, there was, again, prior restraint, which was, though technically illegal, was pretty much accepted by every newspaper in the U.S. They agreed to self-censorship. And actually, Douglas MacArthur said that during the Korean War, that he wanted to continue this self-censorship and not impose formal censorship on the press. But in fact, when some American papers started writing about U.S. losses on the battlefield, that they did impose official and formal censorship on the U.S. press during the Korean War. In the Second World War, and I mentioned this at the beginning, FDR did actually impanel a grand jury in Chicago to go after editors and reporters at the Chicago Tribune, which had published an article that showed that in the Battle of Midway, the U.S. had broken the Japanese code. And the grand jury refused an indictment. Just a couple of years ago, there was an attempt to get that grand jury testimony, which was still secret, to become public. And the government today, I think this was 2 or 3 years ago, still refused to allow that grand jury testimony from the 1940s during this Midway battle and the Chicago Tribune case to become public. So we really don't know why the grand jury refused, but they did refuse to indict the Tribune. 5 years later, I have to mention the McCarran Internal Security Act. It made the most significant changes to the Espionage Act, and the most important was to remove intent and make mere possession of defense information illegal. Before, if someone possessed unauthorized possession of state secrets or defense information, the government had to demand it to be returned. If they didn't demand that, you could hold on to it, but that changed. You had to automatically return whatever you had if you didn't have authorization for it. This was one of the things about the Internal Security Act. While that act was being debated in Congress in 1949, a West Virginia senator named Harley Kilgore, he wrote to McCarran, Senator McCarran, whose name is on the act, and he warned him that the amendment, quote, might make practically every newspaper in the United States and all the publishers, editors, and reporters into criminals without their doing any wrongful act. Harry Truman actually vetoed this bill. He didn't make reference in his statement, his vetoing statement, to the changes to the Espionage Act, because there were other aspects of the Internal Security Act, but he did veto it, but it was overridden. And had it in the McCarthyist atmosphere that was building in Congress then in 1950, had it not been overridden and had Truman's veto been upheld, it may have been harder to indict Julian Assange. Now, why is Assange, who was based in Britain, published in Britain, these U.S. Documents about the Afghan war and Guantanamo, how could he be charged under the U.S. law when he did not operate in the U.S. and he's not a U.S. citizen? Well, there was an amendment in 1961. There was a case in Warsaw of a U.S. Diplomat at the embassy there who was caught in bed with a woman who was not his wife, and officials, secret agent services burst into the room and took a photograph of him. They blackmailed him. They showed him the pictures. They wanted some documents from the embassy. Otherwise, they would put this in the newspaper. These pictures, this is the 1960s, early 60s, different mores then about adultery, of course, than we have today. So he did, in fact, remove documents from the embassy, the U.S. Embassy in Warsaw, which is U.S. territory, which would be covered by the Espionage Act, as it was put onto Polish territory, and gave the documents. He was found out and fired, but he could not be indicted under the Espionage Act because he'd left U.S. territory. He was incensed, a member of Congress who pushed through an amendment in 61 which made it universal. So there's now universal jurisdiction of the Espionage Act. Anywhere in the world, anyone who breaks the Espionage Act can be indicted, and that's what happened to Julian Assange. I moved to the 1989 Official Secrets Act, which removed the intent essentially and the public interest defense almost completely. This was the case, of course, of Clive Ponting, a Ministry of Defense official who leaked some documents to a member of parliament that showed that the Thatcher government was lying when they said that the Belgrano, an Argentine ship, had been inside this exclusion zone around the Falklands during the Falklands War, when in fact it had already left the exclusion zone. So this was a great embarrassment to the Thatcher government. Tried to, and they did indict under the Official Secrets Act Clive Ponting, but he was, and the government, the judge told the jury, you must find him guilty because the public interest is what the government of the day says it is. That's a direct quote. But the jury acquitted him on the grounds that what he'd done was indeed in the public interest. Anyway, I'll wrap up by saying that until Assange's arrest, there had been perhaps a difference between the Espionage and Official Secrets Act, because the Official Secrets Act had been used to indict journalists in Britain, but never in the U.S. Now, Britain doesn't have a First Amendment, but the Official Secrets Act, and it doesn't, the Official Secrets Act does not say anything about prior restraint. That's the other issue I want to bring up. In Britain, there have been cases of prior restraint, unlike the Pentagon Papers case, where it's a clear violation of the First Amendment. What we must understand about the Pentagon Papers case is that though the Supreme Court decided in favor of the New York Times that the government could not exercise prior restraint, they could exercise, and there were opinions of justices in that case, that after publication, the government can prosecute journalists for publishing. In fact, Richard Nixon impounded a grand jury in Boston to indict reporters at the New York Times for publishing the Pentagon Papers. And that grand jury only fell apart when Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office had been broken into, and the judge in his case was offered a bribe to become FBI director if he was able to get Ellsberg put. So Ellsberg's case collapsed. We also found out that Ellsberg's phone had been tapped, so the reporters said to the government, if you tapped Ellsberg, you probably tapped us. And that's when they dropped the grand. So Nixon tried to indict journalists. FDR tried to indict journalists. So did Obama, of course, tried to indict Julian Assange. Came up against the so-called New York Times problem. They felt that if they indicted Assange they'd have to indict the New York Times for the exact same documents that they both published in 2010. So the Obama administration stopped short. The Trump administration went forward. So I think that the fact is that the official secret and the Espionage Act are now very, very closely aligned. In fact, Judge Vanessa Baratzer, in her extradition decision on Assange, made it clear that what Assange is being accused of in the U.S. has to also be against the law in Britain, and she cites the Official Secrets Act in making that argument. Dan Ellsberg was incorrect. But that's a very wide opinion in the U.S. I came across an article by Tom Wicker in the New York Times during the Pentagon Papers case in which he quotes Dean Acheson, at that time a former Secretary of State, who called for a severe Official Secrets Act in the U.S. to stop journalists getting documents from guys like Ellsberg. So this feeling and this idea that because Britain doesn't have a First Amendment, that the U.S. Official Secrets Act somehow is not existent in the U.S., that the U.S. has a more liberal law, is now, I think, been debunked because of Assange's arrest for publishing classified material, and that goes right up against the First Amendment. So I don't see much difference between the two. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Joe. That was an absolutely fascinating account of the history of the official development of Official Secrets Act and the Espionage Act, and a very persuasive account of why there needs to be reform of the Official Secrets Act, the Espionage Act, and the public interest defense for whistleblowers and whistleblower journalists for any for freedom of the press, democracy, and so forth. Absolutely brilliant. Thanks a lot. We don't really have time for questions, I'm afraid, due to the depth and breadth of the presentations that have been given. All fascinating, absolutely fantastic. I'd like to say a few things just to wrap up. Firstly, thanks very much to the speakers. Their great integrity, their great courage, and their generosity of spirit in attending events like this and educating the public, educating everybody about matters of great urgency facing our citizenry, wherever we may be. And and thanks. Just good luck with the continuing activism and continuing work in journalism, in activism, and law, and so forth. I think Nancy Hollander is presenting in the other room right now with Deepa, but otherwise, someone's asked me to offer. Yeah, and this will all be online later, shortly as well. So thanks a lot, everybody. I'm going to hang around in this room for a chat if anyone wants one, but otherwise, thank you very much. It's been great.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Bye. 1889 Act, interestingly enough, the
getting your badge, etc. It's Monday afternoon, and then you have Tuesday and Wednesday, and sometimes Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at the camp before you fly out. It's not like you can say, well, I finished in one day, let me see what plane's going. Well, there's not a plane going. The plane goes down on Monday and comes back on Thursday or Friday, and that's it. That's how it works. So we spent many, many hours together, days, and there were periods of time between 2005 and 2008. We were filing FOIAs, we were filing motions, but nothing was really happening. The FOIAs were very important, but in terms of the case, nothing was happening. In 2008, when the Supreme Court heard and ruled on the Boumediene case, that the prisoners could file habeas petitions and that the government would have to respond, and our government did, and then we filed many more motions, and then we won 2010. The court found that the government did not have evidence, sufficient evidence to hold Mohamedou. And if Obama had kept his word for Mohamedou and the others who won their habeas cases, they'd have been released. But he didn't, and his Justice Department appealed every one of them. And after they went up to the Court of Appeals, nobody won again. But during that period, from 2010 to 2016, really nothing was happening. We were filing motions, we were trying to get the court to hear our case, and nothing was really happening. And it was a devastating time for Mohamedou. He was very depressed on and off during that time. But we would talk about everything else. We talked about the rule of uncertainty, and he wrote a bunch of equations. He's an engineer, and my whole family are numbers people. And I mean, I happen to know a bit about the uncertainty principle and Heisenberg and World War II. And we talked about that. And then he drew all these equations. And when I got ready to leave, I said, what are we going to do with those? I mean, these guards will go ballistic, you know. What does this mean? Is he figuring out? I mean, who knows what they think? And I said, I think I should take them. And he said, no, because they'll look at what you take. I think they should stay here and don't worry about them. And I have no idea what he did, flushed them down the toilet or something. But, you know, he had an elliptical machine for a while in his cell. They didn't want him to go out to the main place to exercise, which is just a big cage with a ball in it, or sometimes a hoop. And so they gave him an elliptical machine, and I would use it. I would sit there and go on it because prisons in the afternoon make me kind of sleepy. And we'd drink a lot of tea, and every once in a while he'd go off to pray. And he and I would talk about Islam. That's how I learned everything about Islam. And, you know, we became very close. Terry, too, my co-counsel, Terry Duncan, we went on alternate times. We tried to not have more than 2 months lapse between visits. So I would go, and then she would go, and then I would go, and she would go. We did this for 6 years. You know, and so I know pretty much everything there is to know about Mohamedou. However, when you talk about his forgiveness, when he made that first speech, when he first got out, we had talked about what he was going to say. And of course, he went off and said, I forgive everyone. I didn't know he was going to say that. I knew that he'd said in his book that he hoped he could sit down and have a cup of tea with everyone, but I didn't know he was going to say he forgave everyone. And it's remarkable that he can do that, and to his credit. And I've learned from that I ought to be able to do that too. I've certainly never gone through anything like he has, but that I should be able to just forgive people and go on. And so he's, you know, he's a wonderful human being. He's extremely smart. This book was written in his fourth language, English, that was not all that good at the time he wrote it in 2005. He's just written another book, by the way. I don't know if he mentioned it, the actual true story of Ahmed in Zorga, about a Bedouin who loses his camel and his adventures in going after her. And it's poignant at times and funny at times, which is what he is. He can be a pretty funny guy.
But there's a lot of other places, and if you really
Thank you for sharing that. No, Mohamedou actually really moved all of us with his contribution in the room. I think it just, for many of us, it was very revelatory. Moving from Mohamedou to, I'm just going to make sure that the person who's unmuted, could we make sure the room is locked? And thank you. The question is about whistleblowers. You represented Chelsea Manning, and I wouldn't want you to have to divulge anything about her case and invade her privacy. But I was wondering what kind of advice you would give to national security whistleblowers, knowing what Chelsea has gone through. And we're at a festival that celebrates whistleblowing, celebrates dissent, celebrates all these people who choose to be brave and, or indeed unintentionally have to be brave because there's nobody else to do it. And I wondered whether you would encourage people to be whistleblowers, given what you've seen.
I would not encourage people to be whistleblowers unless they're prepared to go to jail. Excuse me. I've thought about this. You know, I have a security clearance, a top secret security clearance. I have information that I believe the government should not have classified. But am I brave enough? No, I'm not. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in jail. So,
you want to take a second and get a drink? We're happy to wait. Just take your time.
One day. I think what we have to do is work to get the law changed. And that's where we ought to work. If people want to be brave, I'll represent them.
On that note, what I might do, Nancy, is give you a couple of minutes to catch your breath and invite comments from the floor. May I ask Ian if he might comment about the book that Mohamedou wrote? Ian, are you able to unmute yourself?
Too dirty to have your name on it, and somehow like the feeling that like, okay, just because you're
Yes, I think she's just having
something which helps to blow this thing open from what you saw, which you feel might.
Nancy some years ago about her work for Chelsea Manning, which was a revelation to me. But one of the things she recommended I read was that book by Mohamedou. And it is a deeply moving, phenomenally insightful account of his experience. But it's brilliantly written, and it changed the way I saw the world. And I'm 52, so you know it is well worth reading. It's dedicated to Nancy Hollander, and I can't recommend it highly enough.
Thanks, Ian. If you could put the name and details of the book in the chat, that would be really helpful.
The name of the book is Guantanamo Diary. It's been, there have been two, well, it's now been renamed because they do that when there's a movie. So now it's called The Mauritanian. I think you can find it either way. And there's also the restored edition. When the book was first published, it had 2,500 redactions. And the publishing of the book was an event in itself. But then when Mohamedou got out, he went back and wrote what he believed those redactions were. of course, Terry nor I had anything to do with that because we've seen it in its original form. And just because it's public does not mean that it's not still classified. So it is. So we had nothing to do with that, and I can't confirm or deny whether he got any of it right. But it's interesting that he did that. They republished it, and then they've renamed it now as the Mauritanian. But you can get it anywhere. You can get it on Amazon or wherever you get books, preferably in a bookstore. And in London, it was published by Canongate, Sir Jamie Bing's publishing company, Canongate. And you can get it also in bookstores. But I encourage people to watch the movie. The movie is out now in Britain. And it's also, you can actually buy the movie now if you want to on DVD or digital, or else you're going to be able to buy it in a few days, I think, maybe on the 11th, so in about 4 days.
Thank you. While you save your voice again, may I take a couple more comments from the floor? I just wanted to say that everybody now is able to unmute themselves if they would like to make a comment. May I just ask if anybody would like to ask a question of Nancy? And if you could just indicate in the chat if you'd like to do that. Who are typing in the chat? No, there's quite a few people typing away. If you just unmute yourself, and you'll come onto the top, and then Soulette, would you like me to ask the question for you, or are you able to unmute yourself? Okay, Soulette asks, did you find it hard working down at Guantanamo as a woman?
As a woman, didn't really make any difference. I found it hard to be there, yes. When I was first contacted about Mohamedou, the person who contacted me in France said, he's very religious. You might have to cover. He might not be willing to look at you. And I said, I've represented religious Muslims in the past, and I've never had any trouble. Nobody ever requires me to do what I don't do. So, and of course, Mohamedou immediately put his arms out and hugged us, and it was not a problem. I didn't find anything more difficult there as a woman than as a man. It's just a very difficult place, and I always found it hard when I left there with Mohamedou particularly, but also with Ibrahim, just leaving them there in the prison, knowing that I could go home.
Thank you. So let's go to another question, which is, how do we change the law protecting whistleblowers, and what about it needs to change regarding national security? But if anybody else wants to ask a question, please type it in the chat now, and that would be really helpful. Thank you.
How do we change the law about whistleblowers? Well, we have to change the law so that there's a defense for people who expose information that needs to be exposed because it shouldn't have been classified or national security in the first place, because the government is using it for purposes of embarrassment, and the executive order specifically says it cannot do that. Of course, it does that all the time. But it needs to be a defense. It simply needs to be a defense. That's all it would take. And then the courts and the juries could argue about whether it was a legitimate defense, but at least there'd be one. Now there's no defense. It doesn't matter why you expose information. You can get prosecuted.
Next question.
I'm not going away. I'll be right here. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Nikki, because Nancy's listening, although she stepped up just to get a drink.
I can hear you.
Oh, she can hear me.
Yes.
I was just wondering while Chelsea Manning is probably not up for this, but hypothetically speaking, would it be worthwhile for her to sue the US government and certain individuals like Obama for the torture inflicted on her and for what I consider a crime against humanity committed against the group of people for their political beliefs under Article 7(1)(h) of the Rome Statute? Persecution against them, group of them as whistleblowers and journalists. So this is just a hypothetical.
Yeah, I doubt that lawsuit against the United States would get her anywhere. She spent 11 months in what I consider torturous situation, and also when she was at Kuwait. But I've not seen those suits be successful. And if you're talking about the Rome Statute in the International Criminal Court, the U.S. is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court. We do have a case there now. Abrahima has a case there as a victim. It's called the Afghanistan Situation is the name of the case. And it involves Afghanistan and other states that are signatories to the Rome Statute and what happened there, which would include what the CIA did in those particular countries. So we're basically, it's up to the prosecutor how she will investigate that case. And actually there's a new prosecutor, how he will investigate that case. But it is there. Interestingly, however, all the Americans, actually everyone involved, had to stop working when President Trump signed an executive order saying that if you assist the ICC in any form that's going to harm U.S. Citizens, as in the torturers, you could be charged with espionage. And if you are a foreign person, your assets could be frozen. And we all, certainly on my team, which includes Americans and foreigners, we just stopped. Some other people were a little braver and kept going, but I said, I can't expose my team to that. And so we stopped for a few months, and now, fortunately, President Biden has reversed that, and we're back at work.
The next question is from Mike, and he asks, how is it that the First Amendment of the United States doesn't cover whistleblowing as free speech?
Because the Supreme Court says it doesn't. End of story. It's an argument that has been made and lost. We made it again in Chelsea's case. The ACLU, Jonathan Heifetz, wrote a brilliant amicus brief. All of that's online. You can find it. If you can't find it, email me and I'll send you the link. But if you go into Westlaw, if you have it, you can find it. It's on the web. All the amicus briefs, and we had one on solitary confinement. We had one on free speech, and we had one. We had a couple others, but people have to continue to argue it. We're bound by precedent in the United States in one sense. So if the Supreme Court says it, that's what it is. On the other hand, the Supreme Court can change its mind. And I always tell lawyers and law students not to be burdened by that. If we had just said, well, the precedent is everything, we would never have had the case of Brown versus Board of Education, and we would never have desegregated the schools by order of the Supreme Court, which overturned a previous Supreme Court case. So we just have to keep arguing it every time we can.
Thank you. There are a couple of questions next, and I'm not sure if Victor is able to unmute himself. There you are. Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Could you remind us what was the rationale or the justification of the U.S. Department of Justice to put those prisoners in Guantanamo instead of a normal U.S. prison?
Yes, I can. when they started gathering up prisoners in 2001, 2002, first of all, you have to step back a little bit. The United States dropped these leaflets bound that said, turn in a terrorist, get $5,000. Think about how much your village and your family will benefit if you're an Afghan farmer. And 85% of the people in Guantanamo, that's how they got there. 15% maybe were on an active battlefield in Afghanistan. Now the US considers the whole world an active battlefield, but what smart people think of as an active battlefield.
You say it in your heads, you know, and the code is just something that follows.
Where there'd never be lawyers, there'd never be any worry about the rule of law, there'd be no worry about the Geneva Conventions, and they said, well, Guantanamo will do. And that's where they put the first 779 prisoners. Fortunately, the US Supreme Court, in a series of cases ending in the case of Boumediene in 2008, said the rule of law does apply, and the Geneva Convention's Article 3, preventing torture for any purpose, does apply. And the prisoners can file petitions for habeas corpus, and the government will have to respond. So in the Supreme Court chipped away, and as it chipped away, Congress would pass laws trying to go backwards. And finally, we ended up with Congress not being able to do that because of the way Boumediene was written. But they looked around the world for a place they thought would be completely lawless. And you should also remember that President Bush first said these are the worst of the worst, and then released 500 people. So the whole thing, frankly, makes no sense. There are 40 men left there now. 6 of them have been cleared for release, and didn't get out before Trump. 1 was cleared for release in 2009, Yemeni, and it was Obama who said no Yemenis can go home to Yemen after the guy flew over Detroit and tried to light his underwear on fire on Christmas Eve, I think it was, or Christmas Day. He was Nigerian, but he was trained by someone in Yemen who was actually raised in Las Cruces, New Mexico. And so it was Obama that said that, and a lot of the Yemenis got stuck there. And then Saudi Arabia has 2 rehabilitation facilities, and they're pretty good according to prisoners who've been through them. And I've been to the one in Riyadh, in Jeddah. I've been to one, and you know, they really are trying to rehabilitate people. The Saudis were going to build one in Yemen for the Yemenis, but I guess instead they decided to bomb the Yemenis. You know, things change, politics change. But that's a long-winded answer, but I did want to get some of that out. And that's how it started.
Can I make another comment?
Very quickly, Victor, because we have about 6 minutes left.
Oh, sorry. So, but wouldn't you say, in a way, that move that the DOJ made was in itself an admission of guilt? I mean, if you decide to export your jurisdiction in a place where your jurisdiction doesn't apply, you're guilty of something.
No doubt, you're guilty of something.
There's a couple of questions that have come in. One has come in from another forum, and 2 from here. So I'm going to read them all together, and we're going to have to go to Daniel Ellsberg at 0045, and I know, Nancy, you wanted to listen to that, perhaps. So the first question is, John Kiriakou in an earlier presentation said he wished he had taken some advice before he had whistleblown, and what advice would you give whistleblowers was the first one. The second is from Tayo, who's in the chat. She says, or he says, do you represent death row inmates? And Monique asks, can whistleblowers claim the right to freedom of conscience, which is a universal human right? And she's given the article, etc., in the chat.
Well, I think I answered the question, what would I advise whistleblowers? I would advise them that if you plan to do that, be prepared to go to jail for the rest of your life. And I will defend you and do everything I can to make that not happen. But as I said, I'm not that brave, not as brave as Chelsea or as Dan Ellsberg or Snowden. And I think the second question was, do I represent other inmates? Was that what it was in Guantanamo, or just
death row inmates?
Excuse me, say it again.
Death row?
Death row inmates, yes. The only one that I represent is Abraham al-Nasri in Guantanamo. He is facing the death penalty. He's Yemeni, but grew up in Saudi Arabia. He was tortured horribly in the black sites. We've won 2 cases for him at the European Court of Human Rights. We're about to file a third, where those courts gave brilliant opinions, and we were able to get 200,000 euros to his family. Whether they're going to ever get to the death penalty in those cases, I don't know. And if Biden does what he should and gets rid of the federal death penalty, what would that mean for Guantanamo? Maybe nothing, maybe something, but he's the only one I have who's a death row client.
And the two that one was, do you know about other black sites in Europe which are like Guantanamo? And this person has heard several times about it. And Monique asks, can whistleblowers claim the right to freedom of conscience, which is a universal human right?
Well, they can claim the right to freedom of conscience, but I don't think it's going to get them anywhere in a U.S. court. You know, the U.S. isn't big on treaties, let's put it that way. It follows them when it feels like, it doesn't follow them when it doesn't feel like. You've got to remember that historically, the United States made 500 treaties with the Native Americans in our country and either violated or refused to sign every single one. So the fact that we're supposed to follow it doesn't mean that we will. As to where the black sites are, I can't say. The ones I know about, the countries where they are classified, and frankly, I don't know about any others. There may well be others that we don't know about, but if there are, we don't know about them. But the names of the countries are still classified, and so I can't tell you where they are.
On that note, I know that we could probably go on for a few hours, and we're so grateful that you've taken this time out. If you'd like to, of course, we've told people about the Whistleblow Village. I also wanted to remind people that we have a fantastic message from the People's Tribunal on Endless Wars. We've tried to load it on the screen, and I'm going to do that one last time. But it's, for some reason, maybe it's my device, maybe it's something that's happening, but there is a problem. But if you go to videos.whistleblowerfest.org, you'll find all our videos there, including interviews with some of the most interesting and thoughtful people who have contributed to the festival, as well as through movies, including Hacking Justice, which will be available for a week. So please watch it before the week runs out. And I'd like to thank Nancy for being here. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Deepa, for putting all of this together. And Ian, it's amazing work you've done. And we all need to keep struggling. Just everybody can do something, and every something helps.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank our hosts are here, Moritz, John Doe, Ian's been helping through the day, Steve. There's also people who are not in the room right now, Izzy, Emmy, David, all the other people, Moritz, who've been helping through the day and just making this a wonderful experience. And I hope that people like you feel that
Some of them are
in these conversations you've met some old friends and made some new ones and feel a bit refreshed as well, not just, you know, constantly doing the quite grueling work you do. And,
well, you know, I always learn from others, and we all learn from each other. And we're a community, and we should remember that, and a strong community. So thank you.
Thank you
to all of you.
Thank you, everyone. And if I'm going to try and load the People's Tribunal on Endless Wars in a second. So while we're waiting for Daniel Ellsberg to join, he'll be in the other room, the Gavin McFadden room. So I hope our hosts are keeping an eye out for Daniel. But I'm going to try and put this up again. Just give me 2 seconds. And before so one of the reasons we have this is because we have a bunch of very talented technology experts in the background who've been doing just this amazing work. I'm going to try and at least screen share if I can't do it any other way.
I think somebody closed the other room, you know that?
All right. It's the last one. Hopefully we can restart the stream. I hope somebody will. Moritz, if you have a faster computer than mine, do you want to put that in the chat? I'll put the link for everyone to see.
What is that?
I'm just going to put it in the chat, but I'm going to try and load it once myself. Oh, Steve's there. There. Yes. Steve, I don't know if your stream is working okay. Okay, here's the video. And I'm going to mute myself and hopefully you can hear the video.
We are the People's Tribunal on Endless Wars.
We are the People's Tribunal on Endless Wars. We bear witness
Not
to the
working.
endless wars and their infinite and mostly untold consequences.
We observe the impunity of the war criminals responsible for these wars, who walk free.
Old consequences.
We observe the impunity of the war criminals responsible for these wars.
Whistleblowers and journalists are caged in high-security prisons, and mass surveillance has
accountability.
We seek justice for the many affected by wars and to expose war criminals.
Public attention in recent years has been diverted by media relations.
We now redirect our collective attentions to the crimes and those who should be held responsible. We choose to do so in a collective and open way, anchored in universal definitions of human rights, and with a commitment to fair and humane processes.
We will engage in research and documentation based on facts, leaked documents, collective memories and legal expertise, and seek to use many different means of expression. We want to plant the seeds of justice, hoping for a forest of peace.
We are the People's Tribunal on Endless Wars. Join us.
Join us.
Submit evidence, testimony, documents to the following address.
Endless Wars at protonmail.ch.
We are
the People's Tribunal on Endless Wars.
We are the People's Tribunal on Endless Wars. We bear witness to.
So I hope everybody could hear that, or if you could go into the chat. That was a message from a group who called themselves People's Tribunal on Endless Wars. We thank them for their contribution to the festival, and we thank all the other contributors, and thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you with Daniel Ellsberg in a few minutes. We'll be in the other room, by the way. Please go to the Gavin room. We're just going to try and restart the Gavin room if you have any difficulties. Actually, why don't you stay here, please? Because just in case the Gavin room is not working, then I can tell you. I'll tell you as soon as it starts. Hi everyone, Daniel Ellsberg is in the other room, so please click on the link which Steve's put in the chat, which is gavin.whistleblowingfest.org, and we'll see you there. Hi Dan, welcome. I presume it's Daniel Ellsberg, am I right? Dan, can you hear us? Dan, you have to unmute yourself on your screen to be able to speak. You should have the rights to be able to unmute yourself. Hi, if Daniel Ellsberg, if you can hear us, we're just about to start your session. You'll need to click on the flashing blue light on the bottom of your screen to unmute yourself. I think when you've got a green headset, John Doe, you just have to unmute yourself by pressing the button. I don't think that's the listen only mode. I think the listen only, maybe it is. I must be getting tired. Dan, could you check if you can refresh that particular window that you came from? It's when you come in again, if you could give yourself permissions for the computer to use, to allow your microphone to use for this program, then hopefully we should be able to hear you. Dan, would you please try refreshing the page you came in from? So you could I'll put a link in the chat. You can even click on that link and hopefully it will refresh your page. I don't know. John Doe, are you still here? Perfect. Thank you. So Dan, you'll have to restart, and perhaps when you rejoin, if you can give your computer permissions to use the microphone and the camera for this session. Hi, everybody. Dan's going to join us in a couple of minutes. Please bear with us. I'm just going to sort out the arrangements. Just please bear with us for a couple of minutes. I'm so sorry, everyone. We're just about to start, but please, as Ian says, I'm sure it'll be well worth the wait. The Dan we have in the room isn't Daniel Ellsberg. So it's somebody else who was also trying to get in. But hopefully, I've spoken to Daniel and he's going to try and join. So he'll be there in a couple of minutes. So if you've just joined and you're wondering why I'm sitting in front of the screen typing away, we're just waiting for Dan Ellsberg to join. He will be here in a couple of minutes. I just wanted to also remind you that after this, please make your way to the Whistleblower Village, where you can, I'm sorry, I've got a baby crying, where you can, where you're able to go into the virtual world that has been created, where you can visit Guantanamo, where you can see some quite interesting things, and I think it could be quite a lot of fun while you sit by the campfire. John Doe asks, are these all the interviews? No, we're having a bunch which are getting processed today and tomorrow, and they'll all be up probably by day after. The only thing that is time constrained is Hacking Justice, which we only have on for a week, thanks to our contributor, Clara Lopez Rubio. So there's Dan. Dan's not going to be using his camera, but he's going to be using his microphone. I'm just going to promote him to moderator so he can unmute himself when he likes. And I'm going to switch off my camera so that you can listen to Dan.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you very clearly. Thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, I'm so sorry at the delay here. I was doing some writing here and I forgot about the time. I noticed this is the Gavin McFudgeon room. He was a terrific guy. I stayed with him when I was helping Julian put out the Iraq war logs in London years ago. I guess that was 2010. But he was a wonderful person, Gavin.
Thank you, Dan. And yes, indeed, it is because he was this wonderful person who inspired many people, including Eileen Chubb, who was at the festival today, who runs a whistleblowing support organization called Compassion and Care, and also, of course, Julian and a number of people, including Juan Pasarelli, who was there earlier, and there were so many people who, through the day, who were saying how much they were inspired by him and inspired by the revolutionary kind of approach he took. The other room that we have is the Hanan Saleh Matroud room, which is dedicated to the memory of an 8-year-old child who was shot dead in Iraq and whose family was paid a couple of £100 as supposed compensation without even admission of guilt. So we're very glad to welcome you, Daniel Ellsberg, to the International Festival of Whistleblowing, Dissent and Accountability. You're a hero to many of us, and we're so grateful that even despite all the burdens that have been placed upon you over the years, that you've chosen to take a very courageous path, and of course are now advocating for somebody whom many of us admire, Julian Assange, who of course sits in Belmarsh prison. But before we go to talk about Julian, and I know you sit on Assange Defense, and you're one of the co-chairs along with Noam Chomsky and Alice Walker, I wondered if you might tell us a little bit about how you think whistleblowing has evolved since the days that you did it, And now, not just in terms of the change between, photocopying volumes of paper to this vast amount of data, but also the context within which whistleblowing is seen.
Well, the context remains essentially the same, which is that an imperial power such as the United States, which in particular pretends not to be an imperial power and to hide that reality from its own citizens, keeps a lot of secrets wrongfully from its Congress, from its public, from its courts, and very much resents and wishes to punish and deter any instance of telling things that the bosses in the empire don't want known. I emphasize the empire there because pursuing and projecting and maintaining an empire involves many activities that citizens in a republic generally find criminal or immoral and certainly dangerous and otherwise. How do you maintain regime change or bring about regime change or maintain dictatorial regimes that we've set up? Which is the nature of empire, regime change, the supposed right, in any way, the practice of determining who governs, who rules, who lives and dies in other countries besides one own. And that involves paramilitary operations, military coups, assassination, murder, bribes, various things that the citizens generally would disapprove of, or at least don't want to be held accountable for, so they'd rather not know in some cases. And therefore, pursuing this does require, or at least makes it much more convenient to keep secret what it is you're actually doing. I think of the US empire, in some contrast to the British, but not entirely, as a covert empire, where covert means plausibly denial. England, of course, was very open and proud and of being an empire. It was a major part of its national identity, but that's not true in the United States, which thinks of itself as having escaped from the British Empire in the first, what could be called, War of National Liberation, and has never really acknowledged that we have actually, I don't know how you'd make an exact comparison, but certainly a global reach in terms of regime determination as the British Empire, which was the largest of its day. And ours could in many ways be said to be larger, I suppose. I haven't really, but even then, the British ruled often by indirect empire, by establishing proxy regimes, in effect, that they could back without occupying, without settling. And that's always been true of the United States and outside our own borders. So on the one hand, the fact that it is an empire is deniable and denied, and therefore any outbreak of reality is to be resisted by the rulers. And also the means they use that I just described are also covert to a large extent. As, for example, where it was British influence in the Middle East, where it's largely through intelligence operatives like T.E. Lawrence in the Middle East. And we're the same now, in effect, nominally independent regimes that we pretty much control or veto if they go beyond the bounds of what our corporations and our military actually want. So that context remains the same, and as it has been for a long time. Now, not to just toss off the technical change, which has been very great, when I put out 7,000 pages to the Senate and 4,000 pages to the newspapers, that was about the limit of what one could leak. It was certainly more than anyone else had done. And that was possible only because of the recent private computers, Xerox in general, and private computers didn't exist before, or I couldn't have put out thousands of pages. Well, of course, Chelsea Manning revealing to Julian Assange, or Ed Snowden 3 years later in 2013, were able in the digital era to put out millions of pages. and it simply wouldn't have been possible. Now, generally, although they can put out that much, the technology has always also allowed the authorities to find the person who did that pretty thoroughly. Someone like Ed Snowden or even Chelsea Manning were computer experts to the point where they probably could have covered their tracks had they chosen. But each of them wanted, like myself, to take full responsibility for what they were doing and not to allow others to be suspected as they would be. So Chelsea had intended to reveal herself, but she was actually arrested earlier. Snowden did reveal himself for that reason, right at the time. And also in order to deal with reporters and explain the context and the meaning of what he was revealing to reporters in a way that he could not have done in communicado as Chelsea was actually held. I think Ed learned from Chelsea's example that he would be in solitary confinement if he did this in the US, would not be able to tell the reporters what the acronyms meant or what the process was, and the full implications of what he was doing. So it was essential for him to be out of the country. And other than that, the idea of whistleblowing has changed to some extent. At my time, and long after the Pentagon Papers, whistleblowers were generally seen, as they had been before, as snitches, informants, no positive attribution. And although, the feeling on me was mixed, but very, very polarized, but generally later people resisted being called whistleblowers, even because it had a generally negative connotation. And that changed a while ago, so that whistleblower is, I think, now accepted as a legitimate course of action, even if it is held to be a violation of the law. In other words, it's seen by many people as being at worst nonviolent civil disobedience. That's a fair way to see it. In a country that has a law which you're breaking as a whistleblower. Now, England very definitely does have that law. It's called an Official Secrets Act, and it applies not only to sources, but to journalists. In this country, we don't have such a law because we have a First Amendment, a product of our independence war from Britain. We've never had an Official Secrets Act signed into law. But starting with me, the Department of Justice has used the Espionage Act as if it were an Official Secrets Act. It was not intended for that. It's much too broad for that in its wording. It's almost surely unconstitutional if that were really addressed in terms of our First Amendment. And I, in fact, intend in my remaining months or years of life here to try to press that one to a legal resolution. It really hasn't been adequately raised, I would say, in any of the earlier cases. And I would like to see that case go to the Supreme Court, even though the current Supreme Court is not going to be as concerned about constitutionality or the First Amendment as earlier ones would have been. I know that. And nevertheless, it's time, even if they find, I think quite wrongly, that it is unconstitutional, just as past rulings of the Supreme Court, like the Dred Scott case, were very wrong, or the upholding of the internment of the Japanese. They make wrong rulings, and I think this would be a wrong ruling. But nevertheless, it wouldn't change the situation much by this time, because now, in contradiction to 50 years ago, there is ample precedent for lower courts to convict people on this basis, mainly by plea bargains, by the way, which don't really come to an appeal. And how do they get those? Well, the defendants face judges like those that Julian Assange would face in Virginia, who are very, very unfavorable. And you go through all the cost of the trial and probably get a higher sentence than you could get in a plea bargain. But I'm not going to accept any plea bargain if they indict me. They're not going to be eager to indict me, to say the least, for various reasons. I'm gonna make it a little hard for them not to, actually, because I do intend, and I have been lately starting, to put out previously unreleased, or I should say, information that's never been officially declassified, and that is, in fact, originally top secret, and has never been declassified. And I'm going to put it to them to explain why they're not indicting me. And if they do, I'll challenge the constitutionality. I think that'll, many lawyers think there's no chance they would indict me. I'm not so sure of that. I'm going to make that hard for them.
Thanks. Sorry, were you going to say something else?
Yes, you're on there.
Okay. I was just going to ask you, one of the things we had a previous session, we had a session with Joe Lauria, who talked about a conversation he had with you about the parallels between the Espionage Act and the Official Secrets Act in Britain, and also how he was thinking about the Espionage Act, and the very problem that you said, which is you think there is no there is no similar, similar the Official Secrets Act. But
unless you accept that the Espionage Act is that in effect as they've been acting, but as I say, it hasn't been fully tested.
Yeah. And one of the other things we heard today was from Nancy Hollander, who spoke a little while before you.
Yeah.
And of course, she was saying how much she admires you. And there are a number of people here who have a great deal of love and respect for you. But one of the things she was asked was, what advice would you give whistleblowers, or rather, the first question was, given what you've seen of what happened to Chelsea, would you encourage people to whistleblow, or would you support whistleblowing? And her answer was she wouldn't.
You thought I wouldn't, you said? I'm sorry?
He thought that she wouldn't.
She wouldn't. Well, I'd make a distinction there, and I suspect she would. You have to make a distinction, I think. I certainly would not advise people to do it where the issues at stake, what was being revealed, did not seem of great importance, signal and timely importance to the people. There's much wrongdoing by the government for which, let's just say, cost overruns on a vast scale. We're talking many billions of dollars here or something. Would I go to jail for life, which I faced in the Pentagon Papers, in order to expose that the government was giving Northrop Grumman billions of dollars that were totally wasted? Actually, no, I think not. I'd argue that in other ways, but I wouldn't see that as after all, so many people in the government see that as a very good jobs program, and that's the issue there, really. The public doesn't have to know it. They should know it already. But let me give, smaller things, embezzlement of various kinds, wrong lies happening literally every day, and many of them under oath. Would I advise anyone to risk jail to expose someone else's lies that don't affect the public very much? No, I wouldn't. So I would say that you really should do that only when many other lives are at stake. And that's not infrequent, that's very frequent. Or constitutional issues are at stake, as with Ed Snowden. Chelsea Manning's case, of course, raised both of those. But Snowden in particular was mainly constitutional rather than immediately lies. In those cases, I definitely would say, consider taking on yourself the cost, the personal cost to your family, to yourself, to your career, your future, of saving a war's worth of lives. And to me, that I won't tell any individual what they should do. I've only done that once or twice privately when I thought I knew the issues. But generally, I wouldn't say to any given person, because I don't know their career, their family situation, or what they might achieve if they didn't do this by maintaining access. That's very much in their minds. And there's always the consideration of how important this information is. Obviously, I won't always know that from the outside. Hardly anybody would. So they have to take that all into account. But I definitely would say to every person exposed to this information two things. It is not the case that your revelation can have no effect. That's just wrong. It's very tempting, if you don't want to do it, to say there's no possibility that it will help. But really, you can't foresee what the possibility will be of any given revelation, and there definitely can make a difference. No, I could give many cases of that. So that's a self-deception, if you think of it. The other side is you have to ask yourself, do I have a right to keep this secret? Do I have a right to risk other people's lives and the nature of our democracy by participating in a wrongful process here, anti-democratic, of withholding this information? I think very few people actually do confront that. And if they do, they might or might not act on what they think the right is, or the right thing to do. But I think a lot more will do it if they actually raise the question, what could I achieve if I'm willing to do the right thing here and to tell the truth? What could it be? And am I right? Do I really have a right to withhold it? Most people act as if that's right is absolute. You know, they promised not to tell, and that decides the issue. Ethically, morally, even legally, that doesn't decide the issue. If your bosses and your agency and your president or your prime minister is lying to the public or going on a dangerous course, by no means is your oath of secrecy, usually not an oath, by the way, but a promise of secrecy, does not determine the ethical issue of whether you should or should not obey that promise or should break it. I broke that promise, no question. Every whistleblower does. Almost everyone has made a promise not to reveal. But that promise, and ours could in many ways, that promise is not the highest ethical or moral
And her answer
priority or moral or authority. People may think it is and act as if it is, but if they reflect on it, that's ridiculous. So the idea, at Nuremberg, for example, that orders are all to be obeyed, no matter what they are. Well, that was repudiated at Nuremberg. But most people don't agree with that in a way. They want to act as though if I've been ordered to do this or if I've been told to keep it secret, I have no ability. The choice is out of my hands. I have no responsibility for what happens. That is a self-serving delusion.
Thank you. I should also point out to viewers that Nancy's answer was also, in relation to national security whistleblowing, of course, was also that she would be there to defend the whistleblower who did that, which was quite...
Nancy said that? Well, I admire, I agree to that. I'm sure that is the case. And I very much applaud Nancy's Hollander's process in the Assange case, and did very well. And getting the judge, not on the best issues, I'm sorry to say, but on at least the issue of our legal process of incarceration here, to refuse to extradite Julian Assange. And am I making a mistake here, confusing the case she was in? Was it more Chelsea's case?
That was Chelsea's, yeah.
Yeah, okay, right. But in Chelsea, of course, was not really protected by the Constitution in the way all the rest of us are, because she was in the military and she was tried in a military court-martial. And Nancy had to do the best she could with that. But the fact is, there's the old saying that military justice is to justice as military music is to music. And that's the way it is. In theory, you don't give up your Bill of Rights when you enter the military. In practice, they act as if you do. And you keep the secrets, and you follow the orders. You give the benefit of the doubt entirely to the higher orders. That's against Nuremberg, but it's the way it's actually practiced. So Nancy was facing an impossible situation there in a court-martial. And you'd even have to say that, somebody in the military has to think even harder about, being a whistleblower. But there are those like Chelsea who rise to their obligations as a citizen and as a human, and not just as someone subject to the Universal Code of Military Justice. Universal Code of Military Justice. I participated in many court-martials as a defense lawyer when I was in the Marines, but just the very name of it, Universal Code of Military Justice, it's an oxymoron. Military justice is not what it's about, or justice, I should say, is not what it's about.
On that note, may I firstly remind people that David McBride's, the Australian Defence Forces whistleblower, David McBride's case is up next week. So he was here earlier today, and we send him loads of solidarity. And of course, we also have Jeffrey Sterling and John Kiriakou and others contributing to me. I also wanted to acknowledge Ray McGovern.
Did you have Jeffrey Sterling on? That's a very good case. Yes, where he spent many months in jail for without having, actually in his mind, without having been a leaker to the press, but who did tell the truth to Congress as he was supposed to do. And they managed to get him anyway, despite the fact that he had actually followed the rules and spoken to Congress on this classified subject, not to the press. But that didn't save him from many months in jail.
And he was very ill treated while he was there. But I also wanted to draw people's attention to a couple of interviews, one with Ray McGovern, who kindly spoke to you, Dan. But Ray was talking about some things which had been on his conscience, but also about some positive things that he chose to do. And there is an interview with Ogmundur Jónasson in the video.
I'm sorry, with who was that?
I beg your pardon, sorry. Ogmundur Jónasson. He was the interior minister in Iceland who refused the Americans' attempts to stitch up WikiLeaks. And he describes that in quite a lot of detail within that interview. So I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to that. Before we go any further, I wanted to ask you, because you've spent a lot of time with Julian Assange, and we've asked you about his case, and I'm sure you're going to get a number of questions from the audience about that. Could you tell us a little bit about Julian as a person and the rigor with which he engaged with the materials as you saw it, and whether or not he had a commitment to whistleblowers? Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, I was one of the first people, I think, that Julian approached via the net, via email, when he was setting up WikiLeaks. He wanted, because of my past, obviously, to be an endorser of their program. And when he first described it, I thought, this is ridiculous. This is like an invitation to the intelligence sources to just prosecute leakers. I mean, I thought it's ridiculous to think that he can protect these communications from National Security Agency. I thought he might even be a provocateur somehow, set up by NSA. So I asked for more information on it, rather skeptically, and I didn't hear back from him at that time. But then, when he came out with the collateral murder video, it was very obvious to me, in Iceland actually, very obvious to me that NSA had not managed to block that, and that he was not on their side. And I was very, very impressed by that. And he later showed, of course, that he was, as did Snowden, that it is possible at least to bypass them somehow or get past their attention. And that was a good project. So when he asked me to come help him appear at the press conference, I think it was at what's the name of that press club? With Gavin, I stayed with Gavin McFudgeon at the time, actually. What's the name of the press club where he put out the Iraq war logs?
It's not the one in Paddington.
Huh? Front page or something like that? What?
Frontline Club.
Frontline Club, yeah. Well, I appeared with him at that and introduced him and, totally endorsed what he was doing and putting out those war logs. And I did see him over a period of several days then and got a very good impression of him, very warm. Obviously, as everybody knows, he's extremely intelligent and knowledgeable in a field of which I'm totally ignorant, the digital field and encipherment and so forth. But very smart guy. But I also liked him. Not everybody has that reaction. I mean, who does, that reaction? I am one of those who definitely does like Julian very much, and admire him as well and respect him and regard him as a friend. So I was happy to visit him twice when I was in England, in the Ecuadorian embassy. I was very dismayed in my own mind to see the difference on the second trip. It clearly was taking a very heavy toll on him in his lack of sunlight and the problems he had with his shoulder, which he couldn't get an MRI at the embassy that he needed. And I just spoke to his partner, by the way, and he has had some equivalent of that now, I'm glad to say, and also dental problems that he couldn't deal with in Ecuador. And she told me that there had been some dealing with that as well, although not sufficient adequately. So I, by the way, also spoke to his half-brother and his father recently several times on television, and liked them very much. So, in short, whereas he's very often described as a difficult, very unlikable fellow, that has not been my experience with him, not to judge others' relationships. And not at all. Now, in this context, I will say, in contrast to some other supporters of Julian, I was not happy with the impact of his contributions in 2016, or the timing or the tone of them. I don't need to go into that. It's not relevant to this case. I think it did have the effect of helping Trump get elected or defeating Hillary. And that was, to my mind, a very unfortunate effect. And I'm not judging the journalistic aspect of it, but I think the impact and the intentions, priorities that were behind it. But that has no bearing on, and by the way, I don't judge personally in my personal relationships very strongly the judgment, which I may disagree with, of somebody who's been in one room for 7 years. I wouldn't want anybody to trust my judgment if I'd been under the pressures that Julian has been for so long. And I just don't judge it. I mean, that's very constraining circumstances. But on your judgment. But we're not dealing with that. We're talking about 2010, and I have no reservations there, whatever. Or 2013, for years there. I totally unreservedly support what he did in those years, and that's what he's indicted for. And there, I think that journalists who have heard that he's not someone they should like or support, or who feel that personally, I think are very mistaken if they draw back from supporting his case at this time, because all journalists in the world, but especially in America, are endangered by the efforts to extradite and prosecute Julian Assange. I mean, many other journalists already are dealing with the Official Secrets Act, but to change the United States to an act that actually indicts journalists and foreign journalists, not just Americans, for revealing American secrets, that's widely dangerous. And questions of personal feeling, in my case, favorable, but in other cases negative, should not have any bearing on this question. This has just come up because who was it who just was interviewed by Stephen Bannon, a journalist, more or less, whose views I detest and whose general practices I detest. Just who was that? Anyway, somebody in the news, like Marjorie Taylor Greene or somebody, just had a big interview with him. And it reminded me of Bannon. If he were in Britain and was being accused of the same things in his miserable Breitbart website or journal, that Julian is for putting out information the government didn't want, I hope I would certainly be opposing his indictment. And would I be doing it with the same passion and concern as I do for Julian? Well, that's hard to say. You could say I hope I would, but I certainly would be saying there are First Amendment rights here that apply even to Julian Bannon, as well as to Ed Snowden or to Julian Assange, and to anybody. We do not want this kind of censorship in this country. I don't want it anyway.
Just going back a little bit to a few things you said in your conversation, I just wanted to draw the attention of our those who are listening to the fact that Britain was not just complicit in, or rather instrumental in ensuring that Julian didn't get medical treatment while he was in the embassy and refusing him safe passage to have that medical treatment.
That's amounts of torture on their part. You know, I don't think it's been called that, but that's even while he was in the Ecuadorian embassy, they were in effect participating in torture by refusing to give him any allowance for getting him medical attention that he needed out there.
Indeed,
and of course later, right now in the prison, and moreover, of course, a very direct involvement with my case is that he was subject to efforts by the CIA and others, I'm sure NSA, to surveil his discussions with his lawyers, with journalists, with anybody, while he was in the embassy, by totally illicit surveillance that they were conducting, and discussions of actually poisoning him or kidnapping him. Now that's an exact parallel, though most people aren't aware of it, to my own case, where there were actual actions, not just discussion, of, quote, incapacitating Daniel Ellsberg totally on May 3rd, 1972. There were actions taken to do that, which they backed off because they thought they were going to be caught or used as patsies, as one of them said, like Oswald, as he said. No comment. But then, and of course, they were illegally using warrantless wiretaps to overhear me at that time. So those things led to my case being dismissed. And of course, they should lead to the dismissal of Julian's charges in the U.S. I think the judge, without discounting those charges, decided not to rule on how the U.S. would deal with that, you know, in terms of extradition. And she just dealt with the clear, inhumane practices amounting to torture that he would face in terms of being held in solitary confinement, as Chelsea Manning was held for many months and really released from only as a result of great public protest, including civil disobedience to protest it. And that example, again, I think probably may well have been in the judge's mind in England.
I think there was certainly a huge amount of support for Julian, as I report, and huge shame at the way in which Keir Starmer's CPS connived to prevent Julian from getting due process, and more generally throughout the legal process, how appallingly Julian has been treated and the arbitrariness of the process. But before we go any further, I also wanted to ask you if you had any thoughts on whether you think, what do you think the future is for people like other people who want to be like Julian Assange or who want to be like Chelsea Manning?
Well, as of now, I think there is some small hope of Congress, a small but real hope of Congress changing, amending, or even rescinding and putting out a new Espionage Act to make it possible for a whistleblower who is indicted to have a fair trial. That is not the case now. None of the whistleblowers who have faced indictment have had any prospect of a fair trial, because under the Espionage Act, as a strict liability act, there's no discussion permitted of purpose, motivation, intention. That's supposedly not an element. Just, did you put out this information that was classified? And they're not allowed to tell the jury why they did what they did. I was not allowed that in this first case. And that's been true of all the cases since. So the Espionage Act, actually in a resolution by Tulsi Gabbard in her last month in office last year, or maybe it was even the first month of this year, in the House, was a very good amendment of the Espionage Act, and I hope that will be adopted. I'm on. Yeah. My leg just hope that will be adopted by someone else. She's no longer in Congress. So that's one thing. I think that could change, and that would be helpful. More practically and seriously, I think it's essential for people to realize how abusive the entire secrecy system is in a democratic republic. Not only the abuse of the Espionage Act or any other act is an official secrets act, but the whole secrecy system, which is about 99%, not 100, 99%, say 95%, addressed to avoiding accountability by our public officials, avoiding embarrassment, avoiding possible criminal culpability by keeping secret decision-making that the public has a right to know. And I'm saying not 20% or 50%. That's a serious estimate, and not only by me, by the way, by people who are much more expert on this situation. A guy named William Florence, who testified in oath at my trial.
Emergency Training Center. And as
he had written the regulations for the Pentagon, and he said, at the time classified, 95%, he estimated, of material stamped secret, top secret, did not qualify for classification. And he said within a few years of its being classified, 99.5. He said, it's 1/10 of that, 0.5%. Very few people are aware of that. They give the benefit of the doubt to what's classified in the sense that if you put it out, you're endangering national security. It seems like a very serious charge. People hear that as treason, even though our constitutional sense of treason after a revolution, which was done by traitors. All our founders of our country, all the signers of the Declaration were traitors in the eyes of the British Empire, of which they'd all been loyal subjects 2 or 3 years earlier. So they found a higher loyalty to something other than the King of England. And but nevertheless, people treat the president right now in a very monarchical sense. If he says the public shouldn't know this, or if he lies, our last president to an extraordinary degree, but all the presidents lie, all Democrat, Republican. They hope to get away with it like a monarch. That, it's up to them to tell the public what they should know. That's not a republic. That is a monarchy, essentially, and not like the current British monarchy either. It's like George III or any of the other autocratic leaders. And I don't want that. We were right to have a war of independence from that, but we didn't become entirely independent from that point of view.
I'd like to now open the floor to questions and comments. But before I do, of course, I feel I have to say that, while a lot of people feel a lot of allegiance to the Democratic Party, there are serious concerns about whether Hillary Clinton was much more of a warmonger than Trump, no matter how bad you think Trump is and her role as a war criminal. But that's another story for another day. But I also wanted to draw people's attention to a point that Daniel made earlier, which was about plea bargains. And there is an interview with Professor Sami Al-Aryan, who was, after 40 years living in the United States, was indicted in relation to stuff which had the way in which national security kind of targeting of Muslims increased in the aftermath of 9/11, and he had a horrendous case. And the interview of that is going to be up on the website, and I would encourage you to pick it up if you have the chance. I hope our wonderful hosts who've been here since very early in the morning and to whom we're very grateful will be able to unmute everybody, and if they give me the signal, then we can.
This is Steve Rohde. Can you hear me?
We can.
I can hear. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, Daniel. This is Steve Rohde from the Los Angeles Assange Committee, and working with you and others. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. Thanks.
And thank you for your very cogent remarks. I think you broke some news today if you've announced that you are going to mount a test case to release previously unreleased top secret information. I know you'll probably want to be circumspect about this, but would that release meet your own test that one should blow the whistle if lives are at stake or fundamental constitutional issues are at stake?
Well, of course, it's in line with that. I wouldn't be proposing to do this if I didn't feel it served the public interest to put out what I'm doing. And in terms of news, it's not exactly breaking news, because last Saturday on a panel moderated by Amy Goodman and with a conversation between Ed Snowden and I did mention pretty much what I said today, that I propose to do this. Now, what it is that I'm putting out is I'm looking for the best way to do that, a way that will best challenge actually the Biden administration to do what I think they'll be very reluctant to do, and that is to give me and the country a genuine test of the constitutionality of this. I think they'll be very reluctant to indict me. But as I said to Deepa, I plan to make it as hard as I can to do that. And I welcome any suggestions. And Dave, you could be glad to have you email me later, but any suggestions from anybody as to how to make it most difficult for them to do that. Merely mentioning that I plan to do this, I don't think does put any pressure on them to do it yet. But I have a number of pieces of information to put out that they still regard as classified. In some cases, 50 years later, 60 years later. Of course, it's rather ridiculous, but that's the way they run these cases. And it will be just as classified as anything. It could be more classified than Julian Assange put out. What Chelsea Manning put out was secret or less, unclassified, confidential, unclassified. This is stuff that, as far as I know, still has not been declassified from its original classification of top secret. So we'll see how that goes. I hope they will rise to the challenge.
Thank you. I have a question from Sulet Dreyfus, who was one of the contributors this morning, and of course co-wrote a book with Julian. And I'm going to have to mute somebody who's only 32.
Deepa, I'm sorry. With my hearing being such, could I ask you to speak a little slower for me than you usually do?
Of course, I'm very sorry. That's why I left my camera on. Please don't be worried when this goes out on the video. You won't have my face on the screen. We will replace it with an image of Daniel. But for now, it's easier to communicate with the camera on. Suelet asks, the Sterling case is interesting for other reasons too. It may be the first national security whistleblower case where someone was convicted based on metadata, not primary evidence, that is records of contact, for example, with a reporter without phone taps of contact. Do you have any comments on that risk for whistleblowers and how to get around it?
Yes. The Jeffrey there, I think his lawyers depended a little more than they might have, it seems to me, on the fact that they had only circumstantial evidence against him. And of course, it's not the first case to be convicted on circumstantial evidence. As far as I know, he was quite wrongly convicted of leaking on this. But of course, it was a case where he had, for other reasons, for his suit against the CIA, for discrimination, I would say, which was the 100% of the reason they went after him. And of course, you can't prosecute somebody for suing you, but that made them determined, I think, to find some circumstantial case they could get him on. And it does bear on whistleblowers in the following way. He had gone to Congress, as supposedly you should do in the channels, in the way that's authority, revealing what he thought was very inappropriate behavior that had been withheld by the CIA, wrongful and foolish and dangerous, and at the good time. And that was very much, what he should have done, I would say. But there is this problem. If, like Tom Drake or William Binney and a number of the other NSA people, you first go through the channels like the Inspector General or Congress, as in theory you have a right to do. Having done that, and they can't prosecute you for that, basically, anybody who does leak then, or any leak that does occur, let's say from the committee that you talk to, or somebody else altogether, you will be suspected of having been the leaker. And if, as in Sterling's case, he had had dealings with James Risen on this quite different case, his suit, which Risen had reported on, that gave the jury the evidence that here's a guy who was talking to this reporter. He did reveal it. We know that Sterling knew this classified stuff and objected to it because he had complained to the Senate. So, the jury was convinced by this and sent him, I think, quite wrongfully into, all the cases are wrong in a constitutional sense, but in his case, as far as I know, he had not done what he was accused of, which was leaking on this matter to the press. But he was understandably suspected. That tells me, to make this, it's not a blanket thing, be very cautious or skeptical about going through channels to the Inspector General, except in some cases, or to the committees, if you feel the public must know this information. Then do leak it, do put it out anonymously, and in ways that can be done. My organization, Freedom of the Press Foundation, has made available a secure drop method of dealing with newspapers that are not 100% secure from NSA. Nothing is, as far as I know, but it definitely makes a problem for them. Makes it harder. Use caution. Try to be anonymous. I think that's absolutely appropriate now. But don't advertise by doing what they urge you to do, which is complain to the committees. That's, on the one hand, a black hole of information, the intelligence committees, when it comes to telling the public anything. The members of that committee are so concerned to keep their status on it and their access to classified lies from the government and the NSA and CIA that they're very reluctant to share that information with the public. They'd be kicked off the committee. And on the other hand, if they leak it, you're going to be nailed, even if you weren't the one who gave it to the press. So that happened with all of these people, Tom Drake, Benny, and others. So that's my advice on that. And I lost keep here for the moment that anyway, I say definitely can be worthwhile doing it, and be very wary of these supposedly official channels for doing this. I see Ray McGovern on this thing. Hi. Hi, Ray. Hi, Santa Claus. I recognize you even under that disguise.
Ray, you're still muted, and we need to make sure that you're able to unmute. So I think you're here in headphone mode, so you'll need to try and while Ray's unmuting, could I ask Ian, who had a question, to go with it, and then, oh, I think Ray's unmuted, I beg your pardon. Please go ahead. Ray, we can hear you, I think. Or maybe I can hear Daniel. Ray, would you say hello so we can see if we can hear you?
Ray hasn't unmuted yet, as far as I can see.
All right, okay.
We should have a signal for people to say unmute, kind of signal you can boot up.
I think Ray's here now.
Yes, thanks, Dan. Thanks so much for being with us and for rehearsing and giving us new insight and new courage and new hope with what you intend to do. I wanted to just say a word about Jeffrey Sterling. I attended every one of his days in court. It was a dismal proceeding. General Hayden, who used to head up NSA, once said that we've killed a lot of people with metadata. He referred to drones and so forth. Well, they convicted Jeffrey Sterling on metadata, and that's very clear because all they had were indications that James Risen had been talking to Jeffrey Sterling. They didn't adduce any content. Now, the real problem here, and what I learned after I talked to Bill Binney, I said, Bill, doesn't the NSA collect everything, including the content? And he said, I told you that about 5 times, Ray. Yes, they do. And I said, my God, why didn't Jeffrey's lawyers, why didn't they realize that and demand the content? Because all they had were the lists of telephone calls. And of course, as you pointed out, Dan, Jeffrey had a record with James Risen on this discrimination case. So there's lots of reasons why he would be talking to James Risen. So my point is simply that this was egregious because the government knew that there was no content. There was no content to convict Jeffrey Sterling about. His lawyers didn't know enough to demand the content of those conversations. If they had, the judge could not have convicted him because Jeffrey, I know Jeffrey, and I know that he didn't do what they accused him of doing. So you can not only kill people by metadata, but you can put them in prison for 2.5 years. And I have to say, when I asked James Risen at a public meeting, how did you feel about that? Why didn't you maybe whistleblow about that? And he said, oh, I don't whistleblow, you know. Well, there are times, in my view, that that pundits and reporters should prevent others from going to jail for 2.5 years by just telling the truth. And that's my view of that. Thanks again, Dan. I've talked too much as usual, but it was wonderful to hear what you had to say.
You and I, and I'm even older, much older than you appear now with your gray beard, but much older than you. But and we're both famous for going on, me especially, me more than you, longer than you. But you made 2 very interesting points there that are actually new to me after all this time. You know, the question you raised of whether they could have demanded the content. I don't know the legal answer. It sounds good to me, though. I don't know why they didn't do that. And, you know, when you choose for whatever reason not to put your defendant on the stand or any other, and on the other side, you have a whole array of people like the former Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice, coming in there and saying, well, this has hurt national security. Well, that's a pretty uphill climb for a defense team. And hard to imagine how the jury could almost have ignored that, but so they were able to railroad, and railroad him, and that's what they did do. And as I'm saying, that's what comes up every time if you go through channels. Now, this whistleblower on the president's impeachment on the phone call, he did go through channels. I'm assuming it's a he here. He did go through channels, and he got away with it. because of a new Whistleblower Protection Act, which didn't exist when I was putting this stuff out. But people haven't noticed. The White House illegally and wrongly and against the statute withheld that information from the impeachment committee. And the only way they got it was that other people took the risk without going through the whistleblower channel of making it known to the Intelligence Committee that this person had made a complaint. That complaint is supposed to go automatically to the Intelligence Committee if it is adjudged by the Inspector General to be have some validity. It's not a crackpot complaint. It's supposed to go automatically. Instead, he referred it to the White House, and they managed to stop it as though there was no Protection Act at all. What I'm saying is, in general terms, those acts don't do very much for you at all. They just reveal your identity to your agency, which it's not supposed to do, and then they'll find another way to get you, some or other. So I cannot encourage people to be whistleblowers within the system, so-called. And there are people, lawyers even, who say, oh, unless you do it within the system, or at least try it, you're not a real whistleblower. Bullshit. I would say that's not the way to go if you feel this information should get out. And you should do it at risk. It will always be at risk. So don't take the risk unless it seems to you worth it. But ask yourself if it is or is not worth it. And many people will say no, but much more than in the past will say, yes, I should do this. Yeah.
Sorry, Ray. You're still muted, so you might need to unmute yourself again. Sorry to make you do it again, but it's echoing quite a bit.
I just want to add a little thought that often people say to me, well, it's against the law and it's against your oath. You took an oath to keep secrets. And I said, false, wrong. I took no oath to keep secrets. I took one oath and one oath only, and that was to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That supersedes any little promise I made to make sure that secret or top secret information would not be divulged, most of that not hurting the national security in any case. But the idea is there are certain superseding or super values that exist, and an oath is important. An oath is much more important than a promise, and the oath we all took, Dan, and so many millions took, was to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, not to keep secrets that show criminal activity or show worse, plans for war and so forth. And my admiration for you and the way you keep going, I just hope when I'm as old as you, which is not too many years from now, I'll be still in the arena as you are, Dan. I wish you good luck on this new tack that you're taking with your new divulging of new information. Thanks. I'll sign off now, lest I be tempted to speak anymore.
Thanks,
You
Ray.
couldn't know. You've said it very well. Well said. Of course, you know, Ray, that I agree with you totally. And Chelsea, and of course, not Julian. He's not an American. He didn't take any oath at all, as well as the journalists. But Ed Snowden and Chelsea Manning both did mention their oath to the Constitution. I was very happy to see that. And it's really very little known, what you just said. People just aren't even aware of the implications of the oath they've taken, which is to support and defend the Constitution. As a matter of fact, President Obama, in his Nobel Prize speech, actually said, when he was getting the Nobel Prize, unfortunately, that he had really not earned, I have to say, said, but he said, yes, it's all very well, but I took an oath to protect the country. And I thought, you, like everybody else, have you really not noticed what oath you actually took? That's not the oath you took. He took an oath to protect and defend, preserve, for the president's a little wording is a little bit different for everybody else, to protect and preserve the Constitution, which he did not do in his attack on Libya, for example. without even consulting Congress at all, any more than other presidents have done. But it's quite possible that no one's even mentioned to him that he misstated what the oath was that he had taken. And something very recently that really blew me away in a way, a number of former secretaries of defense actually mobilized, amazingly enough, by my anti-hero Dick Cheney, as a former Secretary of Defense. So just amazed that he did this, but his equally reactionary daughter is making the same point, doing now. You got to get credit where credit is due here. And Cheney had organized these people to send in a letter saying to the military after January 6th, I think it was. Might have been before, but I think it was just after, reminding the military that their oath was to the Constitution. And I said to Patricia, my wife, that's the first time I've seen any official ever be aware of that, let alone put it in print. That's amazing. Wonderful, but it should be Cheney of all people. Actually, a little aside here, the reason I'm not appearing in video here is that thanks to Bell's palsy, as has been said here, it's not painful except when I look in the mirror, when with my sneering leer of a mouth which droops downward, it looks a little too much like Dick Cheney for my comfort. And I'll say a funny thing, with all her horrible policy positions, I do admire what Liz Cheney is doing now to uphold the Constitution in some way, and to admit or even press the reality that Biden won the election. After all, she is risking, probably sacrificing her job as number 3 in the Republic. So she's actually leaking to the public that Biden won the election to his supporters. So that I totally admire that. But I do have to say, when I saw her picture on that, I thought, oh, it's genetic. She looks like her father, which means, unfortunately, I look like that at the moment. But I hope it's only temporary.
We all wish you good health. And we have a few more questions, if you'll permit those. I don't want to overburden you. Is it okay if we take a few more?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
I beg your pardon. Is it? I don't want to overburden you, but is it?
No, that's okay. It's it's earlier here, and my wife came in here a little earlier to invite me to dinner, but she can wait. I mean, the dinner can wait. Can reheat it.
In that case, Ian, just to give you a little bit of a running order, Ian Munro, then Jeremy Hammond, then Suelette Dreyfus, and then Nikki Constantinides.
My goodness, yeah, quite a lineup.
Well, if at any point you feel that you're tired and you want to stop.
No, I'm fine. Go ahead.
Mr. Ellsberg, I love your talk just now, and also your book Secrets is fantastic. But in your book, you talk about the conversion from being a sort of insider to becoming an activist and getting involved in the anti-war movement. But it seems to me, what's amazing about your work is not only did you do that, but then you have gone on to support subsequent whistleblowers, Chelsea Manning, Edward Snowden, etc. But it seems to me that you could, in the Vietnam War, you could become involved in this anti-war movement, but there's been this horrific transformation in modern America and the UK as well, where the anti-war movement sort of fizzled out, and the media, left and right, is kind of both pro-war now. So new modern whistleblowers in a slightly different situation. Would you like to comment upon that at all?
Well, if I understood you correctly, correct me if I didn't, but my answer would be that the media have always been very supportive of empire and are right now, and of our imperial wars, until in particular cases they appear too costly, mainly of American lives. We have now had a test Whether, and the American public, I'm sorry to say, that is also true. I wish it weren't the case, but I think our public is as generally, with exceptions of course, supportive of empire as the British public. At least if not too many American lives were at stake. And you know, in Vietnam, we used in our imperial relation operation draftees, which I'm not sure the British did. The French did not in Indochina, for example. They didn't use Indochinese draftees. They used Vietnamese, to the extent they could, French Foreign Legion and others. They didn't try to run a war with draftees, and that made a problem for the U.S. So now, with this volunteer army, but especially getting it down to special operations and drones and air power, as in Afghanistan, we've just had a little test of how long the American public will go along with killing, quote, others, people of other countries, Afghans. And the answer seems to be indefinitely. It's been 20 years now, and could be another 20. Biden is talking about getting out, but you know, Trump wanted to get out, and he didn't manage to do it as president. He made it very clear from beginning to end. I think he really wanted to get our troops out, and couldn't. Biden proposes to do that. Let's see. And even if he does, he's made no secret, I think, that our killing of Afghans will continue from outside Afghanistan by drones that are controlled in the U.S. Or targeted in the U.S. And by people in neighboring countries, general. So how many Afghans will die? Well, you know what? I just recently asked the question, I think on that same Amy Goodman program, or anyway, the UMass archive, which is on the net now, whether anybody knew how many people had been killed in Afghanistan, because I'd never seen that in the paper, and nobody on the screen did know. So the American people are not curious about that. They act as if it really doesn't matter. Well, it so happens that just in the last day or two, I did see an estimate for the first time. It's, maybe you can find it now. I forget the name. It had something to do with casualties, are obviously in the title. Anyway, I saw an estimate for the first time. 157,000 Afghans killed, including many, many, many civilians. Well, we've lost something like 2,400 Americans and many more casualties. That can go on indefinitely, I think. Another 20 years, another 157,000. That's terrible. It's a terrible statement about Americans, but I think it's not just Americans. I think it's humans to put so much more value on us, on our we group, our identity group, compared to the lives of people who are regarded either as enemies or anyway as just other, and they don't matter. And that's a sorry situation, but those of us who want to get away from empire have to deal with that reality, I think, and challenge it and try to change it and realize that the lives of others matter. Black lives matter, and why do we say that? Because for many people, they don't matter. That's the truth. And the truth is that lives of others, everybody in the world, matters. And that doesn't mean that you don't have adversarial relations with some of them, but the willingness to annihilate that we threaten with our nuclear weapons is inexcusable. And yet I think it reflects this we-them mentality that is a human characteristic, but not conducive to the survival of this species in the nuclear age.
Thank you. Jeremy, you're up next. Thank you.
Pardon me. Oh, that was Jeremy Hammond? I'm sorry?
No, the next speaker is Jeremy Hammond.
Okay,
Jeremy.
who of course has a very, very strong, admirable past here and present, no doubt, as a whistleblower. Yeah, glad to hear from you.
Daniel, it's a privilege to be able to talk to I listened to your presentation. I also want to thank you for many years ago, you wrote my judge a letter to the judge for my sentencing, and that meant a lot to me. And I just want you continue to move with your, especially with your announcement today. I have a couple questions. It's just general stuff about your comments on, the state of this stuff being leaked now. As you know, one of the things I was thinking about is redactions. Like a lot of the Snowden leaks, they redacted some of the names of the NSA agents who had drafted certain slides and so forth. I feel like maybe some of the other like CIA whistleblowers earlier, they were reluctant to release certain information because I know it's also a separate crime to release the name of a CIA agent. When we were hacking as Anonymous, I was going after police and military, but we were focusing specifically on naming and doxing, like the names and addresses of the people who are working for these organizations. And I want to know what your thoughts on that. In some cultures around the world, it's actually like accepted that a village knows the names and identities of the people who are their police force or whatever, if you were to presuppose that we should have police in the first place, which I don't agree. But in police in the United States, for example, they hide their badges at protests, so you don't know who they are. City lawyers fight to maintain the anonymity of the police officers who are involved in certain shootings. They try to withhold videotapes and so forth. So I want to know what your thoughts are on whether people who are leaking stuff, whether they should really be redacting the information of these people who are responsible for these atrocities. First, I think we should. It's all fair game. We should name and shame them. And I have a second question. I agree with what you said about the internal mechanisms within the National Security Society is fundamentally flawed. I like that you had told people who are considering this thing, like, why give the system an opportunity to find out who you are, to frame your ass before that gets out, so they have a chance to put a PR spin before it reaches the public. So you say it's best to stay anonymous. But my question is kind of generally about, it also applies to civil disobedience as well. As there's a certain strain of thought that one should be able to face their charges in court and stand up for, basically, a lot of people get arrested on purpose to make a political point, and that's cool for people who are into it. But Edward Snowden famously said, "I would go back to the United States if I thought that I could have a fair trial." Now, having been, in trial, having been arrested a million times, and having seen what happens to people when they go to trial in the United States, there's no such thing as a fair trial in the United States. So I'm sure you know, right? So my question is why should, and I understand what you're doing now, to set precedent with the Espionage Act, but I'm wondering, what would you advocate to somebody who is working within the national security establishment who has dirt? So you're saying just completely avoid the whistleblowing mechanisms entirely, just go anonymous with the secure job journalist stuff? And I also want to know, our cases are very different. The people who spoke today, who are Sterling and Kiriakou, worked within the CIA, they were insiders, right? And often, my case is lumped in with a few of these people, even though I've never been a part of the national security establishment. I've always been on the outside. I think of when I was hacking all the police and the military and stuff like that, I think of the people who never had the opportunity to strike themselves, right? I think about if they had the chance to do what we do, so do you think there's a difference between a whistleblower who worked for the system, such as Chelsea Manning, Edward Snowden, and the people who are on the outside who are breaking in and stealing the information and leaking to the public? I know it's a lot to think about, but once again, thanks. I just want to hear what your thoughts are on all that stuff.
Very and substantive questions, Jeremy. A credit to your experience and your thought on this. And they are unusual questions, actually. Very much deserve addressing. Let me take them sequentially or somewhat. First of all, what I'm doing, what I propose to do, it hasn't been done yet. I haven't really done this. I expect to do it in the next weeks or so. Not so long. My current illness reminds me, that at 90 year, I can't count too much on the future. So what I'm doing in terms of identifying myself is for the purpose specifically, frankly, of raising these issues in court, I hope. That requires a degree of collaboration by the Justice Department, and they won't do it very willingly, I don't think. But in other words, they got to indict me, and we'll see what happens. But I haven't done yet, what it will take. And I don't encourage other people to do that. I'm doing this for a very specific purpose, and it is in part to get some of this information out, which I do believe is very relevant. But I'd be happy to do it anonymously if I didn't want to challenge the alleged criminality of what I'm doing, and to do that in court. Now, other whistleblowers have to face the fact that what they're doing is regarded wrongly, I would say, and unconstitutionally as criminal, as if we had an Official Secrets Act. And that's their reality. So as I've said over and over again, don't do it unless you think it really is worth a personal risk. And there are things that are absolutely worth personal risk, no question about it. We expect that of our troops in the field routinely in terms of hundreds of thousands. 3 million people went to Vietnam. And we expect them to show courage, actually, if they're in the field or if they're under mortar attack in Saigon, as happened in the Tet Offensive. But we don't expect that of our public officials. We don't expect moral courage, and we should demand it. A willingness to take personal risk, like those in the field, but risks of not of your body usually. Oh, that does come up, but risks of your freedom. And for that, I think the secure drop, the other means of getting it in, really taking greater pains to separate yourself from. There was nothing Jeffrey could do because Jeffrey Sterling, he had dealt with Risen and was still dealing with him on his discrimination suit. So there, as Ray put it, they had that metadata on him, that he was in touch with this guy. There was nothing much he could do about that. He couldn't undo that. And if he when he revealed himself as someone who objected, who felt that Congress should know about what CIA had done here wrongly, when they had that, they say, put that together with the fact that someone has told that to the New York Times and Risen, they had a case they could go to court with, and it resulted in a miscarriage. But okay, in short, then, I do encourage anonymity. I think facing the risks you're facing, don't there's no reason to amplify them. Of course, there is the reason that Chelsea and Ed and I all face of not wanting other people to be accused. And that's a consideration, but not always, because some of these times, as even in Chelsea's case, the information is so widely available that it should be put out, but nobody else does it. But when you're the one who does the right thing here, you won't be easily identified if you don't identify yourself. So many people have access to it. So anonymity is possible and is worth doing. Now, on a separate question, the redaction question. Here there's a room for a difference of opinion, and it exists. Ed Snowden and Julian Assange, who had helped Ed, was crucial to Ed in getting through out of Hong Kong, I meant to say. I saw deep a grimace at that little error, but there we are. So okay, Hong Kong. I think Ed was Julian, as I understand it, and especially in lending to the effort. Sarah Harrison is a very smart and a courageous person to help Ed. Was very helpful to Ed on that in keeping him out of prison. But they had a disagreement publicly about the question of redaction. And when Ed said in a tweet that some curation, that is, some discretion as to what you put out, some censoring of it, if you like, is appropriate or is not inappropriate, in principle. And Julian took exception to that. I think there is a difference in philosophy there. And actually, I could say I'm on Ed's side on that one. Not in saying what must be kept out, what might kept, or in general what mustn't. So not making general principles, but just saying, sure, in every case, you ask yourself whether this is worth, on balance, the public knowing, despite the people that will be embarrassed or hurt or harmed. And there always will be people who will be embarrassed and hurt in their careers one way or another. Some, if I may say, good guys, and some not so good. That's always there. And you have to make a judgment of that. Now, there is a philosophy, I think it used to be called, I don't know, it's called hackers' philosophy, that information wants to be free, and essentially there should be no secrets. Well, obviously, almost nobody believes that, almost nobody, when it comes to private matters, personal matters of various kinds in the public. I remember I asked one person who was shared this philosophy, what if the government, as we know, collects all kinds of personal information on everybody? I think it was, they're listening to everybody. They have everything. It's a party line there with the NSA, listening to all your private conversation. So they have all this. Supposing you had access to it, should you put it all out? Put everybody's private affairs because the government has wrongfully, unconstitutionally collected it? And I will say, this person, who otherwise I respect and admire very much, said, yes, he would put it out. Well, I disagree with that, And if I may go back again to our earlier conversation for a moment here, for years here, I have not allowed myself to express any real disagreement with my friend Julian in public because, he was in confinement in Ecuador, in the embassy. And now, under indictment and so forth, I didn't want to load on it to him any criticisms at all. I have just lately been allowing myself to say that I did disagree with him strongly, even on some points, more recently in 2016 and later, 2015 actually, and later. And the reason I say that, even though he is under the gun, is I want to make it very clear you do not have to agree with everything that he thinks or be in absolute agreement with him, or even to like him. It's not an issue. Or admire him in any way. The point is that the issues raised here, I think, oblige anyone concerned about democracy, the First Amendment on which democracy depends, must defend Julian against extradition and against this. So I want to say, it is wrong to say, I can't support him because I don't like what he did or something like that. Later, he's charged with what he did in 2010. And if you want to say that the collateral murder video that was a revelation of actual murder, I know as somebody who did instruct the battalion, 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines on the laws of war and on the Universal Code of Military Justice, I know perfectly well that what I was looking at in that video was murder. And that's what I would have told my Marines when I was a company commander and a battalion training officer. And it's true now. So when he put that out, if you want to say that was criminal, I would say, let's test that one in court. Because to say, as they do say, that it's criminal to put out evidence of crime by the Defense Department, by our military, is absurd. And it's hardly creditable even in a dictatorship, let alone in a democracy. I mean, it's ridiculous. And yet that is the situation that the Department of Justice is proceeding on. And so we had a president just now, Trump, who actually extolled a guy on whom there was extremely credible evidence of war crimes. I think his name was Eddie Gallagher. And he annulled the prosecution and in effect said, war crimes, that's meaningless. Doing this, killing foreigners at in the context of a wartime situation, no problem. That was despicable in my mind of Trump to do that. And the people who went along with it and didn't oppose it, I don't admire either. Coming more generally to the specific redaction question, there are people, as Jeremy said, I think whose names need to be out to hold them accountable. And again, you take a chance, you make a judgment as to whether that's worth it or not. But take John Kiriakou, the one person who was put in prison for revealing the name of a torturer. I mean, that's what he was put in prison for. He's the one person connected with the torture program or in CIA who actually paid a price for it. And his price was for revealing the name of somebody who had been involved in that program. I would say that name did not deserve to be concealed. And I don't think, by the way, anyway, there was a case of a plea bargain he made in the end. He still went in for 30 months that he was essentially forced to make by the intimidation of the Justice Department who would get on it, and the costs of going forward and the unlikelihood that a judge would act rightly in the course of it. Of course, on this, to move to another question, the fair trial, of course, no, under current circumstances, there is no chance of a fair trial. Ed Snowden would be crazy in my mind. There would be no benefit in coming back and facing trial on this. He would not be able to raise the issues that he was addressing or not be able to defend himself adequately. I can imagine a changed context, in fact, changed judges in the Eastern District of Virginia, changed juries who had not all signed a secrecy agreement in their lives, where you could get, and where the Espionage Act had been amended, as in the ways that Tulsi Gabbard provided for in her resolution, which was just last year, or this year, in the last few months, which would allow for a public interest defense. That, I think, is what Ed is talking about. If you had that, I think, first, he said he would, and I believe him when he says, he doesn't kid around, when he says, I would come back with a changed law here where I could defend myself and raise these issues. I'm sure he's right. That doesn't mean he would do that safely anyway, even from other people in this country. And I don't think he would be physically safe if he did that. That's what his relative told me, that they didn't want him to come back even if he was pardoned in this country with the attacks that have been made on him. So, as they were on me at the time. And there were physical attacks on me that aborted. So I wouldn't encourage him to do that. But sum up, no, it is not necessary to go to trial. That adds really very little. I've been arrested close to 90 times now. I've gone to, been in jail maybe 40 or 50 times, been in trial many times, less than that. I don't think any of the trials actually contributed to public enlightenment very much. I'm disillusioned about the trial process, and I have been for a long time. That's not why you do this. Some people think, yeah, we'll be able to put the government on trial. No, you won't, very rarely. There are a handful of exceptions to that. There have been a handful of exceptions with the necessity defense where the government was, after all, put on trial significantly. But it's very rare. It depends on the judge, and they just haven't acted well on this generally. So I would say, don't do it for the trial. Avoid the trial on the whole if you can. I was always happy to feel that if Julian Assange got off, for example, just on the question of confinement, fine. If he got off on the question that he has been illegally dealt with on surveillance and trying to poison him, fine, get him off, get him out, get him free. I don't worry about raising these issues on trial. He raised the issues by putting out the information. That was the important thing. And then on, don't subject yourself to the trial. In other words, some people point to the old, very influential on me, Gandhian approach that going to jail and raising in court is important, and it can be, but it is not essential to the issue of civil disobedience and to dissent in general. And the redaction in general, I think it all depends on the case. I faced very much whether I should put out in the Pentagon Papers the name Lou Conine, friend of mine on Landsville group in Vietnam, had been a CIA guy involved as an intermediary in the assassination of Ngo Dinh Diem. Well, that's where it came out in the Pentagon Papers. So I thought, well, I'll be accused, of course, of revealing the name of a covert agent, which he was at the time. And we didn't have the law then on the identities of covert agents specifically, but the issue would have been raised. And would I be endangering him? Well, I knew I wouldn't be endangering him because he had been revealed by journalists. Marguerite Higgins and others had identified him publicly. And yet, the issue would be raised. I finally let the name of my friend in. And by the way, what he'd done at that time was not why I felt I was a friend of his. If you can, to the extent you can be a friend of a CIA clandestine operative, which he was a prime example. But it wasn't because of that that I was considering the issue. I left it in because I did not want to be accused of having censored this material at all. And if I left that name out, if there was some white space there in a redaction, I thought, aha, Ellsberg, who knows how much else he's censored here. Maybe he's left out the good reasons for being in Vietnam, which are not otherwise evident in 7,000 top secret pages. And no, I said, no, it's all there. By the way, Lou Canine never blamed himself and me for doing that. On the contrary, it opened him to give testimony to the Congress that he wanted to give. And that wasn't a problem. He had been a candidate, by the way, when I say what it means to be the friend of a covert agent. He had been a strong candidate from the White House for neutralizing Dan Ellsberg, which involved later incapacitating me. And Lou said later, many years later, I said, would you have done that, Lou? He said, yeah, sure. That's his job, that's his life, that's his identity. The president says do it, he'd do it. And so, up to that point, he was a friend. Anyway, so nobody's perfect. And I'm glad I did put it, I didn't censor anything. But as opposed, finally, I'll say, and here's my disagreement with Julian on this point, I do agree with Ed that in principle, it's not in principle wrong to redact some things. And Jeremy, I know this is a big issue in your case as well, as it was in other journalists' cases, but it all depends on the people and the circumstances. I think it's a matter of case by case.
Thank you, Dan. On that note, unless Suelette wants to unmute herself and ask her question, I'd like to firstly send solidarity and good wishes to Julian Assange. Of course, a lot of this festival and a lot of the activism that we see and activists that we see here are all those who campaign for his release. It is a travesty that he is sitting in Belmarsh prison, and we also send solidarity to Robert Thibault, who is fighting the case with the Hong Kong bar and in a difficult situation as with the Snowden refugees. But of course, what Julian did allowed people not to be a Chelsea and not to be a Snowden, which is a known whistleblower, and allowed people to tell the truth about the crimes that our governments commit in our name, our corporations commit in our name, with our money. And that is a model that protects a number of whistleblowers and yet allows us to surveil the state rather than for the state to surveil us. Thank you very much to everyone who's participated in the festival, contributed in various ways, particularly to the people doing the tech, to the people who've conceived of so many contributions, art, music, film, which are in the videos gallery. We're also uploading some pictures, hopefully soon, once some of us have worked out how to do that. And the work of Peter Kennard and John Russell and others. And also to thank those who've been hosts, many of whom have been up since very early this morning, British time, which is now about 2:30 in the morning the next day. So we're grateful for what you volunteer and to all the contributors who've recorded various things. And thank you, Dan, we thought we were having you for about half an hour at max. And you've been so generous with your time and so open with how you feel about different things. And we may differ in various ways with each other in terms of where we draw the line and what we think of as acceptable or unacceptable, but we all stand for the same thing, and that's what this festival is about. It's about bringing technologists, artists, musicians, journalists, lawyers, activists, and people in loads of professions, psychologists, sociologists, who've all been here trying to say that we take a stand, we stand together, we're strong, and we have so many amazing people, and I certainly feel, despite it being such a long day, feel very refreshed from some of the energy here. So thank you, Dan, for being the just.
Thank you. If I may see, I'm happy to have the opportunity, especially to speak at length and have time to say some personal things that I don't usually have occasion to say. Let me sum up on this point that. The issues here, I think we've all stated very strongly, but I want to say from a personal point of view. First, to be a close friend of mine, I've learned at 90 and long ago, you don't have to agree with me on everything, and I don't have to feel that you are right about everything, or even fail to be crazy. I think most people tend to be crazy about something or other part of the time. You don't have to believe to support Julian that he is without reasonable fault in any way. That has nothing to do with it. As I often have had occasion to say when people criticize him, Julian Assange is not a perfect person, unlike you and me. And I think that point gets home, but I want to add to that. I love Julian, as I love Ray, who was on this program here, and I have my disagreements with Ray, as he knows. But as I said to his wife and his brother and his father, I desperately want to see my friend Julian out of that COVID-ridden dark cell that he's been in. I desperately want to see him with his children and his partner now and freedom. And I'm very happy, Deepa, that you've given me the chance to say that very clearly.
It's our privilege. Thank you so much for being here, Dan. And thank you everyone for contributing both from the floor and in sharing information throughout. We'll try and stay in touch with you by putting more information on the website. If you email whistleblowingfest@protonmail.com with any suggestions, and we're hoping that this festival is not the end, but the start of the Center for Global Justice, Peace and Accountability, where we're going to have both an academic arm where we will do research and a research and advisory arm, so a teaching arm and a research and advisory arm, and we may do other things, including bringing a lot of critical scholars and activists together to do something better than some of the neoliberal nonsense we see around us. But fingers crossed that will take off. But thank you everybody for joining us, and good night and good morning if you're in Australia. See you. Please feel free to unmute yourself now, and the room's free, so just use it as you like. And there's also the Whistleblower Village where some people are still partying, so please feel free to join.
Thank you so much, Deepa. You've done amazing work. I just could not believe such an amazing conference could be put together so quickly with such wonderful speakers, and I just want to thank you for your tireless efforts.
Sure, Gareth. That's brilliant, and it was great to have you there today.
Okay, everyone, so that was the festival for today. At the end, you could hear Lori Love thanking Deepa for her work, and I want to add the same thing to that and say thank you to Deepa Driver for organizing this and spending so much effort on this. And if you guys liked this broadcast, please share it around. Most of us are being shadow banned and censored on social media, and if you listen to all the things that were said today, then you understand why that is. So we need your help, and during the weekend and early next week, all videos of the different talks will be made available. It's possible to download them separately, so you get a full recording. I know that today I had some technical issues at some points, and so not all the streams are complete. Like sometimes they're missing like 5 minutes of talk and such things. That we had one big crash. I think the official stream thing failed like 7 times, and I had to like switch it to streaming it from the browser. But afterwards you can get all the content, and it would be nice if you like share it separately and use like the hashtags related to the speakers, right? Get them all the attention they deserve. There is the campfire meeting right now going on. I might switch it to that. I was in there earlier today already. You guys probably saw that too. Okay, I'm going to go there for a second. Let's just see what is going on there for you guys. So stay with me. I'm going to go to the campfire thing, and then you can see. I want to see who is still there at this point. Earlier today we had Greg Hoosh, we had JC the Tag from the event, we had Lori Love, Jeremy Hammond. Okay, I'm going to switch it. Give me 1 moment, guys. I mean, I have to open it and walk around to the campfire. The Whistleblow Village, you can join it too at challengepower.info/whistleblow_village or whistleblowvillage.challengepower.info. You can find it there, and you can just join in, and you can walk around to the campfire, and you can talk with people, including myself. But far more interesting people will be there. Okay, I opened it. Let's see. I'm going to switch it for you guys to the campfire stream. Whistleblow Village. So there you can see it is kind of like a game, right? This to make like the little window right. Okay, so I'm going to walk towards whoever is still there. Probably Steve is going to be there because he just messaged me. So let's walk around. Yeah, I see some person here. There's another one. See Jeremy Hammond still there. I'm going to open it here. So when the Yitzy starts. Oh yeah. See, there is there are other people. Let me see. Unmute.
What up, Bloopers?
Hey. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey, so we're streaming this just so you guys are aware. To let the viewers
All
check it out.
cops are bastards.
Oh, cops are
Wanted
bastards.
to make sure they heard that.
I'm surprised you guys are still here like at this time. Like, we just did the whole Ellsberg thing. Yeah, it is 3:35 for me at night now.
It started at midnight for me, so. And I crashed out there for like a couple hours.
Hey, so that encryption thing, did fix it for you? Like the removing of the encryption thing. Because it was like making all these zombie sounds, Warzone zombie sounds the whole time. Okay.
Hey y'all.
Yo.
Let's see.
Yeah, good.
There was a part which was just a little bit too much UK centric, so I fall off at that point. What was your best talk for today?
I'm a big admirer of David McBride. I mean, I follow him for a while now. And, I was like hearing him speak. Exposing the stuff that happened in Afghanistan. Can never get enough attention.
Is he on tomorrow?
He should be coming on. I mean, but he has his court case in like 1 week, I think. So I'm not sure if he has to prepare all that stuff. I'm not sure, but otherwise he will be coming on again.
That was nice shit. Freezing. Don't freeze.
And yeah, Jeremy, nice to see you being participating in these events and.
Oh, cool! Yeah.
Yeah, it's me. We're chatting with him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So.
I missed your talk, but.
This is over now. Ellsberg was the last thing, right?
Yeah.
So now we're saying.
Yeah, that was the last dance for.
Yeah. Thanks for your question. Thanks for your comment, Jeremy. Where's the static coming from?
It's gone now.
Cool.
So anyways, as I was saying, right, like, I understand the redactions, it's a case-by-case basis, but I think some cases are pretty good because all cops are bastards, right? Huh?
Well, and the thing is...
it's an extension of the police, therefore, the police in the globe, therefore...
Well, most of those whistleblowers who are still alive to talk about it are ex-cops anyways. Like, Snowden has been a cop his whole life, Bill Binney has been a cop, Thomas Drake has been a cop. With the immense respect for Ellsberg, he was working for the Rand Corporation at the time and has been in the military and all, so...
Alright, you just dropped.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're back.
So that's striking to me.
That's a fascinating point. I hadn't actually really thought about it like that.
Sorry,
it's a little bit hard.
Sorry,
but yeah, now that you mention it, the whistleblowers that have a long life all come from like the cop side of it.
Maybe that's the only ones that were trained long enough to survive that shit. Because let's face it, Snowden spent his life learning how to be a cop from a family that were cops before him, and the 4 years he spent preparing his strategy was completely infused by all these techniques of deception and hiding and compartmentalizing and the whole general paranoia that being a cop at the CIA probably trains you for. I mean, there's a lot to that is remarkable about it. There's a lot to learn from it, but that's clearly not the life I want for myself. Not that I wish that to any of my friends.
Yeah, just he was so young. I mean, you know, yeah, it's a little bit hard stand, too hard stand for my taste. But yeah, he was very young also. Like he evolved. Like, you know, that's great. He evolved a lot from that. So.
Well, I think that spending a few months with Sarah Harrison stranded in an airport may help anyone to change their mind about a few things. But still.
Least of which would probably be Sarah Harrison. That's a long time to be stuck in somebody's pocket. No.
Sorry, wait. Say that again, what?
I'm just saying 2 months is a long time to be stuck anywhere with anybody.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, all people in the world, I think Sarah Harrison is one I would take on my small crew, you know, on that raft for Apocalypse. There would be this guy over there, her and a few others, but not many. She's an amazing person. She's really one of my favorite persons alive, I would say.
That's awesome.
Sarah?
Yeah, yeah.
How is she getting on, do you know? Because I haven't heard from her for a while.
For the rest, you'll ask her, but I think she's in a good place.
Okay.
She's in her worst. And I'll tell her that you had a thought for her if when I have an occasion.
So what is this video game system designed in? Like, is this like a pre-built conference type of thing?
It's designed in shit.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, it's, you know, it is hot, I guess.
So the short version, it's a French company making PHP crap that did some Node.js crap.
Oh, I hate that.
And apply the license that is not even free software, that is not even a license.
But it's crazy. They I really thought it was free software for a long time.
They deceived.
It's AGPL, but then
yeah,
it just has
wait,
a couple
wait.
words after. It says
There's a twist.
AGPL with Commons clause, which actually says you can't run it commercially, only they can. So, and it doesn't even make sense. You can't modify the AGPL like that. It says you can. They took contributions before they added this clause. So it's kind of wacky.
So what happened is that these fuckers wanted to cash in on the COVID blast, saying, "Oh, work in a video game," and actually the shit that they started with was only like offices, gray offices with gray computers, boring square shit. And then people of the splinter of the CCC organized this yearly Chaos Communication Congress, couldn't make a congress, and some said, "Hey, let's make a remote congress with the shitty video game stuff." And they announced it like 1 month before the event. I look at that and say, "Come on, fuck that shit." But I thought, and what if it works? There must be a way to connect to Julian, to have him here, to not forget him in that place, right? And this is when I started spending fucking weeks designing this map. But when I started, really, there was only like their own maps were blocks of offices with fucking computers, and I saw that crap. They even designed fucking toilets, you know. The Germans, they start with offices and toilets, and I saw that, and I thought it must be outside. It was like no computer, no toilets, like you shit in the woods, and that's the concept.
I talked to some of them, and apparently a big part of it is GPL. Only like some administrative tools are like they're trying to make some income developing.
Yeah, well, the whole thing makes no sense. Commands close in AGPL is like day and night, or fire and ice. You just cannot put them in the same. Anyways, if you're interested, don't even try and use this software. But there were some efforts. So actually, the remote congress turned surprisingly well. The hundreds of groups who would have autonomously packed a corner with their shit to make an assembly
made their own map, and the maps were connected the ones to the others. So over the 5 days of the event, the thing really grew organically, and people started hacking it in so many ways, and it really turned amazing. So the really high scenario of the 100+ hours I spent doing that shit that may not be in vain was actually well, it wasn't actually in vain, because a lot of people had a crazy good time through it, and it felt like bumping into your friends like once a year at Chaos Communication Congress, to the small number of us who had access to the very limited resources that crashed all the fucking time. But it kind of worked. And so while this was happening, a few thought that we couldn't let this go offline, and started an effort to try to federate the shit. That turned into 3 different visions on how to federate the shit, and not much energy about it today. So it's now a depressing heap of Node.js software under shit license. But the map is made with this impressive piece of free software called Tiled.
Oh, Tiled, yeah.
I never heard about it before I started doing that. It's apparently quite a standard in video game industry and all. So something else further, sometimes later, like tons of layers with URLs and shit and blah, very well be opened anywhere else. So maybe it wasn't in vain after all.
Yeah, I used Tiled for
Right.
me and my brother are making a video game, and we use Tiled.
Really? What's the name of the video game?
Yeah, it's you can look at it at smashmaga.com. Smashmaga. It's it's like an old school, like kind of like Smash TV, actually, if you remember Nintendo Smash TV, right?
Yeah.
But it's kind of like a spin, like they're all like Republican COVID infested zombies, like with red hats and shit, like you know, and you shoot, like you have like a crossbow and you shoot like masks, you know, and at the Capitol and stuff. But yeah.
Sounds delicious.
Nice.
Good pitch, definitely.
You can check a video. We put a couple of videos of the game on the website smashmaga.com.
Wow, let me YouTube DL that for you.
We'll play that on a live stream tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Yeah, I have it playable on. Forgive me for using an iPhone, by the way, but I have it on my iPhone.
Is it the only phone on which the?
No, I have a preview
software.
No, it goes on Android. I'm thinking doing PC and Mac too, but you know, I'm using Godot as a engine. If you're familiar with it, it's the Unity.
Godot.
Godot's
Yeah,
the
I
other
heard of
one.
it.
Yeah.
Wow. I only heard of it. I'm completely remote to that. I stopped gaming at the PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
And I'm more of a Super Nintendo enthusiast,
Yeah.
actually Super Famicom. Oh, you see the image? You see the camera? Shit, where's
Was the game? Let me zoom in on you. Whoa, shit. What the fuck is going on?
He's coming back.
Yep.
Those boxes over here contain 15 to 20 Super Famicom cartridges each.
Yeah.
That's my little dirty secret. Whenever you're in Berlin, if you're into 16-bit.
I am actually. Yeah.
Well, you have an open access to my collection.
Yeah, I mean, some people do emulators these days, but it's not the same, right?
It's not the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember having to blow into the Nintendo cartridge. All that shit.
Yeah. Actually, this doesn't work. It's a myth. It's a myth. Isopropyl.
But sometimes it did.
Yeah, but
sometimes it did work.
It's faith. It's faith that makes it work. It's faith. It's the fact that you believe it.
Because you would have tried several times, it would have worked the very same way. It's the very same statistics, except that your breast is oxidizing it over time.
Right. Oh, you have to hit power reset a bunch of times over and over again. That works.
Yeah, or wiggling. The Super Famicom, I have to wiggle like this.
Yeah.
But so wow, I'll definitely check the Smash Maga YouTube DL didn't send any result for some result.
I just put a link in the chat.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'm on an amnesiac.
It's actually on TikTok, not YouTube.
Cool.
And Jeremy is.
I'm playing it right now. This is the game. Like, so you got like.
I want to see a video.
To see but you can shoot
no.
zombies and stuff. You can throw Molotov cocktails at you know. Oh shit! I set myself on fire.
Oh, my default. Oh yeah.
You had me at Molotov cocktails.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
It starts with masks, then you go bricks.
Firefox plays TikTok. That
Yeah.
shit plays TikTok. It's horrible.
TikTok.
Is that a bot? Shit, what happened? It's the first time in my life I see TikTok actually. It has to be through Jeremy Hammond website.
Yeah, no, I could have done YouTube. I could have just embedded the video into the website itself. But fuck it, man. Like it's the future, you know, right? I mean. Then you have to defend a vaccination
Stop
site
moving.
from like all these anti-vaxxers are they're zombies too, right? COVID. They're trying to shut down a vaccination site, and you gotta defend it. Yeah.
Stop working. I have to. Okay, I'm frustrated by the TikTok experience here.
Yeah. No.
Oh, it looks amazing.
YouTube DL supports TikTok.
What?
YouTube DL supports TikTok.
Okay. That looks amazing, and actually the decor, the use of tiled resembles a lot to some of the rooms of the remote congress.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Wow.
My brother, I don't know if you know my twin brother, he's doing the graphics and the music. He recorded like a bunch of songs and is doing all the art.
Badass.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I was like, what are we gonna do? You just got. I was like, let's dive into a months-long project together. Like,
I was to ask. Wow, do you have an idea number of hours?
You know,
months
I'm
long.
living off my stimulus checks right now, so. But yeah, you know, we used to make games when we were super young. It's how I got into coding and hacking and stuff like that. Yeah, if y'all remember QBasic, that was my thing. Like super young, just stayed with it way too long. I was stubborn. It was like, why don't you do C++? C? It was like, no, man, QBasic, man. And I was 12. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
Of course I did.
I fucking love QBasic, man. That's the good shit. I know Visual Basic 5 after that as well, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
cross training, you know?
Yeah. But and I was doing web. I was on IRC and FNet and shit like that, like in all the QBasic coding channels and shit.
FNet is hardcore times, man. That was. Do you remember the old channels there, like Unix Gods and all those kind of ones? Jesus.
Yeah,
and everyone had their IP exposed as well, so you could
I know, right?
attack everyone.
And the splits.
Yeah, C:/con/con, just tricking people into all that later. Yeah, AOL days and what the fuck, dude. Like,
We had so many cool like denial of service packs back then. Like, we had like Teardrop, Boink, all these kind of ones. Like, it was just like they had all such cool names.
yeah. Those were the days. I jump on IRC, even Freenode is quiet as a ghost. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's all Discord and all this other shit now.
Yeah. Jeez, you know, I had like a hack in the protocol that FNet and Dalnet and those use. And I think it might, I don't know if they've changed their protocol, so I haven't really tested it.
Oh my god, this is amazing. This is the best bug, man. This is sorry, just interjecting. This is the best bug, like, and it's so old, man. So, okay.
Do you, honestly, like, I don't know if it still works because we reported, but it was so vague, the report. But fucking hell, like, basically the way it works is like, do you know you can like collide nicknames? So you can like, if two people change to the same nickname at the same time on two different parts of the network, it'll go, oh, this is not going to work out, so it has to kill one of them. And usually it like does some little tricks like, oh, who changed first, because it syncs the clocks. So you have all this kind of stuff going on. But like the kill messages don't follow the nicknames properly, so you can create the situation where you change nickname twice and then get another client on the same server, and then that changes nickname into the one that was going to get killed. It kind of takes the bullet for it, and then the one that changed first actually just stays there, and it's like desynchronized. So you can use that to kind of like make desynchronized shit happen. So you can do stuff like you're off the channel, you're completely off the channel, but you can kick people off it, like, or you can like you can just like change modes or like fuck around, and like the services don't see you, so they can't kick you out. Like. So we use this on Downnet to lock down the KKK channel for like about a week. And we're getting IRC operators in there to try and fix to see what was going on. And as you can imagine, they took like a cursory look and they weren't too helpful. So we had loads of fun with this shit for fucking ages. I just wake up in the morning and activate the bots.
The half-ghost attack.
It's such a weird exploit as well, because like you don't really see those kind of exploits where it's like you're kind of analyzing the inter-server protocol and finding some desynchronization. Like it's usually not that kind of weird. Like you don't have a lot of like distributed networks that have like some weird protocol that uses unique tokens and has to synchronize them, which is kind of that class of bugs. Anyway, yeah. Science. Fun time.
Jeremy, can I ask you? I read that you were in a halfway house. Was the term I saw? But I have no idea what it means exactly. It looks like you're in a room or something. You don't have. Oh, your microphone is muted for some reason. You don't have to answer anything too personal or so. Oh, your microphone is muted.
So, school asked me whatever. Yeah, I was in the halfway house when I was first released for about 2 months. In the feds, they don't release.
What is that even? Halfway house.
So it's not run by the government. It's usually private contractors. They run kind of like a building where released prisoners or people going to drug rehab can live, and they like feed you, and they have kind of like a step down program to where they like let you go out for 6 hours, but you got to come back. And then they let you out to go look for jobs and stuff like that, but you got to come back. It's like somewhere in between prison and minimum security.
Rest.
But it was sweet as hell compared to prison. What the hell, dude? You could order, you could have things ordered on Amazon and stuff like that. Like, I mean, smartphones and stuff. But they wouldn't let me have a smartphone. They told me I actually did have a smartphone for about a week, but then they got word from the Bureau of Prisons. They're like, "Oh, you got to watch this guy. Don't let him get in the air." So I had to use a flip phone, right? But even the flip phones are from the future these days, man. Like, I mean, it's like a little like web browser, not even like a two. But it's got a Siri, like a flip phone version of Siri, like. But it's a flip phone. So I had that for. So I was in the halfway house for 2 months, and they let me out on home confinement for another month, which was the ankle bracelet. So I was at my brother's house for like another month, and they would still let me go out to like look for jobs or like go shopping, like a couple times a week. And it was only for a month, anyways, And then now my Bureau of Prisons sentence is completed as of like last March 5th, and so I'm just on probation.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're home or like a
yeah.
Ah, great.
Yeah, this is my room.
Ah, cool. Yeah. Oh, so the text in the prison is actually invalid.
I'm sorry?
The text in Guantanamo prison about you is actually invalid.
I did visit myself in jail. Weird, right? I know. Like,
yeah, you must have hated it.
Fuck yeah, you did.
I'm sorry?
Fuck yeah, you visited yourself in jail.
Yeah, but I did say I was released in the halfway house. But I'm done at the halfway house though. If you're familiar with it, it's run by the Salvation Army, like kind of a religious organization that has a contract with the feds to. They have a lot of stuff like related to the criminal justice system, which is kind of weird.
Wow.
One time when it's weird. Like one time I had a felony for mob action on some protest stuff, and I had to do 1,000 hours of community service. They made me work in the Salvation Army, which is cool. A thrift store, it was cool. Free clothes, But anyway, the halfway house was sweet. Yeah, every federal prisoner usually gets the last couple months of their sentence to be in the halfway house. Now, actually, I could have gotten a full 12 months in my halfway house, but they just fucked me around all the way, man. Like I only got 3 months, but it's all good.
Sounds much better than prison indeed.
Yeah, it is. The food was good. They had good vegan food. Shit, coffee. The coffee. Oh my god, just blew my mind. Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm drinking some right now. Imagine.
Wow. What's the first thing? Is there one thing you were really thinking about that you would do as soon as it would be released?
Yeah, right. I mean, all of the things, right? I mean,
All the
like
things. All the
food, music.
You don't have to say anything incriminating.
Yeah, no, there's everything, man. With the relief of being able to wear your own clothes, to be able to pet an animal.
Wow.
Yeah, mind blowing, man. Mind blowing. It was actually very overwhelming. Like the first couple months, very overwhelming. Like especially consider like the previous year before my release was more or less in solitary. You know what I mean? So it's like dealing with people is kind of interesting, like difficult. I cried a lot actually, but it's tough. It's interesting. There's a lot of changes in the world, man. Dude, I never had a smartphone before. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck? Like, dude, I really this thing is like this is the future.
That's amazing.
You didn't miss much. Actually, we were joking earlier. Who said that you were to probably have read so many books? Was it Laurie? That actually you may have become so much smarter, away from computers for so long.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, we got lobotomized. In the meantime, everybody turned to using Signal. Man, look at it.
Oh my god, bro! Even Ed Snowden was propping up Signal. I was like, "What are you doing, bro?"
Well, I believed I used it then. When he said use Signal, I was still using it. I must say. So many people were using it. I didn't ask myself the question for a while, and I fucking used it. Now half the people I knew I lost track of since I decided to stop using it 4 years ago.
Okay, so
It's
Jeremy,
blue WhatsApp.
now that you have a smartphone, you might want to check out, if you feel like wasting lots of your time and having a lot of fun with a phone, check out the Pine phone.
Oh, yeah.
If you want something that doesn't run Android or is an iPhone, it's a phone that you can run a Linux distro on, like Debian or Arch or something.
That is super cool. I'm looking at it right now.
It's actually the device with the least proprietary. It's
Yeah,
super
it's
buggy.
slow.
It's
not
a hobby.
quite ready to be your daily driver.
It's a hobby, really. It's seen as a hobby, not as a phone.
But what about the session? Have you changed your mind about session? You think it's a good project?
Cryptocurrency thing.
Yeah. Do you hear Leaf? Oh, sorry, I said your first name.
It's some cryptocurrency thing. They've got like a economic fantasy thing around it. And I mean, it's also they've reinvented Core, but they haven't fixed any of the shortcomings of it. Really, they've just added crypto economics, and I don't know. I haven't looked closely at it in a while, but that's what I remember Session being. The Loki network or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm using it with some people, and it's sometimes can be a bit slow, but I don't know. I like it. I like it also.
Are you just using it like as a free app you downloaded, or have you engaged with their crypto economy?
No, just
Stake your stake.
What? You've just downloaded the app and you're using it. You haven't put money in or out in some way.
No, I know there's some crypto foundation, something, I don't know, but I didn't follow that.
Cool. Well, if you're able to use it without engaging with that stuff, maybe it's worth having a look at. But I don't know. That kind of kept me from looking at it too closely.
Okay, guys. For obvious reasons, I'm adding the stream here to allow them to talk freely, because yeah, it is kind of like a private conversation thing, and I'm afraid that because it's getting a bit late, that they might say things that could incriminate them or whatever. So if you guys don't mind, we will end it here. Like I said before, all the different videos of all the speakers will be made available tomorrow and the next day. The live stream we did, at some points during the stream, had some speakers cutting off like 5-10 minutes, because we had to switch from room to room and some were overlapping. That will be fixed when you get the final results. And I hope you guys can help with sharing around these different videos of all the speakers, like with their hashtags, right? Well, if you guys want to join this meeting, actually, because they will be talking here probably all night, it is at challengepower.info. You guys are welcome. It is whistleblowvillage.challengepower.info. It was posted in the event, so anyone can just join. I'm not saying anything special, but I did make the choice not to broadcast this because I don't want this on permanent records of any of them. So I want to thank all of you for staying with us for the last almost 18 hours. Much respect for that. I know Deepa worked really hard to organize this, and so far all the comments have been super positive from everyone, and all the speakers were very happy. I haven't slept at all, so I'm getting kind of wasted at this point too. So I'm sorry if you can hear that in my voice or whatever. Tomorrow evening probably we'll have David McBride in our broadcast. Perhaps talk a bit about today too. Navigator, and we ended the broadcast because we want to allow them to speak in private, because they haven't spoken to each other for a long time, and in some cases even a decade. So want to have them be able to speak in private a bit, but you can still join that meeting if you want. You can still talk to them on whistleblowvillage.challengepower.info. Just to jump in. And for the rest of you, a good night, and please help to share this around, right? So good night, everyone.